What is up, everybody? How are we doing? How are we doing? Stanley Cup Finals, Game 3, Vegas Golden Knights versus the Carolina Hurricanes. Trevor, my goodness gracious, Trevor boys. Am I seeing that correct? $50? I'm stunned. I am at a loss for words. I don't even know what to say to that. That's unreal, man. If anyone was gonna do it, it's gonna be you. Obviously, one of the OGs from CHR could always count on Trevor being there in the chat. So I greatly, greatly appreciate that. I feel sort of bad, like I can't accept that money. I mean, $50 is I mean, you could pretty much purchase a Chell game with that amount of money. So, thank you so much. I appreciate that. How are we doing, Chad? How are we doing? How is everybody doing on this Saturday night? Saturday night is all right for fighting. It's all right for hockey. I haven't done a live stream yet. This is my first live stream. I thought, why not? Something I should probably start doing more often. It's experimentation. Something I might do more in the future. We'll see. Maybe I'll do it for Blackhawks games next year. We'll see. Probably wouldn't do it for every single game, but marquee events, things like that. So thought I'd get like a little bit of a practice run here during these cup finals. And if it goes well, maybe we'll do the rest of the finals too. I didn't get to do games 1 and 2, but here for game 3, I thought Saturday night would be a good time to start it at Vegas. 1-1 series, tie series. Very good series so far. It's been absolute cinema. I know a lot of people are making jokes that this isn't going to be a good final, but just two teams with not a lot of history, tradition, but they're two very good teams. It's been a very good final so far. I mean, both the first two games have been pretty electric. So we had a good final so far. So been a good one. The real question is, how is the GOAT Bioc memes doing today? Well, I wouldn't consider myself the GOAT, but I appreciate that. Doing good, Ice Hogs meme. Very nice of you to join us. Another OG member right there. So, no, doing good. I mean, the weekend's always good. Good day for hockey. Season's definitely flown by. It's kind of hard to believe it's already the cup final. Like, these playoffs have gone by very quick. It's been a good one. I mean, I've seen some people saying it hasn't been a good playoffs. I would disagree. I think it's been pretty good. Cup final so far has been good as well. So hopefully we get a good cinema ending here. Hopefully we go 7 games. Like, I want to see as much games as possible. I don't want to see this one end in 5. I want to see it go 6 or 7 games. So hopefully we get that. That'll be nice. I think based off the way it's been going so far, I think there's a pretty good chance that happening. I mean, both these two teams are very evenly matched, I would say. So two different styles at play, but they're two pretty evenly matched teams. So they can get 6 or 7 games out of this. What are your predictions, chat, before the series, not now, with hindsight? Who'd you guys have before the series started? I had Carolina in 6. I stand by that prediction. I actually had Carolina win the cup before this even started. I actually had them winning my brackets, so I'd like to see them take it. Although I did have them being the Colorado Avalanche in my brackets, so that didn't age very well. Very disappointed that they got swept by Vegas. Not really sure what happened there. Yeah, I didn't think Vegas would even be this far, man. I'm definitely surprised for sure. Carolina, I'm not surprised by, just based on the fact that the East was so weak. Pretty straightforward path, and that team's pretty perfectly built for the playoffs. Like, I'm not surprised to see Carolina here. Vegas, I am surprised to see here. I mean, they have a very talented team, a lot of good players, but kind of a mid-season for them. But they've just come on strong. They've gotten hot at the right time, and they've had that new coach bump. Marner's been cooking. The Leafs fans said Marner was the problem. They kept saying Marner was the problem and why they couldn't win in Toronto during the playoffs. And well, he leads the postseason production. I believe, what is it, 24 points, 18 games, something like that. So I don't want to see Vegas win. Like, I'd rather see Carolina win the cup, obviously. But seeing Marner, win the Conn Smythe would be pretty hilarious. I think that would be pretty. That would be absolute cinema. So I'd be all here for that. I hope. Like, honestly, part of me kind of hope that happens. Not gonna lie. That'd be pretty solid consolation to Vegas winning. Seeing Marner win the Conn Smythe, lift the cup, and seeing Toronto Maple Leafs fans cry. I think that would be. We would take that. So we'll see what happens there. Let's see who we got here. Trevor had Vegas sweeping. Sweep. Oh. I mean, they did sweep Colorado, but I mean, 2 sweeps in a row this time of year. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Do you actually want to see Vegas win, or is that just like is that just a troll? Like, are there any Vegas people in here? I'm not. It's rare to find an actual Vegas supporter outside of Las Vegas. I feel like that's probably the team that's hated the most right now, or they're up there. So, is anyone pulling for Vegas? I imagine most people are pulling for Carolina. That's the team I'm pulling for as well. There's really no reason to dislike Carolina. There's a lot of reasons to dislike Vegas, but Carolina, there's really no reason to dislike that team. A lot of likable players. Um, I want Vegas to win for Johnny. Johnny. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think more for me, it'd just be the Marner storyline there if the Conn Smythe. That'd be pretty nice. Brandon Saad as well, Blackhawks legend Brandon Saad. He still plays for the team. I say plays, he's mostly been scratched. He hasn't actually played a lot, but to see Brandon Saad go off a cup will be pretty nice. So I like to see that. Who you got for first goal? First goal. Well, it's at Vegas. I feel like they have to get the first one. I think that's pretty crucial for them. Um, who in Vegas would get the first goal? I feel like Brett Howden's way too. It's way too easy to say Brett Howden because he's had 13 goals already. But so I'm not going to say him, although I feel like he would be a pretty good bet. Brady McNabb's coming back. He's playing through this game. He took a slap shot to the face last game. I think seeing a McNabb shot from the point, coming back with the shield or face mask, whatever he's wearing, the fact that he's playing after that's pretty cool. So goes to show how tough hockey players are. So I'll say a Brady McNabb slapper from the point for Vegas is the game. That's definitely a pull. I doubt we see that happen. Not necessarily known as a goal scorer, but defensive defenseman who blocks shots and is physical. But you see that in the playoffs. You see guys like that you don't expect to get big goals, right? I could see him getting a big one and the crowd going crazy for it. So we'll see what happens there. Ice Hogs memes. Hear me out. Carolina wins the cup this year. Next year, Bedsy and the Hawks bring it back to the UC. I think next year would be a bit early for that. You're probably doing a bit there, but I mean, you never know. I mean, I know next year's crazy. Next year would be absolutely insane. I think just getting the playoffs would be that'd be a nice goal for the Blackhawks to set next year. I do think playoffs is a realistic objective next year. But yeah, I mean, in their first go of it, it's probably gonna be a pretty early exit. I mean, I think just getting there is would be a win. Whatever else you do there would be a bonus. But it's hard to put a timeline on that right now. I think there's still a ways away. Obviously, I think the Hawks are closer than people think. Like, I don't think they're as far away as people think, but yeah, I think like 2030 will probably be like the earliest you'd see them like in Stanley Cup conversations. Like maybe next year they're like, knocking the door for a wild card spot, probably still miss out. 2028, you want to see them. If they're not in it next year, you definitely want to see them the next year. And it probably take them a couple series to kind of get in the thick of it, get used to it. 2029 probably your first sort of serious run, and then 2030, kind of go for the knockout punch. So I think that's doable. I think 2030 could be a target there, but I think not for a few years. Top team. We're a while away from that. It's a very young team. The building blocks are arriving here. Most of the young guys are here now. There's still a few more on the way, and you got that there's going to be some star player additions by then as well. And Bedard's going to be the steps he's going to take in his game as well, and not just him, but this entire young core. It's going to be a much different team. A few years from now, I think compared to now. I think you're going to get quite a bit of turnover, and we'll see. I think you have to see it, right? I think Davidson's got to do it, so we'll see what happens there. But um, mythical pull McNabb from the point. Yeah, no chance it happens, but that'd be pretty cool. If I get that right, though, if I get that right, then hey. But yeah, I think that's definitely yeah. I think the odds of that happening are pretty low. But hey, you never know. Anything could happen this time of year, right? Deal or no deal? Three-team trade. 9 to Minnesota for Wallstead. What's 9? Larkin and is this Minnesota Red Wings? Okay. 9 to Minnesota. Larkin. Yeah. Larkin and Kosa slash Gustin for 9 plus that Eriksson Ek and prospect. Well, Minnesota they've definitely been listed to be a team in for Dylan Larkin. He's got that connection with Quinn Hughes, the American connection from the Olympic team, and Bill Guerin as well as their general manager. He was also general manager of the U.S. team. So I definitely could see Minnesota going for Dylan Larkin, definitely, and they have the assets to make it work, right? They have the prospects. Detroit really could use I mean they could use a guy like that, right? They have some goaltending pieces, but both Augustin and Kosa are probably years down the line. Whereas Wallstead, I think he's shown this year that that's a guy could probably be a starter next year, right? I think he was already kind of taking starts from Gustafson. So yeah, I mean that would be a good piece there. That draft pick you need another prospect to make that work though. You probably need another prospect there, but yeah, I think Dylan Larkin definitely. I mean, we'll see. I've seen some people bringing up Blackhawks. I'd be surprised. I don't know. I don't think the Blackhawks can be Dylan Larkin. I think this team, especially based off what I saw, I read this article from Ben Pope, and apparently the Blackhawks they still see Bedard, Frundell, and Nazar all as centers. So I mean, Dylan Larkin's a center. And if Davidson is constructing next year's team with those three being the centers, bringing in Dylan Larkin would make zero sense. So yeah, I don't think the Hawks would be in Dylan Larkin. It'd probably be either Minnesota, Montreal. I could see going for Dylan Larkin because they need a second line center behind Nick Suzuki, and they need somebody for Ivan Demidov to play with. So I could see Montreal, Minnesota makes a ton of sense, like you said. Those are probably the top two, I would say. There'll be a lot of teams in it, but those are probably the two, probably the most realistic for him, I would say. Um, Vegas, it feels like Vegas gets everybody, so I wouldn't be surprised if somehow they're in them. They find a way to make it work, and Florida as well. I mean, that's a team that always seems to kind of make those deals work. So it wouldn't shock me if they were in them too. But we'll see what happens there. 9 is Florida. Oh, it's the Florida pick. Okay, I see. I see what you're saying there. I just got to see my Ice Hogs legends Nick Lardis and Oliver Moore win cups. Yeah, that'd be nice, man. Hopefully they're still here. I think that's the thing. There's so many young players here where it's just the spots in the roster get taken up very quickly, right? And I think if you're Davidson, you're making a big trade this summer and you're trying to acquire a star player, like I could see those being pieces that other teams would want, right? I mean, there's not gonna be enough space for all these guys. So yeah, I like both those players, right? I think both of them have a lot of potential in the NHL. I think Oliver Moore, considering he was kind of the biggest piece of the Brandon Hagel trade, like you want to hang on to them, right? I think he's got a ton of potential. Just with the speed he has, his game, the talent he has, he's got a long way to go. I think he's got to work on his finishing, get a bit tougher, probably put some weight on. But I like Oliver Moore a lot. Good puck control as well. Though sometimes I think he plays a bit too quick. Could probably slow the game down a bit. But no, I think Moore. I think he's got top six upside. Probably more likely a third line player. I think he's a perfect third line player. I'm surprised though. I think he would make the most sense as the third line center. I'm surprised Davidson seems to view Frank Nazar as a third line center. Like I think Frank Nazar on the bottom six is absolutely egregious. Not to make this Blackhawks talk, but I figure we're probably gonna do a lot of Blackhawks talk on this. Um, yeah, like I think Frank Nazar should be in the top six. So like if Frondell is the 2C, Nazar should be on the wing in the top six, either on Bedard or Frondell's wing. Playing him in the third line, like we're not there yet. Like once the Hawks are a playoff team, like it makes sense. You want to spread out the wealth and kind of have that center depth, but we're not there right now. We're not there, so I think it's a bit early for that. I don't really not a big fan of that, but we'll see. Things could change between now and next season. I don't really love that seems plan right now, but we'll see what happens there. Like $20 more? You already donated 50, bud, dude. Dude, I don't worry about my funds. White Sox money line got my back. Well, the White Sox won again today, right? I believe they did. Playing the Phillies. It's a shame. It's a shame Murakawa got hurt because he's been cooking. How about Murakawa, man? I mean, the White Sox. I mean, they're what are they now? 33, 34, and 30, something like that. So yeah, they've been better this year. They've been a fun team to watch. So it's good to see competitive White Sox team again as a White Sox fan. The last few years have been rough to say the least, so that's been pretty nice to see. Um, I mean, their division is so bad too. We're like they could be in the playoffs. You never know. I mean, I don't know about this year, but like the fact that they're at least in the mix and like they'll be playing meaningful games pretty much all year, like that's great progress for this team considering how bad they've been the last few years. The improvement they've shown, like already, like these past 3 years, is pretty crazy. I mean, considering 2024, they have what the worst statistical year like ever or something like that. And last year they won, I believe, 20 more games. And this year, I mean, it looks like they're on course to be a 500 baseball team. I mean, that's pretty respectable. It's funny they have pretty much the same record as the Cubs now. Back when the Sox and Cubs played each other, like the Cubs were like 10 games ahead of us, and but the Cubs lost like 10 in a row, and now like we pretty much have the same record. So that's pretty hilarious. The Cubs downfall, I'm absolutely all here for that. So hopefully that keeps up, but we'll see what happens. It looks like they still got a pretty good team there, so we'll see. If the Guards lose, we are tied in division. Really? Oh, we're only one game behind the Guardians. Oh, we're closer than we thought. For some reason, I thought they had a bit of a gap on us, but I guess not. Vegas doing their little pregame routine. Such a weird ass routine here in Vegas. They got a night on the ice, and it's Vegas. They're going to put on a show and put on some extravagant acts. So I've actually been to that rink. It's pretty cool. Pretty nice arena. A pretty good atmosphere there. Like, they have a good kind of area around the rink. Nice places there. They do like a little march when they come into the arena before the game. Um, Good time there. I would say not amongst like probably among the top rinks I've been to. I've been to quite a few rinks now. I've lost track. I think it's 13 or 14 rinks I've been to now around the league. So almost half. So that's I'm trying. I want to tick them all off the list, right? I think my goal game plan would be eventually in my lifetime to hit every single NHL rink. So we'll see if we can accomplish that. I think that'd be a nice goal to set. So that'd be pretty cool. So I mean, if we could have the funds for that, right? Because unfortunately, those games cost a lot of money, so I can only afford so much there. But Vegas coming out onto the ice, they're skating through the night helmet there with the smoke billowing out. It's funny, I love these games. It's always like, 7 o'clock game time, and the puck drops 20 minutes later. You gotta love that. I mean, 7:15, we still haven't gotten going. We still haven't done the national anthem yet, so that's fantastic. But at this rate, I don't know if we'll get going by 7:20 or what. What happens there, but just patiently waiting to start this game here, right? Cleveland has 3 or 4 games in hand on us. Thought you just said if they lose that we're tied with them. Were you talking about somebody else? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, because I thought they were 3 or 4 games ahead of us. They should still be the Indians, by the way, the Guardians, really, like, they'll always be the Indians. That's the real I hope the Blackhawks never change their name. I don't think they would. I don't think they would. But yeah, you do I don't think they would. 34 and 30. That the Sox record? I believe that's a Sox record, right? Yeah. Also, bro's gotta join the movement of firing Jared Nightingale. That's the Ice Hawks head coach, right? I know you don't like him because I've seen you post a lot of stuff about how much you don't like him. Yeah, Ice Hawks weren't very good this year, were they? Like, weren't they last in their division? They were amongst the worst teams in the league, if I'm not mistaken. They were pretty bad. Although pretty much all like the major players there got called up to the Blackhawks, right? Because Nick Larda started the year with them. Vermora started the year with them. They had a few other guys too. Pretty much every like major player they had eventually got called up to the Blackhawks. So by that point, that pretty much nobody left. So definitely a much weaker team in paper compared to some of the past teams. And also, if you're bringing in a new coach, like that's gonna be an adjustment too. So um, I forgot who the coach was last year. I guess it was Sorensen before he was called up. Somebody else took over. Wasn't it Rob Klickhammer? Didn't he take over for a bit last year? I don't remember. Yeah, somebody like that. Somebody random. What happens there? Finally, time for the national anthem. It's 7:18, and it took him 18 minutes to do the national anthem. So there you go, dude. Yeah, we were so awful. I felt so bad for Comesso. Bro was balling out. Had to endure trash in front of him. Yeah, Camesso, I do think like yeah, like he had a better season. I think the numbers showed, right? I think a few people were kind of giving him crap for it, but I mean, you look at his past few years at Rockford, like he's been pretty good. The team around him has been kind of up and down. It feels like the Ice Hogs the past few years have been kind of hit or miss. Yeah, like this past year his numbers are a bit lower, but like he had pretty much no defensive from him because pretty much all the young defensemen are on the Blackhawks now. I know Dalmastro he played a bit in Rockford, but Nolan Allen eventually traded to San Jose, but they have pretty much no like young defensemen left. I guess Korchinski was down there still. Korchinski, but but yeah, like the defensive front of him struggled, so like his numbers weren't very good because he's facing what 30, 40 plus shots a game. So it's funny. Camesso played better with us in NHL than he did with Rockford. I mean, albeit only 3 games, but no, I like the way Camesso looked, man. Like I've said it many times. Like I think he should be the Blackhawks backup next year. Like I think Soderblom is like respect to Soda, but I think he's overstayed his welcome. I think he's done his role, he's fulfilled his role, but I want to see a new backup behind Knight next year. I think Soda's been fine, but we need somebody more consistent back there because with Soda, it's like he's either up here or he's down here, and there's like no in between. So with Camesso, I could see him being a bit more, you know what you're getting with him, and he's 24 now. Like he's only a year younger than Spencer Knight, right? So he's been in the AHL for 3 years. Plus, he played in college hockey too. So yeah, like he's been around for a while. Another Blackhawks legend, Corey Crawford. It took him a while to get going too. Like Crawford played for a long time with the Ice Hawks before he even saw like consistent at the Blackhawks. So definitely feels like they're definitely over ripening, Camasso. But goaltenders, I think it's good to give him kind of that time, that runway, and that development. So I think next year, if he's the backup, like I think he's ready to go. Like I think he's more than ready to be this team's backup next year. So I hope we see it. I hope we see it. I know Sybum's still got a year left in his deal, so we'll see what happens there. That might be a year out. I bet you Camesso would at least get some time at the Blackhawks next year. Like if hopefully Knight never goes down with an injury, but like if he was injured or Soda, like Camesso's a third stringer, he gets called up. But I think he should be the Blackhawks. I think he should be their backup next year. We'll see what happens there. What's your opinion on tanking in 2027 for Bedard level talent in the top four? My opinion is I don't want to say the word tank anymore. I am not acknowledging that word anymore. No more tanking. No more tanking. I'm done with it, man. Been 4 years of this. I'm done with it. We've had top four picks the last 4 years, right? Yeah, 4 years. So, yeah, been there, done that, man. I don't want to hear Landon Dupont's name even mentioned once next year. So, and if we are hearing that name, then somebody's got to get canned. So, yeah, I think this is the last year I want to see this Blackhawks team being 31st, bottom two in the basement. It's the last year I want to see that. So, not saying this team absolutely has to be in the playoffs next year, but Absolutely no interest in tanking next year. I'm done with it. No tank 5.0, 4.0, whatever it is now. Yeah, no, can't be doing. Can't be doing. It's 7:21 and we're just now starting the national anthem. Like this puck's gonna drop at 7:25, folks. I don't even care about the 2027 draft. I really don't care. Like I do not care. Like no more prospects, dude. Like we've had 11 first round picks the last 4 years. Like I don't even want to hear about the 2027 draft prospect. Like I do not care. This is the last draft I care about that, man. I do not care. No interest. No interest whatsoever. Yeah, we'll see. They're saying that now too. Like you don't know what's gonna look like a year from now, right? Because we've seen it many times, like the year before the draft, like oh, like whatever piece it is, it's the next big thing, and then a year goes by, and then suddenly their stock completely falls. So you don't. It's 16, 17. You don't know what these guys are gonna be like until they're at this level. Like you don't know how they're gonna project. It's all just kind of a guessing game. So yeah, I know. Like the 725 man. Like come on, like this is ridiculous. Just call it a 7:30 at this point. Like call it 7:30. Don't call it seven. Like it drives me nuts when they do that. I'll also be attempting to managing the clock and stuff. We'll see how good I do at that. It's probably something I'm going to forget a few times. So I'll try my best to manage the clock and the scoreboard and stuff. Again, we'll see how effective I am at that. Probably not very effective. Oh, look at that. We got the chat on the screen. Um, how's the placement there? Can I move it? Yeah, let's move it left a bit. I want to move the screen. I want to move the chat. Let me move the chat. I think it moved it. We'll see. Okay, there we go. Anthem's finally done. We should get the puck drop pretty soon here. Who do you guys got in this game, by the way? Who we got tonight? Not the series. Who we got tonight? I mean, I want to pick Carolina. My heart wants Carolina, but my brain's saying Vegas for this game, and they got the home ice. Game three. They're not gonna be happy with how the last game ended, right? I mean that game was in their grasp, and they just absolutely choked it. So they're gonna want to bounce back from that. So home ice, game three. It feels like it's Vegas's game tonight. But we'll see. I mean, Carolina, they've been pretty good on the road too. Anderson's gonna need a bounce back too, right? Well, he was all right in the last game, but for struggle. I think it could be a close game. Will we get another overtime tonight? Um, had the first overtime of the series in game two. Jarvis game winner. About time he did something. He's been pretty quiet in these playoffs, but that first line's been very quiet for them. The Aho, Svechnikov, Jarvis line's been pretty quiet, but they finally got going the last game. Puck's about to drop here. Let's see if we can get the score bug going here. Match time. All right, here we go. About to start puck drop. Come on, Carolina. You're the only team that could save us from a Vegas Cup, so hopefully you pull through here. Hopefully they pull through. Also, I'm probably gonna be a bit behind. You're watching the game. The stream is probably gonna be a bit. All right, puck has been dropped and we are underway. Vegas wins the opening draw. They ice the puck, or no, they don't. They wave it off. Anderson plays it. Vegas cuts it off. Four battle down low there. Vegas dumps the puck back in. They're starting with what line? Are they starting? Third line. That's the fourth line, I believe. All right, neutral zone action here. There's Brady McNabb. He's got his shield on. It's so impressive he's playing through that, man. Hockey players are built different. Carolina in the breakout here. Dump it in. All right, Carolina's got some ozone possession here. See who gets the first shot of the game. Oh, they turn it over. Bad turnover by Ehlers there. What's he doing? Vegas is possessing the puck. Varner lines out there. Varner gonna get the board in this game. I could see him having a big one this one. Needs to keep strengthening his case for the Conn Smythe. I mean, right now it feels like it's his to lose. If Vegas wins the cup, it's gotta be Mitch Marner's Conn Smythe, right? Who else has an argument there? I mean, I think Brett Howden's got an argument. Oh, I got stuff. I'm definitely gonna forget that a few times. Yeah, I think Marner's gotta be number one. I think either Dorf. I think Howden's probably number two. I think Howden, you could argue, should be their front runner. Considering he's a bottom six player and he's got 13 goals, I mean, I think he already has more goals in the playoffs than he had the entire regular season. So, like, I think he's got a very good case for it. But like, they would give it to Mitch Marner. Like, they would absolutely give it to Mitch Marner. So, I think Howden definitely has a case for it. Fader's been good too. I mean, he has what? He has 10 goals, I believe. So he has an argument. Carolina's got a shot. Top by Hart. I think Jack Eichel as well. Like, he hasn't had many goals. He has what, 2 goals the whole playoffs, but he's got like 15 apples. He's been really good, clutch as usual. So I think he's got a case as well. Honestly, Carter Hart, say what you will about him, like, he's been pretty good. So it's probably like 5 guys in that team that probably have an argument for the Conn Smythe. It would be Mitch Marner. Like, it would be Mitch Marner. There's no way it wouldn't be Mitch Marner for the storyline. At least fans would lose their mind, man. I'd be all here for it. I'd be all here for it. I hope it happens, man. I hope it happens. So, I mean, I want Carolina to win the cup, but like, if they don't, like, I hope Carolina's pressuring Vegas here. Looks pretty tough. Like, I'm watching the game, I'm trying to manage the clock, and I'm trying to like read chat too. So we'll see how well I manage that. If I don't do a great job reading chat all the time, that's why I'm like doing three. Doing like 3 things at once. So doing my best here. All right, Carolina's got possession. Shot from the point by Ghost. Got this fair. This is the net. I like to see if Carolina wins. I'd love to see a Taylor Hall Conn Smythe. That'd be pretty nice. Blackhawks legend Taylor Hall. I believe he leads Carolina in points. Right? I think he's got 16, if I'm not mistaken. Biggest got shot, kind of a muffin there. Anderson stops it. Yeah, Taylor Hall has been. I got to stop the clock again. Taylor Hall has been fantastic, man. Been dynamite for the clock match. Not minutes, seconds. 17:04. Go. Yeah, Taylor Hall has been. It's been that second line. It's been that Hall, Stankoven, Blake line's been kind of their top line effectively because they've been putting out the Aho, Jarvis, Svetch line against the other team's top lines. They've kind of been the defensive line. But in terms of like offense, it's been Taylor Hall and Logan Stankoven have been driving the offense. Stankoven's been, I mean, 5'8", whatever he is. He's kind of putting that. He's putting that small player myth to bed. I mean, every year you see a guy like that who performs in the playoffs, it just puts that myth to bed. But you still have these NHL GMs and stuff that overthink that stuff. And if you're below 6 feet, you can't perform in the playoffs. But like, we see it time and time again. That's just not true anymore. Game's changing. Carolina wins the D zone draw, and they're looking to break out here. Got the breakout pass there. Put it into the Vegas zone. Jeremy Lizoun here breaking out for Vegas. Mitch Marner line out on the ice against which line is that for Carolina? I believe. Okay, Jacob Slavin wins a board battle. Carolina looking to get it out there. Chatfield clears. Will this be an icing? Will be. Stop the clock. All right, let's catch up with chat. All right. My 1K from White Sox money line just hit. Really? 1K? I don't know if I believe you. I need to see some receipts on that one. Betting master, true. Although, I mean, to be fair, I mean, I feel like I recall in CHR a lot of your bets didn't hit, so I mean that'd be a change of pace. McNabb first shot and goal. I told you I was onto something. I mean, he didn't score, but he has the first shot, so I mean, I was half right there. You heard my prediction. He wants to make it come true, so pull through there. Looking for Eichel there, wasn't able to convert. Carolina clears. Hopefully, I'm not too far behind your streams. I imagine there's probably a bit of a delay from like what you're hearing me commentate on, and hopefully there's not too much of a delay there. 30 seconds at most. Here comes Vegas in the zone, looking for an opportunity here. Jack Eichel possessing, looking for a chance there. Turns it over. Carolina clears it. Comes Jack Eichel back in the zone, turns it over. Carolina clears. Nikolai Ehlers. Oh, here we go. Got to look here. Good D there. Vegas shuts off the play. Mark Stone breaks it out. Art the stop. As you can tell, I don't have a career in broadcasting. I will say though, Sean McDonough, I know that guy gets a lot of like slander, but he had a really good call for that game winner from Jarvis in game 2. That was a really good call. Really nailed that one. Kind of told it too, like as they were coming up to the power play, he mentioned like the Aho, Svechnikov, Jarvis trio is kind of coming up short. Like it kind of silence the critics that they get on the board here, and they did. So they definitely needed that one. If Carolina lost that game and gone down 0-2, heading to Vegas on the road, like they'd be pretty cooked. That definitely got him back in, and I forgot the clock again. Damn it. That's gonna happen a lot. I'll do my best if it, but yeah, that's gonna happen. But yeah, like Carolina absolutely needed that game too. They could not afford to lose that game. They came up big there. So I'm glad. I think for the sake of this series, that was an important game for Carolina. I'm glad they came away with it. What a choke job for Vegas though. What an absolute choke job. And what a and a multi-goal lead, I believe. Never controlling the game. I'm just letting it away from them. So, but hey, I wasn't upset to see it. I absolutely wasn't upset to see it. So you love to see it. The game one was great too. I mean, that was what 5-4 Vegas. That was back and forth too. And very back and forth. A lot of action, especially for a cup foul. Like you normally see a lot of structure, but been very back and forth so far. It's what you want to see. Good intensity. A lot of action, a lot of goals, which you typically don't see a lot of goals in the cup final, but there's been plenty in this series. Um, that's been good. It's been good to watch so far. I imagine I imagine things will kind of get cleaned up. Probably see like now it's been quite a bit. Hawks meme stream, absolute cinema. You know it. You know it. That's what we're here for. If this goes well, we'll see. We'll see what happens there. I'll consider it's something I might consider doing more of in the future. It's kind of experimentation. I did a bit of it. Well, I did a lot of it with CHR back in the day. So if it goes well, it's something I might do more of in this channel. It's something I want to get more comfortable doing too. Like, admittedly, like I'm better when it's not a live stream and like I can record the video and like you can edit out your mistakes and you're not live. Like, I don't necessarily love live streaming. That's why I haven't really been doing them. But I think you kind of got to get comfortable doing things you don't enjoy doing as well. So if I want to like grow this channel as large as I can and make this successful, like live streaming is something I should be doing. Like it's a lot of people do it. And like if I want to make something like in this space. Like, yeah, it's something you gotta be doing. So yeah, that's why we're here. And frankly, I did a lot of CHR, so it's not like I haven't had experience doing it. But when you're kind of running it on your own, it's a bit different, right? So, but yeah, getting more familiar, comfortable with it. So, hopefully, it's something we'll do more of and to make it a thing, right? Plus when I was at Chicago radio, like I figured it was kind of always I always consider it Lee's thing. Like he's always been very good at the live stream. Now he's been doing a lot of that in his channel. So um, it's probably not something I would do as frequently as him. Like I wouldn't do it as often, but maybe like I don't know, a couple times a month, do like a little Q&A, question and answer type thing. Um, Maybe do some Blackhawks games. So I thought this was a good time to kind of practice it. If this goes well, maybe we'll do the rest of the Cup final as well. We'll see. We'll see what happens there if I can, if I have the time for it, and maybe I'll do the rest of the Cup final as well. We'll see. But yeah, obviously, it would help if the Blackhawks are involved. It'd probably help with like the views and stuff. I figured, there's only gonna be so many people watch this because it's Vegas, Carolina. It's not like this is like it's not like this is Edmonton Panthers Cup final and Blackhawks obviously aren't involved. So there's only gonna be so many people tuning in. But appreciate the people that are here. Appreciate that. But yeah, no, I mean Saturday night too, and it's a good matchup. I mean, I know people joke about Vegas Carolina Cup final, two sort of palm tree southern markets, but it's been very good so far. It must be said. I forgot the clock again. But yeah, good to be here. Hire Ice Hogs memes to replace Davidson. You'd probably just call up all the Ice Hogs. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, how about me? How about Biok memes for Blackhawks, G? How about that? I think I like to see that. Let's get the clock back and see. How off am I think I'm pretty close. 13:41. Add on a few seconds here. Go. Right back. How are we doing, everyone? How's our Saturday nights going? Anything planned this weekend, chat? Got anything planned besides this game, hockey? What's on the agenda? What's on the plate? Or is it just a chill weekend and we're not really doing much? A chill weekend? Yeah. Pretty chill for me. I've just kind of been, doing my usual content, usual work, writing articles, working on videos, usual rigmarole. So, yeah. You think KD is going to listen to you and trade the pick? If I'm gonna be honest, no. Like I think you hear this sort of chatter every year. Every year you always hear this chatter. There's gonna be movement in the draft. You're gonna see teams trade, their top picks. When's the last draft you can really recall that happening? In the top like 5, 10. You'll see trades in like the middle, like the late first round. Obviously, second round onwards, there's a lot of movement, but like top 5 in the draft, really, like you rarely see a trade that high up. So I do feel like if there's any year where it makes sense, it's this year, just based on the fact the Blackhawks have already made, three top three picks, the last 3 years. And if Stenberg's not on the board, like there's nobody that really like absolutely wows me with that pick. Like I wouldn't mind Malhotra. I mean, I wouldn't mind Caleb Malhotra, but like it doesn't like, but that doesn't get me up in the morning. Right? Like it's a pick I'd be happy with, but it wouldn't be all like guns blazing, like holy shit, like the rebuild's over. Like Stenberg's the one guy where it's like he plays in NHL right away. He'd be in the call to running. He'd playing with Bedard and could kind of immediately kind of have that type of impact. So I got to remember the clock again. But so yeah, like if you're 100% confident that Stenberg's not going to be there, like I'm absolutely open to trade the pick. But what I worry about is the Blackhawks train the pick, and then Stenberg ends up dropping to 4, and then you look like a complete idiot. So I feel like the one scenario where Stenberg actually drops is the world where we end up trading the pick. Like you just know that would happen. So assuming it's like a trade where we're trading number 4 for a star, we could also, trade up, we could swap picks with San Jose. Toronto's not going to move their pick. Like they're not going to, pass up McKenna, but and Vancouver is not going to move their pick. So, but San Jose absolutely, there is an argument, for them to move the pick. Because they've already made, just like us, they've made, 3, top 2 picks, whatever, the past 3 years. They've already picked Misa, Celebrini, and Misa Celebrini. Who am I forgetting? Smith. So they've already made a lot of top picks. So it's like for them, I could see them wanting to kind of use that pick to acquire somebody on their back end because their defense is just so lax. But if they're making a trade of us too, it's like because like here's the thing, like I think San Jose like knows like they should take Stenberg at 2, like they should, but like they look kind of silly for passing on him, right? So it's like if you're trading down the Hawks for 4, then you take your defenseman and you're getting assets to do it. Like I think that makes sense for them. But then if you're the Blackhawks, then you're giving San Jose additional assets. Like is that something you really want to do? So yes, you're guaranteeing Stenberg at 2. Then you're giving up who are you giving up, to make that trade, right? Are you giving up that type of top prospect piece as well? And then you see them flourish with San Jose, and that'd be kind of tricky. You can't put them ahead of us. So, but yeah, I could see maybe a scenario with Blackhawks and Sharks, trade picks. I think probably still unlikely. It makes sense, but I just doubt that's actually going to happen, right? I feel like every year you kind of hear this chatter from people saying it's going to happen, but you rarely actually see action, in the top of the draft on draft day. Um, yeah, we'll see what happens. Well, if the Hawks are trying to make Nazar and Bedard and Frundell all centers, I don't see a way they pick Caleb. Well, yeah, I think when they say designing next year's roster, I imagine that's probably in reference to like what they do, over the offseason in terms of like, trades, free agent signings, etc. I don't know if that really impacts their draft decisions. I mean, it might. Because like that's the one scenario I think picking Maholtra makes sense. Because like if you do pick Maholtra, he's your 2C, then Frundell is on Bedard's wing. Like Frundell is then up there at Bedard. But which by the way, I don't agree with that, by the way. I do not agree with that whatsoever. I do not think Bedard, Frundell, and Nazar should all be centers. I think Frank Nazar should not be in the bottom 6. Like I understand you want to spread out the wealth. I get he's trying to be the Florida Panthers. He's trying to be the Florida Panthers, but the Blackhawks just we're not there yet, man. Like this isn't a playoff team. I think it's too early for that, man. I think right now, like you want to see Frank Nazar in the top 6 playing with either a Bedard or Frundell. Frankly, I think Frundell should be on Bedard's wing. Like I thought that's why we drafted the guy to be Bedard's wingman, to be his running mate. And yet, we're playing him at center. Like, yeah, I don't know. Like, to be honest, I don't agree with it. I mean, Frundell, to be fair, did look very good. He did look very good at center this past year. Like he mostly played, the 12 games he played. I think it was 9 at center and 3 at the wing, if I'm not mistaken. I'm getting the clock fixed up here, but yeah, like I think Frendell could do both. Like I think he'd be center and wing, but me personally, like if we're gonna make all 3 of them centers, like yeah, I just right now I just don't think I don't think it's a time for it. I think Rick Nazar is too good of a player to be in the third line. Like play Oliver Moore there. Oliver Moore could be the third line defensive shutdown center. He's your Jason Dickinson. Why are we playing Frank Nazar in the bottom 6? Like I don't like that, man. Um, I get what he's trying to do, but just no. Like he should be in the top 6. Um, Either him or Frundell should be the 2C, and the other one should be on Bedard's wing or Frundell. But yeah, in that case, like if it does affect the draft philosophy, then yeah, pick him a Holcher wouldn't make so in that case, it would either be Stenberg if he's there or defenseman. Which yeah, I really hope it's not a defenseman, but we'll see what happens. If we decide to keep the 4th pick and Stenberg probably doesn't drop, maybe he does, but there's been a lot of mock drafts that have had him dropping. I am extremely skeptical of them, as I've said a few times. I'm very skeptical, but you never know. You never know if enough of them say he's dropping. Clearly, there's some traction to it. Like these guys don't say that for nothing. So, if the Sharks decide they need a defenseman, and if if the Canucks really want the coach's son there, right? Because Kayla Holcher is related to Manny Malhotra. He's the Canucks' new the coach's new son there. So or the new Canucks coach's son, not the coach's new son. But mouth word salad there. But yeah, I'd still have a hard time thinking that Vancouver would pick Malhotra or Stenberg. If they do, I think Canucks fans would have a riot over that. And frankly, I don't think the Sedin brothers allowed that to happen. I mean, Dan Henrik's front office, you think they'd allow them to pass up their sweetest stud Stenberg there? I don't think so. Um, but we'll see. He is a center. Malhotra is a center, and you rarely see two wingers go up the top of the draft, right? You rarely see it. Centers tend to get a bump in their stock, defensemen too. That's why, San Jose take an defenseman too. Wouldn't it be crazy? I mean, the Blackhawks did. The Blackhawks took Arty Levshinov over Ivan Demidov, right? So like, it could happen again. It could happen again. So yeah. What's up, Justin? How you doing, Rager? I'm doing good. How about you? Nice to see you in the chat. A lot of the old CHR people here. Good to see it. Very good to see. That's another thing I want to build too. I want to build more community, right? Because these live streams, they do kind of provide some of that, right? They provide some of that back and forth, a bit of a community feel. Yeah, like it creates that sort of sense of community. So that's another reason to do them as well. So something I enjoyed back in the CHR days, something I want to try to emulate more here. By the way, guys, I actually started. I mean, I think you probably know by now, but I started Beyond Beam's Discord actually. So I have a link in the description, the bio of my page there. So click the link there, join the Beyond Memes Discord, and it's an opportunity to kind of, chat more with the Blackhawks community, Beyond people. So, yeah, links there if you want to join there. I think we got 130 members right now. It's only been up for a few weeks. I kind of recently started it, but got an opportunity to kind of create more of a large Hawks group chat, kind of bring the community together a bit more. So, something I want to do more of. Like, I want to involve people more. Right? I don't want it to just be me. Like, I want to involve my followers more. I want to involve my subscribers more. I think it's a lot more fun that way when you kind of involve people involved. So, yeah. If pick four is between Carols and Malhotra, who would you take? Hmm. So I would take Malhotra, and let me explain why. If you're taking Malhotra, he's your 2C, right? He's your 2C. It allows you to move Frondell to Bedard's wing in the top line. I think for that reason alone, that pick is worth making. I don't think Malhotra is going to be like a star player, but I think he's going to be a very solid second line center. And teams are always looking for that, right? Center depth is so important. You want to have that second line center that can go against the other team's top lines, right? I think Malhotra is the type of guy that could do it. He can produce too. I mean, he can produce too, but he's a very good defensive player. Um, he's kind of one of those meat and bones type guys, right? Very versatile. I think he would make sense in a second line center role. He wouldn't be ready to go next year, but 27, 28. I mean, he could be. He could make next year's team. I'd be surprised. He's probably a year away. If McKenna Stenberg are the only guys in this draft I see playing right away in the NFL. I mean, maybe Malhotra could crack next year's team, but just for me, yeah, from that standpoint, it allows you to move from Delta Bedard's wing. Nazar then, he'd probably still be the 3C, or he could probably move to the wing as well. Depends what they decide to do there, right? But for me, it's just picking a defenseman to at the top of the draft. I feel like they're harder to predict. They're much harder to predict versus forwards. How many times do you see defensemen taking the top of the draft and just don't quite they don't quite pan out the same way? Forwards are so much easier to project in terms of what they're going to be. They're so much more predictable. And the Blackhawks already had quite a few, top picks of defensemen that, you could kind of question there. So I think for me, when you already have such a young defensive pool, you already have, Artie and Randell and Evan and Kaiser Crevier and all these guys. What Vlasic, we have 6 defensemen that are 24 or younger. Then you want to add another one to the plate that's going to take how long is that defense going to take to develop? I mean, probably years down the line, right? Because Korchinski, I mean, he was picked 7th overall, and 4 years later, we're still waiting on him to develop. So defensemen take a long time, unless you're Matthew Schaefer. Like, they take a long time to develop. I mean, Levshinov's going to be a good defenseman one day, but he's going to be a project. He's going to be, he's a while away. He's going to be good one day, but I think those days are a long way away. So I think Renzel too. I think he's got a lot of potential, but he's still got a long way to go. Korchinski, who even knows of him? So yeah, look at the guys who performed well this year. It was Kaiser, it was Kreve, and those are 2020 draft picks, right? They've been around for a bit. So and Vlasic 2019 draft picks. So like no, not surprised that the guys who the older defensemen have more experience are the ones that played the best of the Blackhawks. So last year, the younger ones struggled. So I think for the Blackhawks, they're kind of starting to approach that sort of not win now mode, but the pressure is definitely more ramped up. Like, you want guys that could come in and kind of have that impact right away, right? So plus, if you're taking a top defenseman in this draft, like, it's going to force you probably to move somebody back there too. Like, if you're taking a right shot defenseman, what happens with Artie Renzel? Does one of those guys get kind of slide out there? Because I think Crevier, he's proven to be. I wouldn't move him, but On the left side, if you're picking Carroll's or left shot defenseman like Kwachinski knows almost certainly he's definitely going. I think with Vlasic and Kaiser back there, like where's the spot for Kwachinski? He's probably moved. So, which maybe that's the play. I mean, if you don't think Kevin's going to pan out, maybe that's the play, right? So, forgetting the clock, man. I keep forgetting the clock. But yeah, to answer your question, I think I'll lean towards Maholtra. I think Carroll is like he's got good potential. I think he could be a top pair defensive. Like I'm not confident enough in that reality where like he'd be pick at four for me. You gotta be 110% confident that he's like your left shot of the future. Carroll's is a left shot, right? I'm not tweaking there, right? Reed's a right shot. Veerhoff is a right shot. Smith's and Carroll's are left shot. I think. Somebody could fact check me there. I think that's it. Those are the four defensemen you would. Those are the only four defensemen you consider at that fourth pick, right? There's a couple other ones. Dax Rudolph, he's pretty. Um, yeah, I think it'd be between Chase Reed's probably gonna go number. I could see him going to the Sharks. I could see the Sharks taking Chase Reed at 2. I do think we've heard they like him a lot. I believe so. I think he's probably the top defenseman in this class. Chase Reed. I think he's got the most potential to be a star. He is a right shot though, and the Hawks you already have Artie Renzel on the right side, so it's a bit crowded there. It's a little less crowd on the left side, so you're probably more likely to take Carrolls or Smiths as opposed to a Veerhoff or a Reed. Veerhoff, I'll be honest, I haven't really been impressed with his tape. I would say if I'm going to rank the defensemen, I would say it's 1 Reed, 2 Carrolls, 3 Smiths, 4 Veerhoff. That's probably how I'd rank them. That's just me. Um, yeah. Let's see. Trying to catch up with chat here. Did I forget the clock again? No, I didn't. What if we offered number 4 and Korchinski for 2? Who says no? Um, I would make that trade. It's risky. It is risky because like if Korchinski ends up panning out in San Jose, like it would be tough to see that. It'd be really tough to see that, especially because like the Sharks are going to be our rival. That's a team we're gonna have to deal with a lot in the playoffs down the line. So you're kind of bolstering their defense. Like the Sharks' weak point is their defense. Like that's the one thing. That's the one thing we kind of have for them right now. Because like I think the forward cores are close, but I do think they have the edge there right now. I think the Hawks could close that gap. Especially with Cancer coming in, I think it's going to close that gap. Plus a full season for Frendell, it's going to close that gap because I do think Frendell clears Misa. But I think Cancer, I'd probably put him on the same wavelength as Chernyshev. I think those two are probably pretty similar. I think Cancer can actually be better, to be honest with you. Right now, Celebrity clears, but I think Bedard still can clear down the line. Like right now, like I give Celebrity the edge, but I do think Bedard, when he has more weapons around him, I think he's going to clear him when he has those better line mates and can stay healthy. Because I think this past year he was on Celebrity's wavelength. He was kind of even the start of the year he's better, honestly, but it's just that shoulder injury that fucked him. And then I think Nazar and Smith. I mean, you give Smith the edge there, but I don't think it's too. I wouldn't say those two are too far apart. Anyway, yeah, back to your question. Yeah, number 4, Korchinski for pick 2. Yeah, I mean, I consider it. I mean, if you're guaranteeing Stenberg at 2, like I think that's a trade worth making. It's just you're gambling there because you are giving the Sharks are then getting 2 very good defensive prospects. Whoever they pick at pick number 4, plus Korchinski, and suddenly like the defensive cupboards where they had nothing, suddenly they have a pretty stacked defensive core there. They have right now they have pretty much nobody. They have Sam Dickinson, they have Mahukama Doin, they have that college kid Kignoli, whoever his name is, the Italian guy. They have a Polkamp and somebody else. I forget the other guy's name, what Wallania, something like that. But the Sharks really don't have a ton of defensive pieces. That's their weak point right now. So it's like if you're bolstering that, that trade worth making, I don't know. I don't know if that's it's questionable. But for me, I think just guaranteeing Stenberg, guaranteeing Bedard's winger, his line mate, makes that trade worth making. Especially since if Frendell is gonna be the 2C, then you still got to find that, right? If Frendell's the 2C, which it looks like he is going to be the 2C, you still got to find Bedard's guy. You still got to find him. So, because if Nazar is going to be the 3C, like who is it? I mean, Kanchov could be, but you don't know. Kanchov might be more of a second line player. We don't know we don't know what Kanchov is going to be. Nick Lardis, we don't know what Nick Lardis is going to be. We don't know what Oliver Moore is going to be. Ryan Green, right? Like there's nobody that's a sure thing, at the moment to be Bedard's number 2 wingman for the future. Like we don't, it's not a guarantee right now. Stenberg would solve that issue. He would solve that issue. He'd be the guy. I think that's the biggest missing piece of this team now, right? It's really that. You feel good about the goaltending. The defense, I think there's a lot of potential. I think you just got to be patient with the defense, right? I think right now, I know there's some question marks there, but I think you just got to give it time. I think I could give that back end time. I do think there's a lot of potential back there. But I do think a lot hinges on that defense, though, of those guys reaching that potential. If they don't, then there probably are some question marks there. Yeah. Sorry Sorry, let me get caught up in the chat. I've been kind of rambling. That was correct. Okay. The Artie stock hasn't ever been this low. You can't read too much into that right now. I mean, I think, to be honest, Levchinov had pretty much exactly the rookie year that I thought he would have. It was a roller coaster. Well, here's the thing: like, he did show flashes. He showed signs. It wasn't like it was all a disaster. I mean, let's be honest. Like, there were more negatives than positives. There were more cons than pros. Like, he definitely struggled last year, but it was his rookie year. 19, 20 years old. I think, to be honest, was he ready last year? Probably not. Probably would have been better off in Rockford, if I'm going to be honest with you. But hey, I think he got that experience. He got those games under him. I think he's going to be a lot better off for it. He knows what he needs to work on. Hawks know what he needs to work on, what he needs to work with his development, staff on. I think with him, like, he's got the raw tools, he's got the intangibles, he's got the skill set. He needs to work on his hockey IQ. Like, he absolutely needs to work on his hockey IQ, his decision making. As a poor defenseman myself, albeit lower level high school, travel hockey, right? Like, I feel like I know defense is probably the position I know the most about, in terms of, like, skill sets and stuff. And yeah, just Artie, man, just the decision making with him needs to be better. Too many muffins up the middle of the ice, and you got to go off the boards and the glass. Too many turnovers. And just the watching them try to make him the power play quarterback last year is just every time he tried to, like, break out the puck on those pushing back entries, it was just a disaster, man. Like, it was hard to watch. I like Artie. Like, I do think he's going to be a good player down the line. I think you just have to be extremely patient with him. I do think he's going to be very good down the line. I think he's got a lot of good tools. He's got a powerful stride. He's got offensive instincts. Something he can work on there. Big guy too. He's got to use his frame a bit more because he is. I think he has potential to be a very physical defenseman. You want to see him kind of use that frame there. Get a bit meaner, get a bit tougher, right? Kind of lean into that body more. But he is built. He is tough. He's to work as a defensive game. I think there were some shades of Seth last year for his defensive games. So something's got to work on there. But no, I do think Levshot is going to be good. It's just, I think it's probably 3-4 years away. Like, I think, he's a project defenseman. He's a project defenseman. Um, and yeah, just picking a project defenseman at 2 over Ivan, is questionable. It is very questionable. Definitely the one thing in Davidson that I probably question the most is that 2024 draft. It's not that Levshinov's not going to be a good player. I think he will be, but you don't take a project defenseman over, a franchise winger in Ivan Demidov, over a guy who could be the next Nikita Kucherov. Like, you just don't do that. You don't do that. I've always thought you draft off of best player available. You don't draft off of positional need. That always, more often than not, that backfires on you when you do that. More often than not, backfires on you. At the top of the draft, later on in the draft, you could do that. But at the very top of the draft, when you have a top 5 pick, just pick the best player. Don't overcomplicate it. Not overcomplicate it. Don't overthink it. Same thing in this draft, right? Same thing in this draft. Hopefully, the last time we have to worry about it, right? Um, but yeah, I questioned that pick at the time. I still question it now, but I do hope Artie can become that defenseman for us, right? I don't know if he's going to be like ever a Norris Trophy type guy. I think he's probably more of a number 2. That was a nice play by the Carolina player. Was that Ehlers? Yeah, Ehlers had a nice opportunity there. I believe it was him. I don't really talk much about the game. Carolina's got 6 shots. Vegas only has 2 shots, 17 minutes in the game. I didn't feel this would become Blackhawks talk. I didn't feel this stream would become Blackhawks talk. I haven't really focused much on the game. Oh, it's nothing. So much has happened here. What was I talking about? Artie. Yeah, Artie. I think Artie's going to be a very good, like, number 2 guy. I don't know if he's ever going to be that number 1, though. Like, I don't know. He could be. He has potential to be, but I think he's a long way away from that. He's got a lot of things to work on. He's got so much to work on. But he's young. He has time. So, 2024 draft pick. So, I think it's too quick to judge there. I think we got to give him time. Because there are a lot of Hawks fans that have been very hard on him. I understand why. I completely understand. Um, that was Davidson's decision. It wasn't, Davidson's decision. Probably get more of the flack. I think Artie probably just had, unrealistic expectations. I think you got to give him that time. It's not comparable right now. Forwards translate quicker to the NHL than defensemen, generally speaking. Unless you're Matthew Schaefer, forwards tend to progress a lot faster, tend to develop much quicker than defensemen do. I mean, look at defensemen in the Blackhawk system right now, right? Generally speaking, defensemen take, many years, as Chris Pronger said. Like, it takes some, like, probably a couple hundred games until you can really start to truly judge them from that point. Not the same as the forward. That kind of tend to kind of project a lot quicker because it's much easier. It's much easier for a young forward to kind of translate quicker than a defenseman because you have more support around you. When you're a young defenseman, you're going up against other teams' top players. That's a tough transition. That's a tough transition, especially when you're coming from, in Levchnev's case, he started in Belarus, then he went to the USHL, then to college, then to Rockford, then the Blackhawks. Like he made like 5 jumps in like just a few years. So he's still so raw. Such a raw prospect. Like I don't think we've seen him close to like the best of what he but yeah, it's hard to translate right away. Whereas if you're a young forward, you come in and you got sort of established center winger that you're playing with, it's that kind of can help you kind of get adjusted to the league more, and there's just less responsibilities, right? It's not like you're expected to be on the special teams right away. If you're a young defenseman, they probably want you to, probably going to give you that responsibility, on your shoulders. Whereas if you're a young forward, you can play more sheltered minutes, less minutes of ice time. Obviously defensemen they play a lot longer versus forwards who don't play as much, and typically don't have, especially if you're a winger too. Like wingers have the least amount of responsibility out there. Centers probably have the most responsibility, then defensemen, then wingers. So when you have less responsibility, less on your kind of your plate from that front, um, it's definitely it's easier to adjust, right? So yeah, that was word salad, but hopefully you kind of understand what I'm talking about there. Yeah, what are we talking about here? Talking about Rockford. Yeah, I think Rockford should be better next year. I know they struggled this past year, but I think next year, I mean, Boisvert's probably going to be down there. Boisvert could be with the Blackhawks, but I think Boisvert he's probably with the Ice Hogs next year, at least for most of the year. And Acker's going to be there, right? Yeah, they're going to have Merrick Van Acker. They're going to have A.G. Spellacy. Um, yeah, they should be better next year. I know they struggled this past year, but they're gonna have some reinforcements there that should help their cause. Um, that this past year was a struggle for them. So yeah, there's most of the young players on the Blackhawks now. So yeah. I'm actually doing a better job managing this clock than I thought I would. Yeah. Haven't had to do anything with the goals yet. We'll see if anything happens there anytime soon. Carolina pressuring here. Got to commentate this game a little bit. I haven't really spoken much about this game. Definitely been very defensive oriented so far. Definitely kind of a change of pace compared to the first 2 games. The first 2 games are very open offensively. A lot of back and forth both ways. This game seems to be a lot more defensive structured. A lot more trap hockey. A lot more physicality. Less open ice. There hasn't been any open ice in this game, is what I've noticed. Definitely much more structure in this game. I mean, it's not a surprise. Normally, as the series develops, you see less and less offense because these teams have more tape on each other. They have more time. They've studied the opponent more. So there's less sort of that track meet style hockey that you see kind of early on. Oh, here's a chance. Backhand there. Good stop by Hart. Hart said no to that goal. Carolina pressuring down low. Stopping the point. Didn't quite get on net there. Vegas escapes the pressure. Or a battle here about in the middle of the ice. Oh, got a bit of a scrum here. Oh, wow. A bit of a fight brewing. Get a lot of these scrums in the playoffs. Much more physical time of year. Hawks need some dogs there, man. That's something I've noticed these playoffs, man. It's like Hawks do have size in their back end, but like on their forward core, it's definitely a very, it's a smaller, definitely undersized core. They do have some guys in the system that could be those dogs. And they got backup Nestrasol, like 6'5". Mason West is 6'5". Van Acker's a dog. Bob Ayer's a dog. Spellacy's a dog. But yeah, like the Blackhawks definitely, that's something that'll be something, they might have to, look at in the future, right? Because like their top six is definitely more, sub 6 foot, sub 200, fast, speedy players. Um, Probably gonna need some dogs up there. Frondell's a dog. Frondell's a dog. Yeah, a lot of skill up there, but playoffs you need some. You don't want to get out competed, physically and kind of worn down from that standpoint. Um, those guys that can kind of bring those physical games to the playoffs. The defense has it. Like the defense in the Blackhawks, like they got that size. I mean, between the Twin Towers of Vlasic, who's 6'6", and Treve, who's 6'8", and Renzel's tall, but like that guy needs to eat some accounts, man. Like he needs to bulk up. He absolutely needs to bulk up. Kind of get meaner, get tougher. Use his body more because he's a bit too fragile out there. Like gets kind of bullied off pucks too much and needs to work on his board battle play. Um, Kaiser, he's kind of more middle size, but who else am I thinking of? Korchinski too. Like that's another guy too. Could probably bulk up a bit, similar to Renzel. Artie's pretty big. Yeah, pretty much all the defensemen back there are above 6 feet, if I'm not mistaken, well over 200 pounds. The Blackhawks have plenty of size in their back end. Um, that's kind of the formula that Davidson's been doing, right? Size in the back end, speed up front. That's kind of what he's trying to do. Um, Kind of similar to what we've seen out of like the 2020s Avalanche Tampa. It seems like he's kind of trying to emulate those teams from how he's kind of constructing this team for the future. Extreme hypothetical. What if we trade number 4 for Elias Pettersson? Vancouver retains like 35% or something. Um, I think Vancouver probably want it probably be fourth plus something. I know Pedersen has dropped off in form the past 2 years, but like he's not that far removed from being a 100+ point player. I mean that's a guy that change of scenery. That could still be a first line center right there. He's with the Blackhawks. Like, is he the second line center, or do they move him to the wing of Bedard, or is Bedard, or is he the first line center? Is Bedard moved to the wing? That's another question mark. But yeah, Pedersen, he has dropped off the last couple of years. I mean, 51 points last year, I think 40 something the year before. To be fair, the Canucks have been an absolute disaster. They've been brutal the past couple of years. So I don't think that's helped his cause. I mean, they were last year, and I think he's just kind of checked out there. It seems like he's definitely checked out there. It'd be a hard time seeing him, on that team next year. They're kind of entering a rebuild now, obviously, with Ryan Johnson coming in, the Sedin brothers, and new coach as well. They're definitely entering a rebuild there. So the best of luck with that. As we've seen here, they take a long time these days. So best of luck to Vancouver. Um, Amazing how quickly that team fell off too. I mean, 2024 they were like they won the division, were in the playoffs, and 2 years later they've completely blown the whole thing apart. So or will be. So I mean, if it's not Stenberg, I'm open to it. If it's not Stenberg, I'm assuming any trade for pick number 4 is the assumption that he's off the board. So um, I would think they want more than that though. Like they probably want 4 plus, like I don't know, a Lardis or more, or somebody of that ilk. I don't think the 4 alone would get it done. Um, Also, yeah, the $11.6 million contract. I mean, yeah, the Hawks had $40 million of cap space. You mentioned that they were retained, but like 35% or something. But I mean, the Hawks have enough cap space where they might not, they might not retain. They might not in a deal for Chicago. They might not have to retain. Obviously, that cap will be eaten up pretty quick because Bedard's going to be being paid what 15 million, and um, so yeah, I mean that cap's gonna be up pretty quick. But I mean, even after the Bedard extension, like, there's still gonna be what $25 million to work with. So there's plenty of cap there. I think the Hawks have the most cap space in the NHL. It's either them or San Jose. Um, yeah, I mean, I think Pedersen. Like, I think they're still a very good player. I mean, I will say though, like, you question the effort sometimes of him. I will say, um, and just the all around game. I think he's got good offensive abilities, good tools, very skilled player. I question if he has that dog in him that you need come playoff time. I do question that. I think there are other guys that are target ahead of him. Um, Depends what the package looks like. It depends what the package looks like. Um, I wouldn't say he's like top of the list of guys I would target, but he'd be a guy to consider. But if he does turn around though, it's like man, like I mean, yeah, I mean you consider it. I mean he's not that far removed from what 89 point seasons in Vancouver. Um, Last couple of years, like what's happened though? Like what's happened? Like he doesn't look like the same player anymore. Yeah, I only know what's going on with him, but I think it might just be a Vancouver issue. Maybe he thrives elsewhere. He's still very young, right? What is he? 2017 draft pick, right? So he's what? When is he gonna be like 28 or something? Not mistaken. So he's entering his prime age. Um, so he has time to bounce back. Yeah. Pens have most cap space, 45 million. Sharks have 41. Hawks and Sharks both have 41. Sharks are stealing our flow, man. The Sharks are always stealing our. um, what I'm curious is, once Bedard signs his contract, the Celebrini contract, right? Because obviously he does have to sign this summer. He could sign next summer because he's got another year left essential of a contract. But if I'm back with Celebrini, like you just had 15-point season, Olympics of Canada, you're fourth in the league in production. Like, why wouldn't you sign this summer? Like, why would you wait a year? Like, I would just sign that contract now if I'm back with Celebrini. Like, he could probably make more than Bedard right now. I think they're probably waiting on Bedard. They're probably waiting on Bedard to extend, and then his cap's gonna be like, hey, this is what he's making. Give us that plus whatever. So, um, right now, I think right now, obviously, I think down the line, I think Bedard could project to be the better player, obviously. But right now, I think in terms of contract negotiations, Tampa probably be saying that we should get more than that. So I think Bedard's going to cause a ripple down effect, right? It's not just Celebrini, it's Leo Carlson, it's Sam Fantilli. There's a lot of RFAs that are kind of due new contracts. Will Smith. Yeah, I think Bedard's kind of going to set the table there in terms of you're going to see a domino effect, trickle down effect of a lot of these big ticket contracts this summer and beyond. So we'll see what happens there. Let me move the chat there. It's kind of a weird spot. I didn't even notice that much. I don't know if I move the chat. There we go. Both Dickinson and Mikheyev rebounded nicely for us when they got out of Vancouver. That's true, although those two are more role players, right? Dickinson, Mikheyev, whereas Pedersen's, he's a star player. He's a core guy. I think situations are a bit different there. I think both Mikheyev and Dickinson's roles in Vancouver, weren't quite the same as they were in Chicago. I think both of them fit in very nicely here because they got that time, the penalty kill, where it's kind of easy for them to translate from that regard, right? Especially on, Dickinson was a second line center for a while there, right? Obviously, the past couple of years he wasn't, but when the Blackhawks, the covers weren't quite as full. Like he was second line center for a while, so he had a lot of ice time and first penalty kill responsibilities. And Mikheyev as well, like he's always had a very clearly defined role here, so it's kind of less competition from that standpoint. So I think both of them had more opportunities in Chicago than they did in Vancouver. So I think it's probably easier for them to kind of have that rebound. Same can be separate. I mean, for Pedersen though, like if he's playing with Bedard, I know he's a center, but like you would think, I guess yeah. What would happen there? Like, would he be the second line? Because Bedard's the first line center, like he is. Like so, probably spread them out. Pedersen then second line, and then Frendell is on Bedard's wing or Pedersen's. I guess he'd be on. Frendell. You got the Swedish connection there. I just thought about that. Yeah, so you could play Frendell on Pedersen's wing. Then you have the Swedish duo there. So yeah, could be onto something there. Um, yeah, it depends on the pack, but yeah, could be something there. Could be something there. Tel Aviv Sharks. You're goddamn right. Israel Sharks. Benjamin Netanyahu's favorite team. This stream is going to get taken down now. Hopefully YouTube doesn't mind those jokes. I don't know. Yeah. Pedersen's been really going through it personally. I hope he can bounce back sometime. The player he can be. Yeah, it's been sad to see. Like, he seems like a cool guy. And when he's at his best, he's one of the most fun players in the league to watch. Like, you look back at some of his highlight reels from a couple of years ago. He's a dynamic player, man. He's got that body on him too. He's got that frame as well. So, yeah, when he's at his best, like he absolutely can be amongst the league's best. So, hope he can bounce back. Whether that's it's probably gonna be elsewhere. I have a hard time seeing him stick around in Vancouver. Maybe, with the Sedin brothers coming in, maybe that Swedish kind of duo there, maybe saves his bacon and maybe he sticks around as kind of, somebody that could kind of build around. But I don't know. It just feels like he's been checked out there. Vancouver doesn't now. It feels like he's been checked out there. I think he needs a change of scenery. Just like a JT Miller. Who was the problem? Was it JT Miller? Was it Pedersen? Was it both? I don't know. There's a lot of drama there, but at the moment, it looks like JT Miller was the problem. Not even worse. So, but yeah, it feels like a Pedersen trade. Oh, Dylan Larkin. How about that? Oh, Dylan Larkin. I don't think he's a future Blackhawk, but where's he? Larkin go? That's pretty wild in Detroit, man. I mean, the Yzer plan has completely collapsed. Surely you didn't survive this, right? I mean, you have your captain demanding a trade. It's been 10 years since they last made the playoffs. Steve Yzerman, like, how much longer does he have the keys? It can't be much longer, right? Like, what's the patience level out there from Detroit ownership and management? Like, it can't be much longer, surely. This past year is a disgrace. They were in the playoffs every month until April, the Red Wings. They were in the playoffs from October until March. They lost a playoff spot, like, literally the last couple weeks of the season. Like, that's just a complete disaster, man. I feel so bad for Patrick Kane. He went there thinking they'd be a playoff team. Detroit's been robbing us of playoff Kane, man. Like, he could have just stayed here. You could have just stayed here, Kaner, and gotten the same amount of playoff hockey. So, yeah, great decision there. But, yeah, it just hasn't been working out. So, I don't know what happens at Yzerman. Detroit. Like, the Red Wings, too, like, so, like, what happens there? Like, what's the package going to be? Like, are you going to be trying to look for another star in return? Like, because, like, or they going to have to enter another rebuild. Are they going to have to enter another rebuild? Like, what happens there, man? Because Larkin is the identity of that team. He's your cap. He's the guy you've been building around. Like, the entire, the speed of the team that you've been building around. It's all centered through Larkin. That's your guy. You're Michigan native. Michigan Wolverine. U.S. Olympian. Gold medalist. Gone. What kind of message does that send the rest of the team? What ripple-down effect does it have? Patrick Kane, like, he's a free agent this summer. Like, does he still extend there with Larkin being gone? Going to be traded? Most likely. Yeah, like, does Patrick Kane still decide to extend there? I know he likes playing with Alex DeBrincat. I know that connection there is obviously that alone might be why Kane stays. Because I think that's kind of the whole reason Alex DeBrincat and I know his son likes it there a lot, and I think just playing for Original Six franchise. I know he played a lot of hockey growing up in the Michigan area as well with the Honey Baked squad there in Detroit AAA team. So Kane's very familiar with the Detroit area. Um, so yeah, I'm not surprised that he enjoys playing it there, and he's been a good fit. But um, I wonder if Kane could be a because they have a captaincy to fill there. So if Kane does decide to extend, is Patrick Kane the future captain of the Detroit Red Wings? I mean, that would be bittersweet to say the least. Child of me would have thought that I guess with Tays, I guess not the Blackhawks, but Devon A. But would you imagine child of you seeing Patrick Kane be the captain of the Detroit Red Wings? I don't know. I mean, it'd probably be Mort Sider. It'd probably be Mort Sider, probably be the captain. Even Alex DeBrincat, maybe. Does DeBrincat want? I mean, I guess he's from Michigan also. But yeah, like Detroit seems cooked, man. They absolutely seem cooked. Yeah, disaster over there in Hockey Town. Longest playoff drought in the NHL now because obviously Buffalo Sabres they broke their 15-year drought this year. So now the Red Wings have the longest drought in the NHL now with 10 years. So things aren't going so smoothly over there in a Hockey Town. There, I'm trying to move this chat. It's just not working. I don't know. Whatever. I guess it's just stuck there. So something I'll have to fix in the future. Whatever. We'd have to press the alt. The chat not moving. I keep trying to move it. Whatever. I'm still trying to figure out how this live streaming stuff works. So a bit rusty. Kane to Buffalo. The timing finally makes sense for him. I mean, yeah, they are a playoff team now. Although Kane did give him the old shush when he played him in Buffalo this past year, right? Detroit beat Buffalo in a late regular season game, and Kane was hushing the crowd. So I don't know if the Buffalo fans love that one too much. They do seem to give him shit a lot when he plays his hometown games. Um, he's the best to ever come out of Buffalo, so I'm not really sure why. But they used to boom a lot back in the day, Chicago too. They used to boom a lot when he played there, but yeah, I mean the timing does make. I mean, you're right. The timing does make sense from that standpoint. I mean, I think the reason Kane probably didn't go there before is because they were stuck in a rebuild and they weren't going anywhere. The Sabres were a disaster for many years, but now, I mean, there are not many teams in the league you can say probably have a brighter future than the Buffalo Sabres. I mean, past year, I mean, a lot of offense to work with too. A lot of weapons for him. If Tage Thompson there, that's a good weapon there to work with, and guys like Jack Quinn and Krebs, and there's so much pieces there. I don't know if Tuck's gonna extend there. We'll see what happens with Alex Tuck if he extends in Buffalo or not. But no, it's a very talented team. Josh Stone, there's a lot of good pieces for him to potentially play with there. So, and not just the offense. I mean, the defense. Rasmus Dahlin. I think that'd be a good power play connection there for him. Um, yeah, I mean Buffalo. You finally get a chance to play your hometown team there. I mean, that's his true hometown is Buffalo, right? Obviously, he did spend a lot of time in Detroit growing up, but Buffalo is where he's born and raised, and yeah, finally got a chance to kind of play with them in the playoffs and maybe try to lead them to their first cup. They're still looking for that. The Sabres are still looking at that first Stanley Cup. How about the Buffalo native Patrick Kane right off the sunset, bringing home a cup for his childhood team? I think they're. I think they're. Yeah, I'd be down for that. I'd be down for that. I like the Sabres. I like the Sabres. I've never disliked the Sabres. They're out there in terms of teams I like. I've never had anything. I wish he'd come home, but there's no chance that would ever happen. There's no chance. The Blackhawks, unfortunately, they wouldn't bring back. Um, it's a shame we'll never see the Kane Bedard connection. I think that could have been special, but in another life, in another life, in another timeline, a logical Canadian raid. Hello, everybody. Just dropped a like and dropped a sub. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I appreciate the raid. Hello, how you doing? Logical Canadian. I'm sorry about the Canadian Cup drought continuing there. The Canadians not making it there. I wish the Canadians could have made it this far, but yeah, the Canadian teams in this playoffs. What happened to the Oilers? I mean, first round exit. I mean, Stan Bowman. I don't know what's going on there in Edmonton. I mean, back to back years making the Cup Finals, and the one year they wouldn't have to deal with the Florida Panthers because they missed the playoffs and they're out in the first round. I mean, kind of a disaster there, right? So, what other Canadian teams made the playoffs this year? Why can't I remember them? Montreal. Who am I missing? Ottawa. Ottawa was a first round exit. Yeah. That's it, right? It was Ottawa, it was Montreal, and it was Edmonton. Am I forgetting anyone? Yeah, I don't think I'm forgetting. Just Toronto missed, Winnipeg missed, Vancouver missed, and Calgary missed. The Hawks do have a bright future ahead. They do. Like, let's not forget that. Like, there's been a lot of doomers in Blackhawks Nation of late. There's been a lot of doomers, but Hawks have a bright future. Like they do. Like they have, one of the top, kind of young pipelines in the league, and most of them have arrived now. And they have the cap space, they have a draft capital for Davidson to be aggressive this summer and upgrade this team. And Bedard's only gonna get better. Nazar's only gonna get better. These young guys keep getting better. So, um, Brendel coming in, Kanserov, Spencer Knight in net. He's always gonna give you a chance to win. Um, it's really about seeing the young defense take that step forward. The Blackhawks will be right there. They'll be right there. I don't think they're that far away. I think they can push for a spot next year. I think they can. I think I mean they gotta find 20 more points at least. They had 72 this past year, 29 wins. So they have to be kind of that they have to be sort of that, if they could find 10 more wins, 20 more points. I mean the Sharks improved by 30 points this past year. I think it was 34. They went from 52 to 86 this past year. I mean, if Bedard is, playing the year if Bedard is playing the way he did next year, the way he played the first couple months of the year, and he's doing that for a full year next year, he's well over 100 points and in the hard conversation like Celebrini was. I mean, why can't the Hawks be in the, 90-point range fighting for a wild card spot? I mean, I think it's possible. I think it's possible. Um, I don't think that's being completely delusional. I mean, I think it's about time, man. It's been 6 years. Um, I think it's gone on for long enough, man. I think it's time for the Blackhawks to kind of get back in that conversation, not come out of this rebuild. I think we've been patient, but I think now's the time to kind of raise the aggression pressure meter from that standpoint. I think we've reached that point. Bedard's gonna be freshly extended. He's gonna be the captain. Year 4 of him too. I mean, you don't want to go too many years, not making the playoffs with him, right? So, um, Davidson too. Year 5 for Davidson as well. So, he had a 5-year plan when he took over, a 5-year rebuild plan. I don't think he'd go 5 years being, bottom of the league. So I think next year, even though he got extended by Wirtz and co, I do think there is some pressure on Davidson next year. I'm not really sure, if the Hawks don't make that progress, like eventually the seat starts getting hot. So I think he's still got time. I don't think I think he's still safe there, but I do think the pressure starts to ramp up if they don't see some, you know, more progress because they've won a few more games, they got a few more points. They've improved from 52 to 61 to 72. So they've made some small gains the past few years, but we need to see a leap. We need to see a leap, right? We've been kind of taking baby steps, but we need to see that jump, right? Like that 0708 type season. That's what we need. It looked like we had that for like the first half of the year. It looked like we were getting that, October, November. Let's not forget that, like it looked like we were having that last year. And then that St. Louis game happened. Bedard, separates his shoulder, and the rest of the year was a complete disaster. So, but yeah, it would be nice if we could kind of get that season for a full year next year. I think that'd be nice to see. That'd be cinema. Read time. Let's go. Or raid time. I said read. Base read. Catching up with chat. I've kind of been half reading chat, trying to catch up. I feel like we should be capable of getting one of Pedersen, Larkin, Barzell, or Nyes. Now, Matthew Barzell, I think that's the one that not enough people are talking about. I think Matthew Barzell would be perfect for kidding me? Also, he's Connor Bedard's dream line mate. Like he's trained a ton with Barzell over the offseason in recent years because they're kind of around that same area there in North Vancouver. So they're very familiar with each other. They played with each other a lot. Barzell too is such a speedy player. He's got those Patrick Kane hands. He's a playmaker. Imagine him dishing Bedsy because I do think in that case, he's probably center. Bedard's probably his wing. In that case, he's probably moving the wing, and I think the connection those two could have. I think Barzell is a perfect line mate for Bedard. That's kind of what we're looking for, right? We're still kind of trying to find that guy for him, and I think Barzell absolutely could be a guy there. I know, and the Islanders are. I believe he's the guy that they're shopping there, right? If I'm not mistaken, right? On their trade block. So, not really sure why. I mean, the Islanders are kind of making that rise now with Matthew Schaefer coming in, and they didn't miss the playoffs by much this past year. So, yeah, I don't know what's up there. Barzell too, like I don't think we've seen even close to like as much offensive production as you can get out of him because the Islanders have typically had a more defensive system. So he's never really amassed a ton of points, but I do think playing with Bedard, I think his numbers would go through the roof. I think he still has an equal his rookie year. I think his rookie year is his best season in the NHL in terms of points. Oh, here comes Mark Stone. Ah, god damn it. Fuck. Vegas has scored. Something has happened in this game. Where is the score button? I don't even know where it is. There it is. Golden Knights goal. Mark Stone has interrupted my Barzell discussion. Very rude of him. Fuck. Mr. LTIR merchant is back. Surprised he's healthy this time. Vegas on the board first. Who Mark Stone first goal? I said it'd be Brady McNabb. That didn't happen. That was a random prediction. How'd this happen? Brett Howard assist. Oh, he's been scoring a lot of goals. Rare to see him get an assist. What is that? 17 points for Brett Howden now? Mark Stone, he's been what, point per game, right? He missed a few games. He was injured for a bit. Injured in the Avalanche series. Just 5-0 there for Anderson. Bit of a defensive lapse there. What happened there? It's good zone entry, good passing by Vegas. Oh, they're challenging this? They're challenging this. Offsides? Is that what they're challenging? I don't have volume. I'm just going off of caption because I don't want you guys to hear the TV. So um, I don't really know what they're challenging here. I assume it's offsides. I don't really know what else they'd be challenging. Yeah, Vegas looks like they may have the lead this game. Barring this coach's challenge by Brindamore. We'll see what happens here. How about Torts, man? How about John Tortorella coming in? Coming in this team late, bringing him to the cup final. Oh, yeah, wait a minute. Yeah, this could be offsides. I gotta get another look at that. Is it possession? They go off possession now. I mean, he's not touching the puck, and his feet are past the blue line. So, like, that's offsides, right? Am I wrong? Unless they consider that to be possession, the puck is near him, and this got to be offsides, right? Am I wrong? I mean, it looks like he does have possession there. Here's Dave Jackson. I agree with whatever call the refs make. Pretty much every ESPN. It's pretty much every ESPN game. There we go. Yep. Okay. Take that, Torts. There we go. Oh, let me take that off the board. Let me take that off the board. Can I take it off? There it goes. Back to 0. There we go. Yeah, because he's not touching the puck. He's not touching the puck. Although I thought it was possession now. I thought it was possession. They don't have to be touching the puck. I thought they changed it. Maybe, I don't know. Who knows? It's one of those random calls. But yeah. Anyway, back to 0-0 here. Mark Stone's goal is off the board. Got 0-0 hockey game back. Good challenge by Brindamore. Risky play. It's risky to do these challenges, man, because you get it wrong, then they put you in the penalty kill, and they give the other team a power play. Which, by the way, I think is the stupidest rule of all time. Like, why introduce the challenges to the coaches if you're going to punish teams for getting them wrong? I think you should be limited how many challenges you have. Like you should only get like a couple a game, but yeah, like to give teams a penalty if they get it wrong. I've always thought that's such a dumb rule. Like, why introduce this stuff if you're going to kind of scare teams away from making the challenge? I guess there's got to be some stakes there. Like, I understand that, but it's like and then in the NFL, if you get challenged wrong, it's not like they give you an extra penalty or foul, whatever you call it, and I don't know, it's random. But there's a few rules. Yeah, probably won't be tweets. Oh, Carolina's got a chance here. No, got some ozone time here. Carolina's had most of the chances in this game. See when they get that first goal. Definitely been more of a type of game you expect at the cup final, right? Not a lot of chances either way. A lot of block shots. Vegas has been good with that. Vegas has been good with getting kind of guys in between Hart and blocking a lot of shots. And that's John Tortorella hockey for you. I mean, there's nobody that's safe in that regard. Like, if you're playing for John Tortorella, that's expectation. Taylor Hall. Thought we're going to see a Hall goal there. Like, another chance here. Hall line's been so good, man. I want to see Taylor Hall win the cup, man. Like, that guy deserves it. First overall pick. Been a suitcase throughout his career. How many teams has he been on now? I mean, Carolina, Chicago, Buffalo, Boston, Edmonton, Arizona, New Jersey. I think that's all of them. I mean, what is that? 7 teams, something like that, if my math is correct. I mean, Taylor Hall, I'd love to see that guy get a cup. He's got a lot of injuries, too. A lot of bad luck in his career. I think that's probably the number one guy in this series I want to see. And I think good chance he wins the Conn Smythe, too. Like, if Carolina were to win the cup, I do think right now he's probably your guy. Who else in Carolina wins the Conn Smythe right now? I mean, Harrison's been good for the most part. Maybe not so much the first couple games of the series. Otherwise, he's been good. Stankoven's been good. Stankoven's been solid. But yeah, I mean, it's probably Taylor Hall's Conn Smythe if Carolina wins right now. I mean, obviously, there's ways to go here, but Blake's been good too. Yeah, I think Hall will be their pick. I mean, he's kind of produced most of the offense there. I don't think many people expected back in 2025 that of the Mikko Rantanen and Taylor Hall acquisitions, that Taylor Hall would be the big one. That Rantanen would be dealt and Taylor Hall would kind of end up having that impact. How many people would have projected that? Got a third round pick for Taylor Hall, right? Yeah. That pick become Nathan Bem, I believe. We'll see how that one plays out. Yeah. Yeah. It's a shame that Hall tore his ACL, his first year at the Blackhawks. Bedard's rookie year, we thought that he was going to be the guy for him. 10 games in the year, he tears his ACL. Ah, that sucks, man. I've always liked Taylor Hall. It's a shame that like just his Blackhawks, tenure just didn't go to plan. Wasn't really his fault. I mean, his first year he gets injured, then his second year, Luke Richardson, didn't play him with Bedard much. He was kind of buried in the lineup, and by the time he was kind of producing, it was the Hawks were they were selling. And, oh, Vegas just scored. So much for that. Jack Eichel, my guy, could put the goal on the board. Jack Eichel has scored for Vegas, and he has restored the 1-0 Vegas lead. They get that goal back pretty quick. It took them about 3 minutes to get that goal back. Jack Eichel net front for Vegas. What is that? His third goal of the playoffs? He has like 19 points, but I think only goals. I think it's what, 3 goals, 16 assists, I believe. Jack Eichel. They get challenged this too. Why they everyone's looking down. Goal interference? Are they get challenges for goal interference? Rebound. Okay, so it's contact with Anderson's head. Barbashev contacts Anderson's head. He loses his stick. Did a Vegas player move the stick? Yeah. So Barbashev comes crashing in, and then Anderson loses his stick. He gets hit in the face of the head. Brind'Amour's pissed. Are they looking at this? What's going to happen here? How many challenges do you get? Because there is a limit, right? How many challenges do you get? Yeah, they are challenging it. Are they going to get another one called off? Oh, I forgot about the clock. Shit. I totally forgot about the clock. What are we at? 16? Sorry, multitasking a few things here, chat. Um, this is goal interference. I mean, the definition is the goalie, not being allowed to play his position or being, prohibited. Oh, this is the most subjective call in hockey. Goal interference is the most subjective call in hockey. I feel like it changes every game in terms of what is considered goal interference and what's not. That was a quick challenge. Almost off. Yep. That's 2 goals called off for Vegas. Fuck you, Vegas. Let's put that off the board. Back to 0-0. Rob Brind'Amour, or sorry, the Carolina's video review coach is the MVP of this game so far. I don't know who he is, but whoever Carolina's video review guy is, I mean that's pretty straightforward. I mean, literally contact the head, lose his stick. I mean, that's pretty straightforward call. That's not really a hard one to make. Yeah, that's 2 goals called out for Vegas now, and we are back. Let me get the clock back going. It's about time. It's good to see the refs actually, making the right calls here. I mean, it's Vegas, so I'm surprised they're not letting it slide. Um, Good to see them, making the right calls. Because sometimes Vegas, sometimes they get some things go their way from that regard. So not to be conspiracy theorists, but just saying. But yeah, good game so far from the Carolina coaching staff. They've been nailing these challenges. Challenge. What was I talking about before? I forgot what I was talking about. Taylor Hall, right? I was talking about Taylor Hall. Yeah. I don't know if I have much more to say about Taylor Hall, but yeah, I like to see him get a cup. Carolina. There's more likable players like Carolina for me. Like it's not that like Vegas. To be fair, like they do have guys I like. It's not like not like I don't like the players, just the organization. I've never liked the Vegas organization. I guess I did their first year. I pretty much everybody liked them their first year. Like nobody expected them to come in and just be a playoff cup team right away. I mean, the fact they made the Stanley Cup Finals their first year as an expansion team is pretty unprecedented. You rarely see that. I mean, expansion teams normally are bottom of the league the first few years, and Vegas comes in immediately as a contender. And they missed the playoffs once their entire existence so far. I mean, it's 9 years granted, but took them 6 years to win a cup. 2023. I mean, you gotta give them credit. Like they've really won that. They've really run that team well, and Vegas seems to be changing the game too because like that team has been built entirely through. Well, first of all, the initial expansion draft, but like outside of the initial expansion draft, it's been completely trade signings. It hasn't been through the draft. It's kind of the opposite of like what we're trying to do right now. Like Vegas has not really built it all through the draft. Any top player that they've drafted, they've traded for a guy that could do it now for a prime veteran player. And yeah, and they've been shedding obviously the money, come free agent time. So yeah, Vegas is definitely like you look at that team, it's pretty much all free agent signings and trades. It's not drafted players. So it's definitely a different type of philosophy there when it comes to constructing their roster. Um, Carolina, I think it's more for them, although they've made some trade signings as well. But Carolina's more, drafted players compared to Vegas. Chicago, the 2010s Blackhawks, to be fair, were mostly Kane, Tays, Keith, Chalmerson, Crawford, yada yada. Although there were some trades for signings. I mean, Marin Hossa was for signing, and Patrick Sharp was a trade, but um, that was it was kind of a mix of both. But that was mostly the draft. Obviously, kind of what we're trying to do right now. It's been mostly the draft for Davidson. A few trades, Spencer Knight, but mostly been the draft so far. I think this summer you'll start to see that change. I think this summer, um, find some other ways to kind of acquire some of these players, right? Not just through the draft. All right, Vegas trying to get that goal back for the third time. Only 9-6 in shots so far. We're almost halfway through this game, and there's hardly been any shots on goal. At the clock again. We're getting the clock. The refs are afraid of Brindamore. He is a scary looking guy. I will say, that's the type of guy that probably puts fear in his players. Like just looking at that guy. Obviously, he played for many years himself. He's a Hall of Famer. Played 20 years, won a cup with Carolina 2006 as a player. But yeah, he's a very intense guy. Like you can tell the way that Hurricanes play. Like it's definitely a no nonsense type of team. They're probably the best structured team in the league. They don't give you anything. Very good defensively. Good positionally. They're gonna outpossess you. They're gonna outshoot you. They're gonna outskate you. They're gonna outplay you. So, um, it's about time they got this far. By the way, like the amount of years that they've made it far in the playoffs, they've won a couple rounds just to get swept in the Eastern Conference Finals. This was if there was any year that they're gonna get past that, this was the year. I mean, with all due respect, very good team. Won the Eastern Conference, but the path wasn't very hard. They played what the Iowa Senators, the Philadelphia Flyers, and the Canadiens. To be fair, were a test, but like even them, it's like they're kind of new to this, so it's a young team. So Carolina has that experience. It wasn't surprised that was a pretty straightforward series for them, but yeah, 12-1. I mean, two sweeps, a 5-game series, and they've lost as much games in this series as they have the whole playoffs so far. It's just how good they've been, um, but yeah, definitely the most straightforward path they've had so far. But yeah, good to see them finally get past the third round. I mean, I don't think they've been to the Cup final since they won the Cup in 2006, two decades ago, right? Yeah, I don't think so. They've lost like how many times in the conference finals? What, 3, 4 times? More than that? 4 or 5 times? Something like that. Yeah, I know. It's rare to see two coaches challenge actually go the right way, right? Like I think a lot of these challenges normally don't have working out, but um for the offsides ones, they normally do it. If you're challenging an offsides, like it's normally your video coach. Like it's pretty straightforward. Like you're not going to challenge an offsides if you don't know for sure that it's going to get called. Goalie interferences are definitely more unpredictable. Like those ones are hard to get right. If it was like goalie interference, like 50-50 if you're going to get it right. Offsides, it's probably 75-25. You're going to get it right. They're easier to kind of project. It's cut and dry what's offsides and what's not. It's not cut and dry what's goalie interference. That's not straightforward at all. Oliver Moore, 21st birthday OT win against the Canes will feed generations. And I was there. I was there. January 22nd. I believe it was January 20th versus Carolina. That was maybe the game of the season. I mean, maybe not the game of the season, but like it was one of the best games of the season. Like I think it was the top 10 Blackhawks game of the season. Is that let's be honest, like the second half of the year there were a lot of tough games. Like most of the best games came in October, November. Um, that was definitely the best game, one of the best games of the second half of the season. That when things kind of went off the rails, but yeah, like Oliver Moore, he lost the fight versus Nikishin. Right, Nikishin absolutely fed him his bacon because Nick Lardis got whopped. Right, Nikishin laid a check on Nick Lardis and laid him out. It was a good clean hit, but still, like good teammates stick up for each other, and yeah, Oliver Moore stuck up for. It's funny. Lardis literally like went up the board like, dude, you don't want the smoke. Like you do not want the smoke. You do not want to fight this guy. Because Nikisha, what is he like? What 6'5", 6'6", 20, 230, whatever he is, like right? Like he's a beast. And Lardis was like telling Moore, like, dude, you do not want this. But Moore, didn't listen to him and dropped the gloves, and the fight was over in about 5 seconds. I think Nikishin dropped him in like what 2 punches, something like that. So, but hey, props to Moore. Like it was a ballsy move. Maybe not the smart move, but it was a ballsy move. I remember Ben Pope tweeted something like, Oliver Moore, not the first person to make a bad decision on his 21st birthday. Yeah, yeah. Probably was a bad decision, but he got the last laugh. He got the last laugh. He got the shootout winner. It was a shootout winner, right? That was a beautiful goal too. Nice snipe. Tachi's there, and Yeah, got the shootout winner, won the Hawks a game. How about the Hawks being the maybe Stanley Cup winners on the road? Yeah, how about that? Yeah. Oh, nice arena there, nice atmosphere there, at the Nova Center. Very good fan base. Carolina people, they're so friendly. They're so polite there, man. They weren't even like they were like congratulating me after the win. Like, why you doing that, man? Like thank you, but like, where's the animosity? Where's like the rival? Like, there's nothing. Like they were just like, oh, congrats. Like, oh, thanks, man. But yeah, that was a fun game. That was good to be there. Have a random little road trip there. I'm just like, yeah, you know what? Let's go see the January 22nd Hawks Canes game at Raleigh for no reason. But I think Frank Nazar, there was some stakes to it because Frank Nazar, I think that was his first game back from injury because we always talk about Bedard, but Frank Nazar also missed a month this past year, and that was Nazar's first back from injury. He had the bubble because he had a broken jaw just like Bedard had his rookie year, and he came back from injury that game. So there was a bit of a storyline to it, I guess. Yeah, it was a fun game. Definitely one of the funner games of the year. Oliver Moore, shootout winner on his 21st birthday. Then the image after of the blood on his face, it's like, oh, that's what hockey's all about, man. That's what hockey's all about. I love that. One of the most iconic images of the year. Although nothing beats the Jack Hughes image of him, with his fists in the air, with his missing teeth, blood oozing down his jersey after winning the gold medal, and the overtime winner against Canada. Like that's one of the best photos of all time in my opinion. That's such a great photo. Um, that's what America's all about, man. Not to get all patriotic here, but that was great. That was great. I mean, just being in Canada Olympics this year, like that was so overdue, man. That was long overdue. Like we've been cucked by Canada, for many years in hockey, so it's nice to finally win one. Um, Hard to believe that's the U.S.'s first gold medal in 46 years at Olympics, the men's stage. It's pretty crazy since the Miracle on Ice. Good to finally break that drought, and yeah, I think it's our game now. I'm just playing. It's still Canada. Well, it's definitely as close as it's ever been. I think it's very close between the two. Very close. Buy baseball tickets, Justin. Yeah, I've been to a couple Sox games. I've been to a couple Sox games. That's the nice thing about baseball games. Like, there's 82 of them home. There's 162 of them, but the 81 home games. So it's like the tickets are, at least for White Sox games, they're affordable. I mean, out Cubs, so probably more pricey. Um, Wrigleyville and all, and Ricketts, versus Reinsdorf. But yeah, White Sox games, even though the team's better, like they're still pretty. They're not too bad. They don't touch it back too much. Versus Blackhawks games, obviously, normally pretty pricey. Maybe not quite as bad the last couple of years because of the team's position, but they'll probably go up a bit as the team gets better. But yeah, White Sox games very affordable, so I normally hit a few, especially during the summer. There's no other sports going on besides motorsports. No Blackhawks going on, so there's less for me to do of hockey stuff. So it's a good summer thing to do. Go to a couple Sox games. Underrated ballpark, guaranteed rate doesn't get enough credit, man. Like I know it gets a bit of a bad rap, but I think it's a park. I wish it was facing the Chicago skyline. Like that's one thing I hate. That's just facing you know Lake Michigan. You don't really see anything. It's not really much of a backdrop, but it's a nice ballpark, good scoreboard, best food in the majors. Such good food there. You could get anything there. Um, Great to watch at night. Like night games at guaranteed rate. They're such a good atmosphere. I was there for the crosstown clash between the Sox and Cubs, and what an atmosphere! Like it was nice to see that place actually sell out because obviously if you're a White Sox fan, like normally about half the place is full. So it was nice to see that place actually sold out for once. So pretty cool. All right, Carolina looking to have opportunity here. Kendra Miller coming in. Oh, looking for a drop pass. Steelers flings one in net. Vegas gloves it off, coming back the other way. Theodore dumps the puck in for Vegas. Vegas pressuring Jack Eichel down low. Turns it over to Keandre Miller. Miller clears it. Do some commentary for a bit. I haven't done much commentary. All right, Vegas pressuring. Ehlers clears the puck. Oh, maybe a break here. No. Park controls the puck, plays it to defender. Vegas the breakout pass. Hurdle finds a man. Dump it in. I wouldn't mind seeing Hurdle get one. He played a long time at the San Jose Sharks. There's not a lot of bad teams. I guess I say bad teams. Actually, it was Sharks are pretty good when he first got there. I mean, they made it to the Cup Finals in 2016. Lost to the Penguins, I believe. Yeah. Um, they won a couple other deep runs, but obviously his last few years they struggled, and he's on Vegas now. It's not a guy you wouldn't mind seeing win a cup, but yeah, I don't want to see Vegas win. But like, I wouldn't mind seeing a guy like that get one. Seems like a good guy. That Jarvis OT winner on Thursday was absolutely electric, by the way. What a snipe job. He was due. He was absolutely due, but it was good to see him get on the board there. He's been pretty quiet in these finals, but it's good to see him get on the board. I forgot the clock again. Clock at 9:44. Jeez, I'm a minute off. Yeah, that was a beautiful overtime winner. Good interview afterwards. Jarvis is a cool guy. He's got a good personality. I got Jarvis, one of those guys that does anybody dislike Seth Jarvis? Like, I feel like nobody dislikes. Normally, every player was like some opinion. Like, I feel like that guy just. Do you have any interest besides hockey or not? I mean, hockey's definitely obviously my main thing, but my other big interest is motorsports. I love racing. That's probably my second favorite interest after hockey. Honestly, if I would be real, like it's probably right up there with hockey. Um, there's something about where it's like I'm not really like doing anything in motorsports like hockey. Like I have my social media pages. I have the YouTube page. I write about hockey, right? Multiple sites. So when you write about something, you talk about something, you make videos and something, you make content around something. Like it's great, but it does get kind of draining. You get burnt out. You still love it. You still like the game, but like when you're constantly invested, you play it too. Like when your whole life is hockey, like it's great. You still love it, but like you do get kind of tired of it occasionally too. Whereas at motorsports, I don't do anything with motorsports. I'm a fan of it, like nothing else, right? Hockey, it's like it's not just I'm a fan of hockey. Like, I'm trying to like make it my thing, right? I'm trying to like make it sort of my career, whether that's journalism, whether that's being on TV one day, whether that's just continuing this YouTube and growing it to something that it's reached that monetization now, and just keep growing it to where it could be something successful down the line, or whether that's the social media content, whether that's opportunities can come down the line, right? Opportunities like obviously, those of you who follow me know I worked at Chicago radio for a year. Just got some podcast experience, and you don't know what else could you don't know what else can come down the line, right? In terms of positions and openings, you're always kind of looking for what's out there, and yeah, just trying to kind of put my name out there. Just put as much content out there as possible. On every platform I could find, and just the more stuff you put out there, the thought is that the more eyeballs are on it, and you don't know who could see it, what that could lead to, right? So that's kind of the thought right now. Oh, Vegas got on the board, and I was just talking about Tomas Hurdle gets on the board for Vegas. Um, will this one get challenged? I didn't see anything wrong there. I didn't see anything wrong there. I don't think this. Um, put the goal on the board for Vegas. Damn it, third time's a charm. We'll see. I think this one will stand. I didn't see anything wrong with it. I'm just after the first two, you're kind of waiting for something, but that looked like a clean goal. Just a nice slot opportunity there for Hurdle. Kind of got lost in covers there. What happened here? Vegas wins a draw shot from the point from Theodore, I believe, right? Jack Eichel's possessing another assist for Eichel, I believe, right? In the Gretzky slot, finds Hurdle. Oh, just a nice what a pass there by Eichel. What a pass. Slavin. Slavin kind of lost his guy there, it looked like. Or is that Slavin's guy? No, what's Chatfield doing there? Looked like that was Chatfield's guy. I don't know. Clock again. Yeah, Vegas on the board. Hurdle with the goal. Eichel with the assist. Here they come again. Oh, nice stick there. Was that Slavin? They just scored again. Shit. What the fuck? Carolina, what's going on? Buddy. Buddy. So Vegas has got both their goals back. God damn it. Got this one. At Mitch Marner. Mitch Marner gets the board for Vegas once again, and Rod Brindamore looks absolutely disgusted. Mitch Marner, just give him the Conn Smythe already. Just give him the Conn Smythe. Just give it to him right now. I want to see Toronto Maple Leafs fans weep. I want to see them cry. What happened? What happened to this one? I missed the second goal. What happens here? Okay, so Marner he just whips it on net. No look, backhand shot. Looked like he was looking for a pass there. Went off of Walker's stick. Walker deflected the puck into his own net for Vegas. So Sean Walker effectively with the goal for Vegas there off of Marner. Obviously, gets credit for it, but wasn't his stick there. Wasn't off his stick in the net. So yeah, just unlucky there for Carolina. I'm not really sure Walker was doing there. I mean, I guess he's trying to cut off the pass, but looked like there was nobody the puck was going to go to anyway. So I don't know. I don't know what he's trying to do there. Deflected in for Vegas. So unlucky for Anderson. Not much he could do about that. Pretty much nothing he could do about that. So both those chances. I mean, the first one's a stop opportunity. 5 feet in front of him, and that one's just an unlucky carom. So good things happen. He put the puck, I guess, in the vicinity of the net, right? I mean, Marner just no look, just throws the puck up front, just hoping for something, and so 2-0 Vegas. Suddenly they've gotten both those goals back, right? Could be 4-0. Could be 4-0. Vegas suddenly. I'd say the first period was mostly Carolina. This period's been all Vegas. They've completely dominated this period. They've gotten pretty much all the chances. They actually had more shots now. I remember at one point Carolina had most of the shots, and that's definitely gone away. And they got the momentum now too. You can talk to these goals, like all the momentum's on the side now. They got the crowd in it. Carolina seems a bit out of it. Definitely seem a bit shell shocked to say the least. Coverage is sort of collapsed. And that's just what is Walker trying to do there? Like, I don't know. Unless he thought Marner was like looking for somebody like behind him, but nobody there. I don't know. Anyway, 2-0 Vegas. 2-0 Vegas now. Unfortunate. Carolina's got to wake up. Oh, did they have a 2-0 lead last game too? I believe they did, right? Vegas had 2-0 lead in game two, I believe. So they do say the 2-goal lead is the most dangerous lead in hockey, right? They do say that. They say that. So, game's not over yet. Carolina can come back. A lot of hockey left. We're barely halfway through this game. A long way to go. If there's any team that can come back to, it's Carolina. Like they score bunches. You know, we see it in the series. They've scored in bunches. Both teams have scored in bunches in the series. You know, I've noticed that a lot. Like when that first goal like opens the floodgates. Then many goals have kind of followed that in quick succession, right? Vegas still putting on the pressure here. They're still putting on the pressure, looking to go for three. 'Cause, yeah, as long as you're within two, like it's a hockey game. Once you get past two, like then you kind of start to pull away, and it's not tough to come back down three. But they can find another goal here, make life tougher in Carolina. Catch back up to the chat. I missed the chat for a while. Do you think it's a smart move on offense? Already goes rush the net and goes forehand backhand. Goes rush the net and goes forehand back. Smart move on offense. Um, I'm not really sure. What are you asking there? I mean, yeah, already like I'd like to see him get a bit more involved offensively, right? I mean, I think that's something I want to see more of from him. He did make a couple slick plays there. Like I did this past year, he did make a couple kind of yeah, he had his moments already. He had his moments, right? He had a couple games where he really showed some nice flashes. He had some nice plays. It feels like he was thinking a ton. Like how many posts crossbars did already hit this past year? He had so many shots, like a lot of chances, but just couldn't bury. He needs to work on a shot. Artie really needs to work on a shot. Like he's kind of got a muffin because he looks for those deflections. He looks for those tips. He needs to get more spice in his shots. He really does, especially if he's going to be the power play quarterback. You need that kind of bomb from the point. You know, you need that. Um, Artie does have some good offensive traits. I think that's what you're referencing. Like there are a couple games I remember he had some rushes on Ned, and there was a game where he had that sort of forehand backhand move. Don't expect that from Artie, but yeah, I like to see it. You like to see that confidence there. When Artie's confident, like you could see it, man. Like, he's gonna be good. It's just when he loses confidence, it falls off a cliff. Artie's problem is like he makes one mistake and then they just pile up on each other, right? Like he makes one mistake and then the whole game just falls off. Like he needs to just one shift to the next, just forget about it. You know, you have a bad shift. You know, it happens. You know, you're a defenseman, it's going to happen. As a defenseman myself, like you're going to have a lot of bad shifts. So it's just you got to bounce back. You got to move on. You know, on to the next one. With Levshnow, it feels like things kind of stockpile on each other, right? You kind of you have to have a quick memory, like a goaltender. You know, like letting a bad goal. You know, you can't be thinking about later on in the game. You know, it didn't happen. You move on. You know, once it's over, it's over. You got nothing to do about it. Um, yeah, so that's something I've already got to work on, sort of his confidence in that regard. I think it'll come with time, you know, just more games, more reps, and experience. I think it'll come with time. I think it's near another goal there. Oh, Brady McNabb. Oh, wow. Yeah, tap in there for Brett Howden. How'd they miss that? That was almost goal number 3. Another shot from the point. Anderson gloves. Vegas had a goal there. I'm not sure. They just couldn't connect there. I mean, Howden had a looked like he had a tap in there. I think that was Howden. Yeah, he's got the cage on. How about that, man? Playing through that. Hockey players are built different. Just a soccer player in the World Cup. He's out for the tournament. Well, the World Cup. I mean, I'm not really a soccer guy. The only time I pay attention to the World Cup. I'm not really sure. It's at the U.S. this year, right? Right? It's in the U.S. Is it Miami? Miami. I think it's in Miami this year. I'm not sure if there's any soccer people in the chat. I'm not sure how the U.S.'s chances are this. I couldn't even tell you a single player. Olsek, right? That's one guy. I named one player. I think that's the only guy I could think of. I couldn't tell you any soccer players on the U.S. I know Ronaldo. I know Messi. Um, Honestly, that's probably it. That's probably it. I don't know shit about soccer. And yeah, it is called soccer. The one sport I could give the least shit about. But it's a World Cup, so I'll probably watch. It's crazy that we actually tied Britain in 2022. Like, that's embarrassing for Great Britain. Drawing against the US in soccer. Like, that'd be like if they tied us in American football. Here comes Mitch Marner. Oh, he's denied. Marner denied in the breakaway from Freddie Anderson. He stacks the pads there. Vegas nearly makes it 3-0. Another chance for Marner. And he scores. Mitch Marner makes it 3-0 for Vegas. Mitch Marner again. What a goal. What a goal by Mitch Marner. That was beautiful. That's, you stick with it. You missed in the breakaway. You stuck with it. Gets rewarded. Who made the pass there and kind of find him? That was beautiful. 3-0 for Vegas. Is Brendan more look at this? No. They're showing the Vegas cheerleaders. What a beauty for Marner. Got the chain there. Look at that. What happens here? So McNabb, another play by McNabb, finds Marner. Forehand, backhand. Beautiful. Showtime-esque. Patty Kane-esque for Mitch Marner. Very beautiful. Just Deke Sanderson there. Nothing to do about that. I think any of these goals are really on him. I think they're just, prime opportunities, great chances for Vegas. Mitch Marner, another point for Mitch Marner. What is that, 26 now, I believe, right? 26 and 19 games, I think. Something like that. Yep, it's gonna be a Mitch Marner, Conn Smythe. It's gonna be. It's gotta be. Like, who else? Who else? It's gotta be him. 27. Is he had to point every single one of them? I guess he's figuring every Vegas point. Yeah, 27 because he had 24 before the game, I think. 27 points for Mitch Marner. 27. Yeah, he was the problem, Toronto, wasn't he? He was the problem. He was the reason that they lost in the first round. How many years? 1, 2, 3, 5, 7 first round exits, right? I think. They won 2 playoff series. 9 years, the Maple Leafs won 2 playoff series of Mitch Marner. He's won 3 at Vegas in 1 year. Let that sink in. It's going to be 4 probably. I mean, we'll see. But like, if Vegas wins this game, it's probably looking pretty good for them. Carolina could obviously still come back. They can still come back to this game. 3-0's not over. But I have a hard time seeing Vegas lose this game at this point. They've been perfect. This second period has been perfect. Out the clock again. Jeez, keep forgetting the clock. There's so much going on, man. 4 minutes. Go. I went past the clock. I haven't been very good with it. 3 points for Mitch Marner in this game, I think. 27 in the playoffs. He's going to eclipse 30. He's going to eclipse 30 points in these playoffs. What was his best with the Maple Leafs? Let me check. Hockey database. Dude, he's going to have like half the production in this one playoffs in Vegas that he did his entire time in Toronto, if I'm not mistaken. Let me check this. Mitch Marner playoff stats. We have hockey database pulled up here. Year 1, 4 points in 6 games. Year 2, 9 points in 7 games. Year 3, 4 points in 7 games. Year 4, 4 points in 5 games. Year 5, 4.7 games. Year 6, 8.7 games. Year 7, 14 points, 11 games. Year 8, 3.7 games. Year 9, 13 points, 13 games. Year 10 with Vegas, 27 points in 19 games. Toronto, you fucking idiots. Oh, Toronto. And they get rewarded the first pick. Their first year missed the playoffs since 2016. 9 years. 10 years. They get the first overall pick. Yeah. Very interesting. They lose Mitch Marner. They lose Austin Matthews, running mate. Austin Matthews has the worst season he's had in the NHL. 53 points in 60 games without Mitch Marner. Wasn't the same player. Yeah, he had injuries. I know. He was good. He was good with the U.S. Olympics. I know. Maple Leafs, his worst season with the Maple Leafs without Mitch Marner, his running mate. And they missed the playoffs for the first time in 9 years. And they get the first overall pick in Gavin McKenna. With the fifth best odds. I'm not saying anything. I'm just talking here. I'm just talking. I'm not saying anything. I can't afford to complain. We're the Blackhawks. We got gifted. We can't afford to complain about the lottery. That's the thing. Like, I've seen Blackhawks fans complain. Like, we have absolutely no right to complain. We've had 4 top 4 picks the last 4 years. We have Connor Bedard. Like, it's more the Sharks that piss me off, honestly. They finished 10th from the bottom and they went up to 2. That's not suspect at all. That one pisses me off more. Because then it's like the one thing we have the Sharks, they have no defense, and like now they're probably gonna get a defender unless they pick Stenberg. But like it's a win-win for San Jose. Like either you get Stenberg or you finally get that defenseman you've been missing. So they really can't lose with this pick. They're in a win-win position, which they shouldn't even be in. Like, they shouldn't have the second pick in the draft. That's ridiculous. But Gary Bettman's gotta, he's gotta supply the Tel Aviv Sharks there. Yeah, he's gotta supply them with more top 4 picks. So there we go. Yeah, Bedard was probably rigged for us. Yeah, it was. Bedard was rigged for us. I'm not even gonna deny it. It was. You tell me that, oh yeah, like, well, yeah, we'll have Connor Bedard go play for the Columbus Blue Jackets. And no. Yeah, the Anaheim Ducks for Connor Bedard. No, 0% interest. Chicago Blackhawks there, like, there's a Sharks that picked number 4. Like, if they're gonna rig it for any team, it was the Blackhawks. We just traded Kane and Tays. Or we traded Kane, Tays, or didn't retire, he stepped away from the game. We lost Kane and Tays, and immediately, boom, here's Connor Bedard. Because you have to have somebody, it's like imagine watching those. You know how hard it's been to watch the Blackhawks the past few years. Imagine watching these Blackhawks teams without Connor Bedard. Imagine the past 3 years without Connor Bedard. You think it's been bad? Imagine the Bedardless Blackhawks the past. Imagine Fantilli or Leo Carlson. Like no disrespect to those players. Leo Carlson actually good. Fantilli, we'll see with him, but. Yeah, like they're not Connor Bedard. I've seen people compare Carlson to Bedard, like which he's very good. He's not Bedard. But yeah, like imagine that. Like you need somebody, especially Virtual Six franchise. Like, you just lost your 2 franchise players. Won 3 cups in 6 years, and yeah, and Bedard's right there. Like, and like they're a third from the. Here's the thing: the Hawks were third from the bottom. It wasn't like it was egregious. It wasn't like we moved up from 10 like the Islanders. Here we go again, Vegas. Anderson to stop at the breakaway. He's been good at stopping breakaways, not so much anything else, but clock again. But yeah, we were third from the bottom, so that's not egregious, and Leafs were what 5th from the bottom. So yeah, like jumping up 2 spots, it's happens. It happens. Mitch Marner again. Here he comes, slapper. Mitch Marner again. 4-0 Vegas. 28 points from Mitch Marner. Suck it, Maple Leafs fans. Mitch Marner with the slapper. The Ovi clap bomb. Wait, hat trick? Wait, 2 goals for this point? Am I missing? I guess. I'm seeing hats flying. I guess I missed one. I don't know. Or I guess I have a bad memory. Yeah, it's hat trick for Mitch Marner. Hat trick for Mitch Marner. 3 goals. Got the Hattie. 28 points for Mitch Marner. Leads the playoffs in production. 4-0 Vegas. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the Conn Smythe is his. I'll say it again. The Conn Smythe is his, ladies and gentlemen. Mitch Marner and the Toronto Maple Leafs. What happened? Toronto, what happened? What a shot. Oh, man. Maybe a triple for Mitch Marner. Oh, Freddie, what's going on? He had a big save from Freddie. What happened to Freddie, by the way? Was perfect the first 3 rounds, and I guess he forgot how to tend the net, in the Stanley Cup final. Oh, this guy got a stick there, man. Get the stick. Like, what's going on? What are you waiting for there? Get some coverage there. Yeah, Mitch Marner, 4-point game, hat trick, 3 goals and assists, 28 points in 19 games, I believe. That's crazy, man. That's absolutely insane. How about that? How about that? He was the problem. He's the reason Toronto couldn't win. He was locker room cancer over there, right? Locker room cancer in Toronto. Or maybe it's a Toronto problem. Maybe it's a Toronto problem. Maybe when, Phil Kessel leaves Toronto, wins 2 Stanley Cups with the Penguins. Maybe when Nazem Kadri leaves the Leafs and wins a Cup of the Colorado Avalanche 2022. Maybe it's a Toronto problem. I don't know. It appears to me it's a Toronto problem to me. Yeah, I mean, when every single top player that leaves your team wins a Stanley Cup elsewhere, I think it's a you problem, bud. I think you're the problem. It's not all your exes. You're the problem. It's not the ex's problem. You're the problem. Toxic team over there, the Maple Leafs. Toxic team. Yeah. Matthews, get out of there while you can, bud. Gavin, it's not too late to pull the Lindros, bud. Not too late. Save yourself while you can. Don't waste 9 years of your career there like Mitch Marner did. Don't do it. Don't do it, son. You want to play for the team you grew up cheering for, the Blackhawks. He was a Blackhawks fan growing up, that guy McKenna. Yeah. Refused to sign. Side with Chicago. Play with your cousin Betsy. Your idolhood hero Patrick Kane. Yeah, delusion. I know. I'm huffing copium here, but as long as there's delusion, there's hope. Mitch Marner, man, what a story! What a story! You honestly, hats off to Mitch Marner. Honestly, that guy got a lot of shit for many years. Toronto. I mean, seriously, I don't know if there's a player that's been critiqued more in hockey like this in the modern times than that guy. Um, he's proven them wrong. He's absolutely proven them wrong in Toronto. And look at him, change of scenery. Look at what he's doing. Not the only player in Vegas that's done that. I mean, look at Jack Eichel. Left Buffalo and worked wonders there. To be fair, Buffalo's turned around since then. But Vegas, man, look at this. Look at Mitch Meyer. It's funny too. Like he's actually been better in the playoffs too. Like most of his career, he's been a regular season merchant in Toronto. Well, like in Vegas, he wasn't. He kind of had a mid regular season for his standards. Like he had, I mean, it was good. He had 80 points. That's not bad. But for Mitch Marner, like it was kind of quiet. He's actually been better in the playoffs for Vegas. So it's the opposite of Toronto. Pretty funny. Taking it personally, man. He's taking it personally. You gotta respect it. You gotta respect it. Late Maple Leafs fans are in absolute shambles right now. And I can't say I feel sorry for them. I cannot say I feel sorry for them whatsoever. They put this on themselves, man. They put this on themselves. All the years of slander there. They deserve every bit of this. They deserve every bit of what's happening right here. And to be fair, like, look, they have the first overall pick. They're gonna have again McKenna. They're probably okay. They're probably doing okay. But yeah, it's the same thing happened with him. Is McKenna gonna have the same trajectory? Yeah. Had to give him the first pick to save that team from rebuilding because it was going to be a rebuild, but McKenna definitely quickens that process, doesn't it? Still got Matthews there, still got Nylander, still got Tavares. Although Matthews, 2 years left in his contract. I don't know, just a look at there. Yeah, see, Carolina looking for something, anything here. Off from the point. I mean, they're cooked. It's 4-0. They're cooked. No chance. This game's over. Carolina, man, you're letting us down. You're absolutely letting us down. Only one team can save us from Vegas Cup. Multiple Vegas Cups before GTA 6. Utter woke nonsense. Utter woke. I can't believe this, man. Like, if you would have told me before the playoffs that Vegas would be, the team. I mean, there's still time. There's still time. It'll still only be 2-1. Carolina could, they could still take this, but I think Vegas has been the better team so far. I mean, frankly, they should have won game 2 as well. They should have won game 2. They choked it. They've been the better team in this series, all 3 games. Carolina's got to lock in, man. They got to lock in. It's been by far the toughest team, because Vegas has had a tougher road. I mean, they've had to face Utah, Anaheim, Colorado, the President's Trophy winners. Carolina's had Montreal, Philly, and Ottawa. I mean, Vegas has had by far the tougher path, you got to say. I mean, they swept the President's Trophy winners. 2013 Blackhawks, by the way, last President's Trophy team. But yeah, I mean, Vegas has had a tougher road. So I think they've kind of been prepared for this. Carolina is easily the toughest team they faced. Not even close. I know Montreal had a good regular season, but Vegas is a much better playoff team. They've been here, done that. A lot of guys in that 23 Cup team are on this team. The last Western Conference team to win a Cup as well. Yeah. Comes Brett Howard again. Man, he's been good. But yeah, I mean, another multiple Vegas Cups. You got to be kidding me, dude. But yeah, it's like they had what, 95 points? I don't even think they won 40 games. I think they won 39 games in the regular season. How about that? I mean, that's a couple of years now. I mean, Florida too. Like they didn't have an insane regular season the past couple of years, but that team has been built for the playoffs and they won when it mattered. Vegas too. Very mid regular season, but the playoff team. They're finally healthy too. Like I don't think they were really healthy for most of the year. Healthy now, and I think the new coach bump too. Cassie's a great coach too. I mean, he won a cup of them in 23. I think they got that new coach bump. They got hot at the right time. Everyone's healthy. Marner's cooking. Stone's cooking. Eichel's cooking. Everyone's cooking. They're getting depth from Dorofeyev and Brett Howden and all these depth contributions they're getting. The whole lineup. Hart's been good in net. Say what you will about him. He's been good in net. Yeah, I mean, it's been an all-around effort, you got to say. I mean, gotta unfortunately give him credit, I mean, yeah, you got to do it. And you know what? I had him losing the first round. I had him losing the first round. It was not a brain prediction. It was a heart prediction because I don't like Vegas and I like I want to see that Utah team maybe go on a bit of a run, but I was on to nothing there. I did get Carolina right. I had Carolina go in the final, but Vegas I got wrong. Very much so. Yeah. I did not see this coming. I can very confidently say I did not see this coming. I had every conference final team right except Vegas. I had Colorado right. I had Montreal right. I had Carolina right. Vegas is the only one I got wrong. So I'll give myself credit for that. But they'll be the team that probably win the cup, unfortunately. Here we go. Oh, let me stop. The period is over. I forgot to start the clock again. Time for the third period, right? Yeah. All right. Second intermission. 4-0 Vegas after 2. They go into the third period looking to close away this game. And I don't think it's going to be very hard for them, chat. I don't think it's going to be very hard for them. I think they got this one locked up, unfortunately. Catch up with the chat. The least humiliation is complete. Not yet. Still got to see him with the cup and get the Conn Smythe, but it's getting there. It's getting there. Yeah. The one good thing to come out of this, the silver lining of a Vegas Cup, Mitch Marner, Conn Smythe. Also, Brandon Saad, too. He goes off a cup. If the Vegas wins the cup, Brandon Saad probably calls it a cup. I mean, this past year is kind of a struggle for him. He was scratched a lot, hardly played, and just I think his best days are behind him as much. I love Brandon Saad. So he probably calls it if Vegas wins and goes off a cup, similar to what Phil Kessel did. So on the bench, just like Phil Kessel, too. He's kind of just there for vibes. But anyone else think it's fitting that Bowman has to deal with Darnell Nurse's contract? I mean, yeah, he's kind of he's similar to Seth Jones from that standpoint, in terms of the defensemen that are, making $9+ million and are overrated, not worth the money. Yeah, it's pretty funny that after, trading for Seth Jones, signing that contract, and he has another Seth Jones over there in Edmonton. So, yeah, I mean, he probably gets traded, right? I mean, I think he has to trade him. Feels like that's an inevitable move. A lot of veteran defensemen I could see being moved to this summer. I think Morgan Riley and Toronto probably gets moved. No, I'm not interested in any. If you would go after one, I'd rather Riley. Do not talk. Don't even think about Cal Davidson. I know Davidson wants to make a veteran defenseman addition. Do not in any. No, Darnell Nurse. That's Seth Jones 2.0, brother. Like, don't even. No, don't do it. Don't do it. I don't think he would, but he does like trading a Stan Bowman, doesn't he? He does like trading a Stan Bowman. He's former boss there, so when he was intern, when he so yeah, I don't know. Hopefully not. If there's any trade of Edmonton, it's for Connor McDavid. Illusion. Yeah. Conn Smythe is locked up. Yeah, no, it's locked up. Yeah, it's got. I mean, it's there's no one else. There's no one else. Even if I will say, even if Vegas like lost, like it could be a McDavid situation where he still wins the Conn Smythe anyway. Doesn't happen often. Well, like Carolina doesn't have a clear cut guy. They really don't. I mean, Hall's been good. Stankoven's been good. But, like they don't really have like a clear cut. Oh, that's your Conn Smythe winner. Whereas Vegas, it's clear cut. Like yes, Eichel's been good. Yeah, Dorfe's been good. Yeah, Howden's been good. But like Mitch Marner is, it's obviously him. But I could see it being no matter what happens, just based on the fact that he's probably going to have over 30+ points. Like I could see him win the Conn Smythe no matter what. And it being like a 2024 McDavid situation or a 2003 Jaguar situation. Although I do think Vegas is probably going to win it. I think the point. Yeah. Vegas will win and he'll probably get it. Unless Carolina can, unless they can get some comeback brewing here, but unless they can get a storm brewing, but I don't see it. I think Carolina's cooked, unfortunately, Chad. I think they're cooked. I hope they can I hope they have some tricks left up their sleeve, but I don't think it's looking very good here, Chad. I don't think it's looking. I bet KD could get like 3 first rounders to take Nurse from Bowman. I mean, it is Stan Bowman. It is Stan Bowman. At this point, though, like draft picks don't do anything for me anymore. Like if we're making trades at this point, like I want players. Like I don't want draft picks anymore. Like I'm done with draft picks. Um, and we still have so many. Like we still look at these next few years. We still have so many first, second, third round picks until like 2028. I think you got to start using those picks. By not just by using them, I mean trading them. Using them as assets to acquire pieces that you can insert into the lineup right now. Yeah, any trades. Yeah, you're looking for guys you can insert into the lineup at this point. Um, I think we've Davidson's just been spending the past 3-4 years acquiring draft capital because before he arrived we didn't have it. Understand Bowman, we didn't have any draft capital, and this team wasn't obviously was trying to retool, not rebuild, and wasn't going anywhere. It was pretty clear it wasn't going anywhere. I mean, Hawks missed the playoffs in 18, 19. 2020, I know they had the bubble. They were 23rd that year. They weren't going to make the playoffs if COVID didn't happen. 21, they missed. 22, obviously, yeah. But yeah, like Bowman, like the team wasn't going anywhere. The team needed to rebuild. As tough as it was, it was tough to trade to break it. It was tough to trade Hagel. Tough to move on from Kane, Hayes, all those guys. But I think it had to be done. Like I don't think this team was. I don't think if we kept all those guys that we were going anywhere. I don't think it was happening. I think we would have been stuck in mediocrity. I think win a few more games. 30-ish wins, 70, 80-ish points, but not good enough. To be in the playoffs. And even if they were in the playoffs, it'd be like seventh, eighth seed. They wouldn't be doing anything. Just wasn't good enough. So I think it needed to be done. And obviously, it's been a tough little go of it, last little bit to say the least. But I do think the patience eventually will pay off. Tough as it's been, I do think it will pay off. I think Davidson's definitely been, he's had a similar mindset, I do think, as the team before him. I do think he's been constructing this team with a very similar type of mindset. We'll see if it pays off. I'm not saying it's gonna, I'm not saying it's gonna be the 2010s. I think it's gonna be very hard to emulate anything close to that. But I do think you get a player, a talent like Bedard, you have to win at least one. You have to win at least one with a guy like that. If you don't, it's a failure. Like the rebuild's a failure if you don't get a cup out of it. Asking for multiple cups is very tough. Not saying it can't be done. Just get me one, man, at least with Bedard. Give me one. Yeah, you have to, or else it's a failure. Sorry, chat. I keep sniffling. Allergies are kind of bugging me. That's what chat again. McDavid to Vegas is happening. They don't need Larkin. David to Vegas. I mean, no. Vegas. How would they make that work with their? I guess they always find a way, don't they? It's a money laundering. Feels like money doesn't seem to, cap doesn't seem to exist there. They always find a way. They've definitely been cracking down at the NHL though. In terms of salary cap rules and the LTIR thing. I know they, ban that. No, I think McDavid. If he were to leave Edmonton, demand a trade, whatnot, or not extend, because he has 2 years left in his deal. If he were to leave, I don't think would be big. I don't think. I think it'd be probably. What would make sense for McDavid? What would make sense for McDavid? Honestly, I do. I'm not just saying this because I'm a Blackhawks fan. I honestly do think the Blackhawks would make a ton of sense. And like, because look at this, because like we're gonna be entering a contention window right as his contract expires, right? Like, because you think next year, if the Oilers collapse next year, McDavid demands a trade, or he's not going to extend, and Edmonton, Stan Bowman's forced to trade him. Um, Chicago, if they're not a playoff team next year, they absolutely will be. Next year, I would think, and they're going to be entering their contending window. Um, so like the timeline does sort of match up from that standpoint. And McDavid has spoken how much he loves playing Chicago, original six market, right? Imagine crossing the border to a franchise, a storied history like the Blackhawks have had, and being the guy to lead them back to the promised land with Connor Bedard. Are you kidding me? I think there's something there. I think there are definitely teams that think could be more likely to go versus the Blackhawks. I don't think Blackhawks would be like number one, but look, I still think it's more likely McDavid stays. But if he were to leave, I do think the Hawks would actually make sense. I'm not just saying that. I think there are teams that'd be more likely. Probably Montreal will probably be more likely um, than Edmonton. Not I know Leafs fans keep saying Toronto. I think he's watching all this thinking I want to go to Toronto. No, he's not. Um, Rangers, unfortunately, I could unfortunately see them. Hopefully not. Um, I still think I think it's more likely. But you never know. You never know, man. Crazy things have happened. They need to turn around. Edmonton needs to turn around, just like Toronto. If they want to keep Matthews, Edmonton's got to turn around these next. Got to find some playoff success. They've been close. They made it to back-to-back cups, but came up short. And right now it doesn't look like it'll be hard for them to get back to that. Hard to get back to the finals. But and this past year, Anaheim's a good team, but that's not a team they should have lost. I know they've had injuries, and fatigue. They played a lot of hockey, like yada yada. It's excuses. Everybody's played a lot of hockey. Like, we've been in the finals the last 2 years. That's why we didn't go far this year. Panthers made it to the finals 3 straight years. Like, that's not an excuse. The playing a lot of hockey thing. I thought that was kind of from because that's what they said. They're like, oh, this team is really exhausted. They've played so much hockey. We'll get a longer off season. We'll be back next year. It's like I don't know. I think you're coping with that one. But yeah. I don't know if they'll get back though. I don't know if they'll get back. I mean, if they do get back, guess what they probably have to deal with the Panthers. I do think the Panthers will be back because they were without Barkov. Like they were without Barkov last year. To Chuck for half the season. Jones was injured for a bit. A lot of guys are injured. Like the Panthers were even more, fatigued from that standpoint. I think the Panthers absolutely be back next year, no question. Um, so yeah, like they'll probably have to deal with them again if they do get back to that point. Yeah, game has gotten out of hand, so everyone's left. Trevor's still here. They could always count Trevor. Math equation. Trevor, what are you saying? Marner has the fastest natty too. Fastest Hattie? Fastest Hattie in playoff history. Is that correct? Mitch Marner has the fastest playoff hat trick in history. Really? No one's ever done it in 2 periods before? For him? I don't know about that. Where are you seeing that stat? Did they say in the broadcast? No. I guess. Huh, I don't know. Has it always happened in the third period? I don't know. Hurricanes getting dogged. Yeah, it's unfortunate, man. It really is unfortunate. They're letting us down. They're letting the NHL hockey world down, man. I can't. I can't believe it. I was not. I'll be honest. Like thinking about cup teams, like they were not on my radar. Maybe they should have been. Maybe they should have been. It is. I mean, so you think about it. I mean, they got the star power, man, between Arner, Eichel, Stone, all the pieces they have. I mean, they have a pretty loaded team. Yeah, I did think of them when thinking about cup teams. Like I was thinking about Colorado. I was thinking about Dallas. I was thinking about Vinny. Thinking about obviously Carolina. They're here, but yeah, like Vegas really didn't cross my mind. Edmonton, I thought about. Surprising. Yeah, I mean, just based on the fact that like and actually they had to fight for this. Like but there was a moment there in March where it was questionable if they even be in the playoffs. Like, they were struggling. Like they were losing a bunch of games and fired their coach in March. Like you rarely see a team fight. You rarely see a playoff team fire a coach in late March. Like that's when's the last time that's happened? And then that coach has gone on to bring that team to Stanley Cup, sweeping a President's Trophy team on route. Second time Torts has done that, by the way. Sweeping a President's Trophy team. He did it in 2019 when he was coaching the Blue Jackets. He swept the Tampa Bay Lightning that year. Did it again with Vegas sweeping Colorado. But yeah, to see a coaching change that late in the season, a team that finished sub 100 points, sub 40 wins, and they're in the Cup final, and like they've steamrolled through team. And I guess Utah and Anaheim were 6 games, but I mean Colorado was 4, and this one, honestly, right now, I mean, based on the way they're playing this game and this series, like I wanted to go 6-7 right now, like it'd be fine. Yeah, like Vegas has been better, not just this game, but like they've been better in general. I mean, the only reason it's not 3-0 is they choked game 5. They choked game 2. They choked it. Probably should be 3-0. You know, um, Carolina's lucky it isn't. Is that bad coaches challenge, right? Because Torts had that bad coaches challenge in game 2 that cost them with overtime, and yeah, they paid for it. They paid for it overtime. That challenge kind of cost Vegas the game. Torts is pretty groped for it, but the only reason this is a series right now is that mistake. It's the only reason this is a series. Because 2-1, it's still a series. Even if you get blown out 4-0, 5-0, whatever, you're down one game. It's still a series. Come back, but they need to show something. Like you're not going to come back in this game. You're not going to score 4 goals. If you're Carolina, you need to show something. You need to get some momentum. Like you just need to show a sign of life. Like you can't. You got to get the next goal. You can't get shut out. You got to just play some pride. Um, show signs of a comeback. Right. Show signs that you can good habits. Just win the period. Win the period. You're not going to win the game. Win the period. That's all I can do for Carolina. That this game's cooked, but you just got to get something out of it. You gotta go into the next game with something. You gotta leave with. Yeah, get complete. You do wonder if Vegas like is one of the few places too that actually has a true home field advantage. You wonder how many teams show up to Vegas and maybe aren't playing 100% in the game, if you know what I mean. It's Vegas, you know. I mean, it's the Stanley Cup final. I hope these guys will be locked in. It's the Stanley Cup final, but like it's Vegas, you know. Like you tell me, there's distractions in Vegas. Like Bulls, Dennis Rodman, he would take his little trips to Vegas, you know. Like the player, it's what people do when you go to Vegas. You know, you're going there. You know, you're not going to Vegas for if you're a professional sports guy, you probably go to Vegas for wholesome reasons. Vegas has a lot to do over there. You know, that's all I'm saying. Between gambling and going out to clubs and yada yada. I'm not going to go get in. You do wonder if that has an impact on these. Wonder how many teams like show up to Vegas and yeah, maybe just aren't quite locked in. I don't know. It's a Stanley Cup final. Like obviously, I remember like in the Blackhawks this past year, like they had a big win late in the season. I believe against Utah, they had a big overtime win, a couple of big overtime wins. And Blashill like he gave him like the night off or something because the next game was in Vegas. They had a road trip to Vegas, and Blashill like gave him like the day off. Like, oh, you guys deserve a little treat after that win. What do you think happened in Vegas? They got absolutely blown out of the building. They got completely destroyed. It's like, dude, like you're showing up to Vegas, giving a 24-year-old team like the key to the city. Like, what do you think's gonna happen, bud? Like, come on, man. It's the NHL. Like, you should be showing up there. It should be all business. It should be all business. But anyway, I don't know. I'm in a complete ramble right now, but yeah, it's Vegas, man. I gotta think that's a bit of an edge for the Golden Knights because like they play there, they live there, so obviously they're gonna avoid that stuff, but that position might not. You know, probably a reason why they avoided Vegas for a while in terms of major league sports franchises. That's obviously changed now, but there's a lot of controversy there about whether it'll work, but it has. The only other one I could think of that might have a true home field advantage is Colorado because they have the elevation. I wonder if the elevation plays a factor for other teams because obviously the Colorado Avalanche players they'd be used to it. They'd be used to playing 10,000 feet in the air, wherever it is. Not that much. Whereas that position probably isn't used to it. It might affect them in the games. I don't know. Not many teams you could think of that like the home team really has an edge. But I could think Vegas probably would be one of them. If I'm honest, I think I'm onto something there. I don't know. Maybe not. Yeah, I'm really just shooting the shit right now. I don't really know what I'm talking about. Yeah, thanks for the 6 people that are still sticking with me here. I know this game is very interesting now, and I was hoping this game would be a good one. I mean, the first 2 games are very good. They're very close, so I thought this game would be good too. And honestly, it has had moments. I mean, it's had a much more Hattie, so like it's had moments, but I thought it'd be a close game. I thought it'd be back and forth like the first 2 games were. It is a Saturday night, so I guess people things. I don't think a Peacock Beams live stream is probably top of the priority order there. A lot of things you could be doing on a Saturday night versus watching reacting to a Stanley Cup game. I appreciate the people that are here. I appreciate it. 4-0 Vegas, 16-12 shots. Freddie Anderson, 4 goals allowed, 16 shots. That's rough. Oh, Bussy's in. They made a change. Bussy's in for Carolina. They made a goaltending. I mean, yeah, makes sense. Anderson hasn't really been locked in tonight. You may as well. You don't want to let him get lit up. You don't want to break his confidence for the next game, right? So you don't want to. Plus, it also sends a message, right? You do the goaltending change, it sends a message here. Time to lock in. So I think that time has passed. I think it's a bit late there, but we'll see. We'll see if that see if that lights a fire under Vegas at all. Yeah, we'll see. Carolina, sorry. We'll see if that lights a fire under Carolina at all. But I think it's a little too late. But we'll see. If you want a chance, you gotta get like 2 goals at that 10-minute mark. So you can pull the goalie. If you're within 2, you can pull the goalie, and then maybe you can get too late. But yeah, you have about 15 minutes to get 2 goals and make it a hockey game. So we'll see if Carolina can pull it off and make this somewhat interesting at least. At least not get shut out. At least get something out of this game. Make the scoreboard look better. What's the over under in this game? I guess that's one thing to watch too. I haven't put any money in this game. I don't know. Probably 5.5, I would guess. But yeah, see if Carolina can get anything out of this. Very glad Marner has a hat trick. Lowell at Toronto. I'm very glad too. I'm yeah, I'd love to see Steve Dingle's reaction to this. He's absolutely tweaking right now. I can recall the Steve Dingle Sportsnet live streams all the times that he yapped and complained about Mitch Marner, and I'd love to hear what he's thinking right now. It wasn't just him. They gave him a lot of shit, man. They gave Mitch Marner so much shit over there, more than Matthews. I feel like Matthews hasn't gotten nearly as much flack compared to Marner, even though he's been just as bad in the playoffs or was just as bad in the playoffs. And frankly, he's your number one guy. Marner was number two. Matthews number one. Center. Guy you picked first overall in 2016. But that probably should be the guy that gets most of the blame. But Marner always got blamed more than Matthews. So you look back to every single Leafs playoff failure. It was always Mitch Marner. Like, not to say Matthews hasn't been critiqued. He has, but Marner going to score again? He almost did. Almost number 4 for Marner. Matthews has been critiqued, but I feel like Marner got way more of the flack compared to him. Not even close. And, well, look at what's happening now. Just look at the seasons, Marner and Matthews. I mean, Matthews got the goal at the U.S., but his Maple Leafs kind of a disaster. Marner, look at him. He's about to win a cup in Conn Smythe. What happens to lead Toronto, man? Matthews, you should lead Toronto, man. Come to Chicago. Yeah, it is pretty funny. That's the one good thing to come out of this game. Seeing the Marner Hattie and yeah, it's pretty entertaining. It's, Leafs fans are gonna be having nightmares about this. Here we go again. Carolina, man, they're just completely lost. I mean, they're up 4-0. Like they really have no reason. Like, they could sit back, they could just play conservative, but they're still pushing. They're still putting the pedal in the metal. Carolina just looks completely lost right now. They're turning over every puck. No cohesion out there. They're cooked. They're so cooked. And it's not the team we've seen the first 3 rounds that steamrolled through their opponents 12-1. I mean, I'm not seeing that team right now. The problem for Carolina is they have so much depth, which is great, but they don't have the star power compared to Vegas. Like, Sebastian Aho's great. Andrei Vesterkov is great. Seth Jarvis is great. They're not Jack Eichel. They're not Mitch Marner. They're not Mark Stone. You know what I mean? And Vegas has depth too. It's not like they have considerably worse depth than Carolina. I think Carolina has better depth, but Carolina has a loaded team. But they don't have that just wealth of talent that Vegas. Vegas has game breakers. Marner's a guy when he's at his best, put the team on his back. Jack Eichel's the same. Those are guys that can win games by themselves. Aho's great. Svechkov's great. Not the same caliber. I think that's a difference right now. Part of it. No penalty. On Vegas, I assume. Carolina got power players. See if they can, at least avoid the goose egg in this game. Marner texting Matthews, telling him to get the hell out of Toronto for sure. Yeah, I think so. I gotta think, you can't tell me Matthews hasn't been communication with him pretty much all year. You can't tell me he hasn't been checking in, oh, how's life? I mean, they only played together for 9 years. I mean, they're best buddies pretty much. You gotta think he's been communicating with him a bunch. How's the experience been? Yada yada. There's the pressure in Toronto from the media and the fans. There's no franchise that probably gets in their players more than Toronto. Yeah, they'll love you if you're great, but the second that show a bit of weakness, the second that the second you can be used as a scapegoat, you will be used as a scapegoat there. The media is relentless there. The media in Toronto is ruthless. And you can't tell me that doesn't affect those guys. You can't tell me it doesn't get to them. Why is it that every year in the playoffs, they're great in the regular season every year except for this year. They were always great in the regular season when the games really don't matter. I mean, they matter, but they don't, Why is it when the stakes get raised that they always fall apart? Why is it the same thing every year? Yeah, you can't tell me the market doesn't have it factored there. You can't tell me it doesn't. Vegas, there's no pressure in Vegas. There's no pressure there. No pressure in Vegas from the market. American team, expansion team, second newest team in the league. The fans there, they're fair weather. There's no pressure there in Vegas. The media there, everything's great. Everything's happy-go-lucky, I guess for management there is. Management in Vegas, it's they're not afraid to ship guys out, make deals. Coaches have been the hot seat a lot there, but in terms of the players, there's no pressure there. Here we go again. Mitch Marner again, the breakaway. Here he comes, and he's slashed. That'll be a call. There goes Carolina's power play. Marner slash going for number 4. I love how he still got his pedal out. He's got 3 goals and assists, 4 points. Not enough. He's still looking for more. You can't tell me that all those setbacks at Toronto aren't in his head right now. You can't tell me that guy's taking it personally right now. Mitch Marner wants to show that Toronto ownership, management, I guess they've all been fired now, but he wants to show that franchise organization exactly the mistake they made, exactly what they mishandled. Oh, he's going to get a penalty shot. Penalty shot in the playoffs? Wow. Okay, here we go. Mitch Marner going for 4 the penalty shot. Let's see if he gets point number 5, point number 29. Is it coming? He's denied. The breakaway is going for the forehand back in there, and he's denied. You don't see that very often. Penalty shot in the playoffs. It's Look, I generally don't see a lot of penalty shots. Like, I can't recall the Blackhawks, like, how many penalty shots were there? I feel like there are hardly any. You rarely see it these days. Look, it's always just a call. Even if it's a breakaway and there's a penalty, I feel like a lot of times they just don't call it. Think enough elevation on that, look like. Bussy just about he almost had it, actually. Another couple inches, he had it. Real. But yeah, I mean, it was Bussy just about got a piece of a glove on it. About a minute left on the Carolina power play. I thought it was going to be 4-4, but penalty shot, so they still got time on the power play. I love how Marner's like, but yeah, as I was saying, you can't tell me that Marner isn't thinking about all those playoff, setbacks in Toronto right now on the ice. You can't tell me it's not in his head. It is. He's taking out all those years of trauma in Toronto on the ice. Take it all out. Take it all out on the ice. What he's doing. You gotta respect it. You gotta respect it, man. Whether you like, I hate Vegas, but like you gotta respect that, man. I get the criticism too. Like, he's paid a lot of money. He's one of the most talented players in the league. I'm like, look, he wasn't good enough in Toronto in the playoffs. He wasn't. It wasn't just him; it was the whole team. But like, yeah, like I think he had 63 points in 70 games, Toronto in his postseason career. It's not good enough. But it wasn't just him; it was the whole team. It wasn't solely a Mitch Marner problem. It was a Toronto Maple Leafs problem. Matthews was just as bad. Nylander was just as bad. Tavares just as bad. It was the whole team. You're relying on 4 guys every year, like, and there's no depth. Like, yeah, you're gonna fail in the playoffs every year. Playoffs need depth. You can't just rely on a couple stars to get done. It's not gonna be good enough. Brown just wasn't a team ever built for the playoffs. Just wasn't. Not the NBA. They're constructed like an NBA team. A couple stars. Expected to carry the team. It's just not gonna happen. Because if those stars aren't playing like the stars they've been in the regular season, then the offense dries up in the playoffs. You got no shot. In Vegas, they have the star pup, but they also have the depth too. It's not like they have to rely on Marner and Eichel and Stone. Like, they have guys that can contribute outside them. Carolina too. But yeah, from that standpoint, I'm enjoying this, and the meltdown from Leafs fans when lifts the cup and is awarded the Conn Smythe Trophy. Assuming that does happen, there's time, but that's looking like it's going to be the case. It's pretty predictable right now, honestly. Yeah, the meltdown from Toronto Maple Leafs fan base will feed families. It will absolutely feed families, ladies and gentlemen. We look forward to that. We will be seated for the Toronto Maple Leafs. Years will be fun. Somehow Howden and Carlson can finish more goals Marner sets up than Nylander Matthews. That too. That's the thing too. Like, Marner is more of a playmaker, right? And Matthews. I think a big reason why, like you just brought up, the big reason why Marner wasn't producing in the playoffs is because Matthews wasn't. Because Marner got most of his production from feeding Austin Matthews. And yeah, like Matthews in the playoffs, in Toronto, not been clutch whatsoever. If you want to critique, they want to critique Mitch Marner. That's probably the guy that should be critiquing more, like I said earlier. Now, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he left Toronto. Same thing happened with him, and he just suddenly started producing. And yeah, happens to everybody, man. Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, the guys that Marner's finding guys and they're finishing. I mean, Allen's been finishing, like you said. He's got 13 goals, and William Karlsson's been a good piece for them. Same time, those aren't stars, though. It's good depth guys. You need those guys in the playoffs. You need those depth guys. Look at the 2010s Blackhawks. They had the Krugers, they had the Bickles, they had the Bolins, they had the Bufflins, they had the Shaws, they had the Vermettes. Like, just go down the list. The Oduyas. They had those depth guys. It wasn't just the stars. Oh, Carolina gets something. And at least avoid the shutout. Let's get a goal on the board for Carolina. And there's a scrum afterward. Boy, oh boy, is there a scrum afterward. I got some spice in this game. Jeez. Got it for Carolina. Oh, jeez, I completely forgot with the clock again. Oh, 3 minutes off. Whoops. But yeah, there's a bit of a scrum going on here. Not been much scrums in this game. There's been a couple, but it's definitely been a more well-behaved game, I would say, compared to most playoff games. It's been pretty chill for the most part. Who had that for Carolina? I missed it. Was it Martinook? I believe it was Martin. Let me check. I think it was him. Yeah, it was Martinook, yeah. He's been a good depth guy for them. Jarvis and Stankoven with the assists. All right, well, Carolina has something. They're down 3. I mean, never say never. I think it's unlikely, but never say never. Good, good forecheck there. Puck on net. Martinook, right spot, right time. Yeah, it was a good forecheck. Step opportunity there. Won the board battle. Not much Hart could do about that. Oh, I see. He kind of slashed him afterward. Oh, because he got cross-checked. He wasn't happy about that. That's what started that scrum. But yeah, Carolina at least avoids a shutout. Down 3 now. I mean, 3-goal comeback, 4-goal comeback. It's wouldn't be unprecedented, but still pretty tough. They got what 12 minutes left. I think you want to get that second one quick and have we could pull your goalie down 2, and I mean you'll pull a goalie down 3 too. I mean, you got nothing to lose in the playoffs, you may as well. But they'll pull the goalie no matter what. But like you want to be at least within 2 if you want a chance with the goalie pulled. You're not going to score 3 goals with the goalie pulled. 2 is tough too. You'd rather be down 1, obviously, but 2 you still got a chance. They need one more pretty quick here. See if they can get some momentum from that. Make this a hockey game. Oh wow, they just score again. Oh shit, there it is. Taylor Hall, Blackhawks legend Taylor Hall has made it 4-2 on the ensuing shift. We got ourselves a game. It's a 2-goal hockey game, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully that gets the viewership up a bit. There we go, 4-2. Carolina has life. They have life, ladies and gentlemen. Blackhawks legend Taylor Hall makes it 4-2 from Sebastian Aho. What a pass there by Aho. Finds Hall net front. Vegas just a lapse into the defense. What's going on? Asleep there. It's always a shift after goals are most important, man. Vegas caught napping. Taylor Hall takes advantage. Puck just about crossed the goal line. We got ourselves a game. 2-goal game. 12 minutes left. That's a lot of time. That is a lot of time. I was saying it was over. What do I know? No puck, apparently. Hey, they're only halfway there. Living on a prayer. Whoa. Living on a prayer. Probably the most overplayed song in sporting arenas, but it's a great song. Shout out Bon Jovi. Here we go. 12 minutes for Carolina. See if they can tie this game up. Please. Let's get another overtime. Oh my God! 4-3! It is a 4-3 hockey game! Holy shit! Guess what's happening? 4-3! Got this Jordan Stahl, your captain, Carolina Hurricanes captain Jordan Stahl has made it 4-3. Vegas is choking. Carter Hart, what is going on? Oh boy. Face-off win. Gets it back to the point. Shot from the point. Jordan Stahl for tip. Robertson get a piece of that too. Jordan Stahl definitely got a piece of it. Nice tip. Yeah, Jordan Stahl's goal, right? I believe. Unless Robertson got a piece of it. No, it's definitely Stahl's goal. Brother of Eric Stahl. Another Stahl brother looking for a cup in Carolina. Yeah, Eric Stahl, member of the 2006 Hurricanes. Jordan Stahl, been there for a long time, looking to win cup number 2. He won one Pittsburgh in 2009. 3 goals in 39 seconds. How about that? Hawks had 2 in 17. Carolina's got 3 in 39. Yeah, how about that? Oh my goodness. That's got to be close to a record. I mean, 3 goals, 39 seconds in the playoffs? Are you kidding me? How often does that happen? I mean, that's got to be a record or close. Carolina's choking again. And John Tortorella, oh boy, he is not a happy camper. What did I say earlier? Carolina scores goals in bunches. They got that first one. They got the monkey off the back, and the floodgates have opened. Wow. We got a hockey game. They got 11 minutes to get one. 11 minutes to get one. That's a long time. Maybe they don't even have to pull the goalie. Let's just get one right now. Let's make it 4. Why not? Make it 4 right now. Right fucking now. This was Connor McDavid in the Hurricanes locker room in intermission with his intermission speech there. Damn. How about that for Carolina? I wrote them off, but they didn't write back. The Hurricanes did not write back. Hey, I did pick them to win the cup, so I'd be happy if they proved me wrong here, came back, and still made that happen. They're the only team that could prevent us from a Vegas Cup, so all chips are on them. How about that, chat? My goodness. Oh, my goodness gracious. My God. Yeah, I mean, just bad turnovers, just bad defense, just lapses. That's all it is. Court's going to have a field day with this, man. He's going to be, oh, goodness. This TV timeout is going to be absolutely laying into those guys. Just a disaster. I mean, imagine this. I mean, the last choke was bad, but it was a 2-0 game. I mean, you're in the hockey game if you're Carolina, but 4-0? You choke a 4-0 lead. I mean, what precedent is set for the rest of the series? I mean, game 3 at home, you have a chance to take a 2-1 series lead. You have a 4-0 lead. If you choke that game away, you lose. I mean, yeah. I mean, suddenly it goes from looking like your cup to lose to, well, you lost it. I know, game 3 overreaction. Well, there's plenty more games to be played, but these games are all about momentum, man. They're all about momentum. Whoever team can carry it forward the best is the one that takes the cake. So, but yeah, it's never over till it's over, man. Kane's never out of it, man. They're never out of it. I should have known better. It's not the first time they've done it. They've had a lot of comebacks. I didn't see this one forecasted though. I mean, first 2 periods they didn't show me anything those first periods. I mean, it was all Vegas. But to be fair, I mean, I guess the first period was nothing, and Vegas had a 4-goal second. So I mean, a 4-goal third from Carolina. They're going for band for band. They're going band for band. But yeah, this series been something, man. Let me tell you. I mean, a lot of people wrote this series off, and we'll see what the ratings are. I mean, Carolina, Southern Market, Vegas. Like, I'm not sure this will be, in terms of ratings, if this will probably won't get as much as the Edmonton Florida series did, but we'll see. I mean, the playoffs have gotten good viewership. I think the Olympics is probably a big reason for that. I know the playoffs have generally been better rated this year. I think a big part is the fact that it's Olympic year. I think they take advantage of the U.S. gold medal. I think it's gotten some new fans in the game. I think that's probably helped them out. So the ratings actually might still be pretty good. And frankly, it's been a great final so far. I mean, all 3 games. I mean, I wrote this game off, and suddenly we have a game now. I mean, all 3 games have been razor thin, back and forth, plenty of goals, plenty of action, did everything. I mean, it's been a great final so far. I mean, people aren't watching; they should be. I mean, this beats the shit out of NBA. That's for sure. I mean, I can't even tell you what's happening on that. I could care less. I know Wemby's in it. That's all I know. The Hawks play something with him, but that's the only reason why I know the Spurs are in it. Spurs and Knicks, right? I think. Don't care. But yeah, this clears. This clears far and away. Vegas looking for a response here, looking to stop the bleeding. I think I did say earlier, I do think that goaltending change probably, you got to think that probably lights some fire to them too. Anytime you make a goaltending change, I think it always on the players to respond. Oh, there we go. Right as I was talking about the NBA Finals, they show a Spurs Knicks ad here. That's pretty funny. It's like they heard me. It looks like the Knicks lead 2-0. That's a shame. I'd rather see the Spurs win. You can never cheer for a New York team. I'd rather see the Spurs win because of Wemby. I like Wemby. He seems cool. Anyway, back to the game. 3 unanswered goals for Carolina, looking to make it 4. Looking to tie this game up and force overtime. Maybe not even. We still got half the period left. We might not need overtime. Who knows? Hey, yeah. We definitely have a game here. Yeah, I saw memes. Yeah, we definitely have a game. Oh, Torts is not looking amused in that Vegas bench. That's for sure. That can't be happy camper right now. That'd be kind of a disaster, man. They're still leading though. They're still leading. The ball is still in their court. The ball is very much still in their court. But it's definitely theirs to lose at this point. Right now, they're losing it. So we'll see. Oh, thank you all. It looks like I got a few subs out of this too. I haven't really been paying attention to that, but I've noticed now I've actually gotten quite a few subs out of the stream. So for those of you that have joined, the new people that have joined, I really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel, and thank you for tuning in. I really greatly appreciate that. For those of you who have subbed who are new here, and welcome to the channel. I really appreciate that. So anyway, got ourselves a good game here. 10 minutes left in the third. 21-16 shots. Vegas. They still have a 4-3 lead. Tie series. Winner of this game will also take the lead series. Yes. Forgot to stop the clock again. Drinking game every time I forget to stop the clock. I think that's happened a few times. I should do a drinking game for this. Yeah. The next game, if I live stream it, I will do a drinking game as well. How about that? That'll add some spice to it. I should have did it tonight. It's a Saturday night. That would have made way more sense to do tonight because the next game's what? Monday? Oh God. Monday night drinking game. Sure. Why not? Game 4. We'll be there. That'll help the viewers. If I want to see me make a fool of myself. That's what the internet's for. What should I drink? What should be the beverage? The beverage. Miller Lite would be my pick. Miller Lite's probably my favorite beer. That or Stella Artois. Yeah, not something super strong because it's a Monday night. I think it's right. Game 4 is Monday, so unless there's a 3-day break, I think it's Monday. I could be wrong. Let me check. Game 4. Oh no, it's Tuesday. There we go. Tuesday. Tuesday night's better than Monday night. There we go. Why is there a game? They're not traveling. It's still in Vegas. I guess to spread the games out. I guess that makes sense. They tend to do that in the Cup final, don't they? The Leafs could sure use a guy like Mitch Marner. Yeah, they could. I mean, Austin Matthews has kind of been without his a top line running mate there the last year. I mean, man, I don't know. I mean, it looks like that Marner could be. This game makes sense. Playmaker. Austin Matthews is a sniper. I don't know. I think those two probably complement each other pretty well. But what do I know? Toronto, an absolute shambles. You love to see it. You absolutely love to see it, ladies and gentlemen. You love to see it. Oh, good look there for Carolina, but Art shuts the door. One of the few times he shut the door in this period. Carolina's really been taking advantage of Hart in this period. Anyway, keep the pressure on. You were right. It's probably the NBA Finals, correct? Yeah, it's probably the NBA Finals. They don't want to conflict with that. Yeah, that makes probably playing. I don't know because I don't pay attention to NBA. I've hardly even paid attention to the Bulls. The Bulls are like the one Chicago team I've hardly paid attention to the past few years. I obviously watch every Blackhawks, watch every Bears game. I don't watch every Sox game because there's just so many of them, but I watch as many as I can. I'm not a Cubs fan. But yeah, like the Bulls are the one team that like I'm a fan of that like I've hardly paid attention to. It's probably because their season kind of conflicts with or not conflicts, but like it's at the same time as the Blackhawks. So it's like if they play on the same day a lot as the Blackhawks. Like obviously I'm gonna pick the Blackhawks every time because like I do this stuff. So like I'm invested in the Blackhawks. I essentially have stock in the Blackhawks of everything I do. So obviously I'm invested in every Blackhawks game. I put a lot of time in the team. So the Bulls, I really have no reason to watch them at the moment because frankly they've been mid. They're never really bad. They're never really good. They're just mid every year. It feels like they're just mid nowhere. Um, so yeah, I really have no reason to pay attention to them. And like they don't really seem to have a lot of players of interest at the moment. Although I don't really pay much attention, so maybe they do. I don't know. Maybe they have guys in the way. I have no idea. I couldn't tell you a single thing about the Bulls. Like I do not care. The one Chicago team I just really no emotions towards them at the moment, which is a shame because like they have such an aura, they have such a history. Obviously the '90s, of Jordan and Pippen and Dennis Rodman and just the dynasty Bulls and um, I don't know since Derrick Rose up, I just haven't really cared. To be honest. Like I did watch the Bulls a lot when I was younger. They had some really good teams. Prime Derrick Rose era was a fun time. Also, they had like Luol Deng and Carlos Boozer, and that's a lot of good players in those teams. But yeah, like I just don't really have a reason to watch to tune in the Bulls these days. I mean, if they turn around and could get an interesting team, maybe I'll care again. But um, it feels like they've been kind of irrelevant, the past decade or so. So yeah, no, it's a shame because it's a franchise of such history and just kind of a no man's land right now. It feels like, but if that changes, ownership too. They have the same owners of the Sox, so Reinsdorf. So so that probably didn't help them. How about the Bears? We haven't talked about that. Talk about those Chicago sports teams. How about the Hammond, Indiana Bears? Utter woke nonsense. Absolute ass. Yeah. Can't wait to watch Sunday Night Football, Bears Packers, the beautiful Hammond, Indiana skyline in the background. What a disaster. Yeah, what a disaster. I mean, Chicago Bears. I mean, literally the worst of the three options between Arlington and renovating Soldier Field in Indiana, and that's the one that's going to happen. Just a disaster by the city in Illinois. Complete disaster. Complete absolute disaster to lose the Bears. I know it's they're still close and it's still Chicago Bears, but like they're not in Chicago, they're not in Illinois. And they're not the only team I know, the Dallas Cowboys play in Arlington. It wouldn't be the first team to not actually play where they're paid to play. But still, like come on, man. Freaking Chicago Bears. Like they are the city. Even as a Blackhawks fan, like the Chicago Bears are the city. And you're just gonna let this happen. Like it's just a disaster. It's a real shame. Um, yeah, no, I not much else to say about it. Especially now. I mean, come on. I mean, the team's finally relevant again. I mean, made the playoffs this past year, and Caleb Williams is on the rise. on the Madden cover. Hopefully, that's not a curse for him, as it's been for a lot of people. I love the fact that Green Bay Packers fans, they get back from a long day's work and they gotta fire up Madden 27 and watch Caleb Williams, cook their team on the montage for they. So I love that. But yeah, it's like the Bears on the rise right now. They're going to be, a good chance they hopefully win a Super Bowl. In the Caleb Williams era, I think the guy won at least one. If you have a player like that, a quarterback like that, you got to win a Super Bowl. With Caleb Williams, I think they'll hopefully be able to do it. Um, but yeah, I mean, it might not even happen in Chicago. So yeah, rough timing there, rough timing. So we'll see. I guess I don't know if it's set in stone, but it's looking like that's going to be the case. So yeah, it's a shame. I love the Indiana Bears. I don't get shot at the highway. I mean, the Bears Soldier Field, it's in the middle of the city. It's not like, you're in the South Side. You're safe. I don't even downtown. I guess downtown could be a bit. There's a reason why I wear a hat all the time. I got the Artie Lepshinov hairline brewing with the receding hairline, unfortunately. So why I wear a hat in every video. Yeah. Yeah, at least Arlington is still in Texas. Yeah, the Bears, it's not just the fact they're not in Chicago, it's Indiana. Like, Indiana. I know it's to be fair, like the spot they're playing is like ridiculously close to the border. Like, and honestly, I don't even think it's that much further than like Arlington would have been in terms of like downtown or like in terms of how far it is from downtown. Like, I don't think it's really that much different. Like, it's not far deep into Indiana. Like, it's in fact, I think you could still kind of see it from the lakeshore. Like it's not that much further, but still, it's the principle of the matter, man. It's the principle of the matter. That's what it is. Why Hammond? At least like maybe Gary. I don't know. Give Gary something. Nah, Gary doesn't deserve shit. Gary, Indiana. One of the cities of all time. What is Gary even known for? Gary, Indiana. I guess Michael Jackson. Did Michael Jackson wasn't he born in Gary, Indiana? That's the only thing about Gary I could think of that's relevant. That's all I got. I don't know. Gary the SpongeBob snail. Yeah, MJ. I believe MJ was born in Gary, Indiana, or he's raised there. I think the other MJ, not Michael Jordan, Michael Jackson. Think I'm onto something there. I don't know. Vegas in the power play. They're looking to get some Geico insurance here. They got 1 goal lead. They could probably use some insurance. Carolina's got 7 minutes to tie this game up. They could really use a goal here if you're Vegas in the power play. Plus, see if the save. Carolina's got 7 minutes to try to tie this game up and force overtime for the second game in a row. They won overtime last time, looking to stay undefeated in overtime. They can do so. I believe Vegas had also won every overtime to that point, but obviously lost the last one game. So they obviously would want to avoid it. I think if you go in overtime, you blew a 4 goal lead. I think the odds would be in Carolina's favor in that instance. So it kind of feels like you have to win this in regulation. If it goes the extra distance, you got to think Carolina would finish the deal. Got a minute left in the power play here. Yeah, I mean, what is there to do in Hammond? Like, to be honest, I never even heard of the city until now. Like, I never heard that city until the Bear stuff. So, if you're a city in the United States, like relative, size, scale, interest that I've never heard of, like it must be a nothing city because like, I'm obsessed with that stuff. I've always been obsessed with, you know, naming as much like cities, towns as I can, geography, stuff like that. I never even, and it's close too. Like it's really close to Chicago. I had no clue what it was. I just now heard of it only because of the Bears. I don't even know what happens there. Is it just like is this one of those Indiana places, a bunch of like factories and stuff, or like the smoke towers? I think that's it, right? Because like you always see across like Michigan, you always see like all those smoke towers and stuff like coming in, on O'Hare. You're looking down the city. There's a bunch of, I think that's what it is. Like it's an old industrial, complex or something. I think I don't know. I think I'm onto something there. I don't know. Bottom line, it's not very impressive looking. It's very run down. Um, yeah, there's nothing really special to look at what I've seen. So I don't think the backdrop to the Bears stadium there would be very impressive. Probably like I don't know. Like, I thought the Arlington Stadium too was gonna be pretty damn nice. Like, purchased that entire land there. There used to be a horse racing track there at Arlington. Like it looked like that stadium was gonna be state of the art, like Dallas Cowboys esque. Like it was gonna be really nice. So much for that. I mean, in Soldier Field, like, Soldier Field, say what you will, like, it's a great location, perfect location, lakefront. The atmosphere there is great. The stadium itself is kind of like it is like it's not, capacity wise, it's kind of small. Lines there are disgrace. The concessions suck. The bathrooms suck. Um, but the atmosphere in Soldier Field is great. Like it is perfect location. Although getting there is kind of a pain in the ass. Like I kind of have to take the train and like walking to the stadium is such a pain in the ass. And the walk there takes forever. So getting in there takes like an age, but obviously it's in the complex there and by Lakeshore. But no, I got like Soldier Field. I mean, good backdrop too. Got the skyline in the background, right in the smack downtown. Beautiful area of the city. Location's perfect. The stadium itself is, but location you couldn't ask for a better location. Um, this one is like the worst of both worlds because like Arlington was probably gonna be the best stadium. Soldier Field was gonna be the best location. Arlington, Indiana is the worst of both. It's probably going to be the worst location. I don't know if the stadium there, that's going to be like compared to Arlington. I haven't really looked at how that's going to be. I'm sure it'll be nice. I mean, if it's going to be a brand new stadium, I'm sure it'll be nice, but who cares? It's in Indiana. Principle of the matter, man. Imagine the Chicago Blackhawks, like, I don't know, moving to like Milwaukee or some shit now. And not the same thing. Not a world that would happen, but the Blackhawks actually have, the people around them. Yeah, I mean they do. The words is, it's they know what they're doing. They're similar to how teams changes up. Yeah, that too. The fact that it's gonna be near a bunch of factories, like, yeah, it's probably gonna be pretty. Yeah, it's probably the smell there's probably not gonna be great either. Oh, it's 80,000 sweating football fans. I don't think it's probably ever good, to be honest. Oh, I forgot the clock again. Jeez, how much time's left? 6 minutes, I think, something like that. Let me check. In the clock. 5 minutes. 5 minutes 52 seconds. Oh, Lee just texted me. Holy Mitch. Yeah, yeah, no shit, man. We need to do more live streams together. We didn't do a ton this year. We did a little bit. We streamed the Hawks Blues game in October, and we streamed the Hawks Sharks game in February. We didn't stream much games together. We gotta do more of that. Yeah, we should do more of that next year because we did a lot of that on Shocky Radio. We'll see. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm not gonna look too much in the viewership for this one. It's not Blackhawks related. I kind of put together last minute with not a lot of time beforehand. So I'll do more of these. Like, keep experimenting with it. See if something there. I imagine Blackhawks related stream probably get more traction and probably do pretty well. So yeah, it's something I would consider doing more of in the future. Plus, a chance to talk with people. It's a chance to answer questions. It's a chance to build community. Chat, obviously, it's something I enjoyed. In the chat to kind of converse and kind of build that camaraderie. Good to interact. So yeah, I want to try to do more of this stuff in the future, not just recordings, but like do more live streams and stuff. Um, I think I probably get better at them too as I do more of them. I think just getting that first one underway was something I need to do. Um, I get comfortable doing it again because I did a lot of CHR. I haven't done as much live content with Bioc memes, but I want to do more of it in the future. Just another area to kind of diversify your content where it's your kind of the more things you could do, the better. Anyway, 4 minutes up in the game, less than 5 minutes. Clock's a little behind, but pretty close. 25-19 shots, Vegas. 4 minutes left. Time is ticking for Carolina. I mean, they had the 3 goals in 39 seconds. The game's kind of settled down since then. Big stop for Hart there. Oh, another scrum here. Oh boy. Big scrum. Big scrum. Oh, Hart looks a bit shaken up. Can't say it. Makes me sad to see. This game's definitely got a lot more chippy, that's for sure. Hart looks pretty. Ball's in the middle of it. That would have been Taylor Hall too. Damn. That would have been a nice game tire. Hall just lays into Hannafin afterward. That's classic. Damn. Hall, I would say he doesn't get enough credit for his physical game. Like Hall's a tank. He's a truck. You see that guy? Like he's built, man. That guy's in some serious shape, but he's not afraid to be a bit of a pest out there. He really set off. Jordan Stahl just got absolutely walloped. Who is that just jumped on him? Was that Rasmus Anderson? Anderson just pounces on him like a gorilla. Anderson, no, that could be a guy. Free agent UFA defense. I don't know. Spitballing. Oh, Pavel Dorofeyev. I mean, could that be an offer sheet candidate? I don't know, for KD. Just spitballing here, chat. Yeah. Just musing. Hearing things. Every NHL insider hearing things. Can't wait for another summer being blue ball by every single NHL insider. Oh, Blackhawks have been connected to insert, chat GPT, insert name here. Oh, hearing Stenberg's going to drop. Oh. Can't wait to be disappointed yet again. Fell for it again award. Hope I'm wrong. I would like for these things to actually happen, but I played these games before. And they know the Blackhawks get clicks. So just put Stenberg at 4 mock drafts and they'll eat it up. Anyway, 4 minutes left. Come on, Carolina. Let's go. Let's tie this up. I want overtime. I want extra innings. Saturday night hockey. Why not? Let's get some extra hockey here. Give me playoff overtime hockey. Nothing beats it, man. Nothing beats playoff overtime hockey. Absolutely nothing. Carolina putting the pressure on here. Run to your pull, Bussy. Got 3 minutes. Not yet. Probably, once the clock hits the 2-minute mark, you probably pull him, I imagine. Although it's 1 goal, though. It's 1 goal. It's not like they're down 2, so they might wait a bit longer. Not chance it. But, you got nothing to lose, though. It's up, You got possession here. I mean, can't wait too much longer. Vegas gets the puck out. Vegas pressuring the other way. Now or never now for Carolina. Now or never. Do or die. 3 minutes left. Gotta think goalie's gonna be pulled here soon. You gotta think, got trucked there. Vegas clears it again. Carolina now suddenly having a hard time. Oh, that puck go out? That puck go out? Carolina thinks it did. Could be a call here. Oh, Torts looks pissed. I think it did. Oh boy. Based on Torts' reaction, I think the puck did go out. Yep. Kane's got power play. Oh my goodness. 2 minutes, 55 seconds left, and the Carolina Hurricanes have a power play to potentially tie this game up. Delay of game with less than 3 minutes left. Are you kidding me? Vegas. Vegas. Who's guilty here? Taylor Hall got shooken up. Hall got absolutely destroyed there by McNabb. Damn. Too. Prayers for you, Hall. Oh boy, yeah, he looked pretty shaken up. Sorry, Taylor. Who was that? Theodore? I mean, he was at the goal line or the red line. How the hell did he put it out from there? Freaking Caleb Williams lob pass. Jesus, doing his best 2021 Mitch Marner impression. All right, Carolina the power play. 2 minutes 55 left. 0 for 1 tonight. 2 for 7 the series. Come on, Carolina, let's go. Now, do you still pull the goalie? Because you already have the man advantage, right? Probably not yet. You probably wait on that. You're not going to do it right away. Probably about midway through the power play, you pull him. Get the two-man advantage, probably. The one advantage for Vegas, though, is you be able to ice the puck without, icing it, because you got the penalty kill. So, you can just ice the puck, not have to worry about the icing. That's one good thing about this for Vegas, but I mean, you're on the penalty kill, so that's not good. Obviously, you give Carolina the advantage. Here we go. Ghost at the point. Shot by Hart. Come on, Vegas. They need more from this line. Aho, Jarvis, Fetch. Need more from these guys. Jarvis, more Jarvis. Jarvis, we need more goals. Did it last game. Come on, Jarvis. Need another big one from him. Or what has Aho done? And Svetch, what have they done? Need something from them, dude. Something from those guys. All right, they pulled the goalie now. Carolina's pulled the goalie. Aho, down low, stall. They're crashing the net. And they scored. Carolina's tied up the game in the power play. Oh my goodness. Who's got it? Whose goal is it? Oh my God. I think it's Svechnikov. I think it's Mr. Svechnikov. Carter Hart is in absolute shambles. Oh my. It looks like they're looking at this. Oh no. No. They're looking at this. Fuck. You know what? Vegas has already had two not go their way, so you know this one's gonna go their way. They're probably 0-1 here, unfortunately. Let's see. What are they looking at here? Goal interference, I'd imagine. What else would they be looking at? I mean, he got shoved in by the Vegas player. The Vegas player shoved him in. Like, what do you want him to do? Can they crash the net? Yeah, dude, the Vegas defenseman just shoved the Carolina player into him. Come on. No, this should be a good goal. Right? Am I wrong? He was shoved into him. Barreled into him. What do you want him to do? Yeah, it's goal interference. I just pushed the guy in the net. The puck already in? No, it was after the fact. That was after the fact. The whistle. He signaled, though. They'll look at this, right? I mean, are they not? He's debating challenging it. Tort's already got this wrong once. He's already got it wrong once. So, like, do you risk getting it wrong again? He already got it wrong game two. No, they're not looking at it. I don't think they're looking at it. Yeah. I mean, Tort's probably learning from his mistake in game two. He challenged it, got it wrong. They tied it, won in overtime. So I think for him, you challenge it, you get it wrong, and what if they win the game now and then you don't even go to overtime? Like, you look like an idiot. So tie game. 4-4 hockey game. Carolina's blown, or sorry, Vegas has blown a 4-0 lead. Not yet. I guess they can still, they can still win, but I guess they haven't blown it yet, but they kind of have. 1 4+ goal third period comeback in the entire Stanley Cup playoff history. 1982 by the LA Kings. They beat the Oilers. Damn. Only second time's ever happened. ESPN. Vegas. My goodness gracious. How about that? Both teams have gone band for band with 4-goal periods. I mean, Vegas had the 4-goal second. Carolina's had the 4-goal third. What a hockey game, ladies and gentlemen. What a Saturday night hockey game we've had in store. What a game. What a fucking game. I was worried after the first period, man. The first period, I'm like, I don't know about this one. But, man, second, third periods have been absolute freaking cinema. And this is what it's all about. Probably going to get overtime, too. We're about a minute away from getting overtime. Let's hopefully we see it. I want more hockey. More hockey, baby. God damn it, I forgot the clock again. Oh, I forgot to give Carolina a goal. Let me go. There we go. Carolina's got their goal. The period's already over on my scoreboard. I'm doing a really good job with the clock, Chad. I know. I've just been so focused on this game. It's been so good. I'm focused on the game. In the chat, I'm not focused on the score bug. That's their job. It's not my job. I don't know if I'm always gonna do the score bug in the future because it's kind of hard. It's kind of been annoying to try to toggle that. Normally in CHR, we had somebody do that because there was multiple people in the chat. So like me and Lee would be watching the game in the chat, and then somebody would be doing the stream, and then be doing the score and shit. Yeah, trying to do the score and read chat and watch the game, 3 things at once is kind of tricky. But yeah, I'm sure I'll get used to it, more reps. Anyway, 20 seconds away. See if there's anything left here. I think probably both teams probably just want to get to overtime at this point. Well, it is the regular season. There's no point to play for here. It's just a win. Looks like we're going to see it. 10 seconds left. Is this icing? We'll be icing. So, okay. Carolina will get a no-zone draw here. 12 seconds left. See if they do anything with it. Oh, I'm not behind, am I? I'm not behind. Good. Okay. Sometimes the streams are a bit laggy. They get a bit behind, but I don't think that's the case. I think we're good there. Good. What you want to see. Crazy series. Yeah, seriously, man. This has been great. I mean, this series was not being gassed up at all. Like, everybody was saying, oh, this has been a boring playoffs, and this is probably going to be a boring cup. The fuck do they know? This has been great. This has been great, man. Loving this. But there are two very different teams. I mean, Carolina's a very defensive structure, trap hockey, physical team. Whereas Vegas, they just got the guns. They got the star power, man. They're more offensive. So it's definitely two clashing, philosophies at play. So it makes it fun. It's fun to watch two sort of differently constructed teams go at it, See which philosophy wins out, which construction wins out. Carolina gets a shot there. Probably the last chance of the period, I imagine. Vegas clears. Yeah, Carolina will obviously eat the clock, and that'll be it. Well, not yet. It's not it. It's it for regulation. Ladies and gentlemen, we got overtime. Is there even an overtime option with the score bug? I wonder if I would think there is, right? Let me see. Is there an overtime? Yes, there is. Overtime. Oh, it's 5 minutes. Uh-oh. Is there a playoff? Why is it's 5 minutes on the clock? Oh, can I just add? Oh, it's not letting me add. Fuck. OT2. What's OT2? Is OT2 give me five? Is there no way to have a 20-minute overtime score bug with this? I guess not. I guess we're cooked there, chat. Maybe how about this? Maybe wait a minute. Overtime 2. I think did I just get it? I just saw 20. Oh, it's probably the change there. God damn it, man. Yeah, it's not letting me I guess the score bug only has it to where it's the 5-minute regulation. So this is just taking account regulation or regular season games, I should say. So should I just do third period and then do the 20? Does that make should I do that or should I just do 5-minute segments then? Or how about this? How about I just take down the time? Yeah, I think that's an option, right? Let me see. Can I just take out the time here? Clock. Hidden. There we go. Overtime. There we go. Okay, so I just won't be managing the clock for the overtime. 20 minutes doesn't seem to be an option for the overtime. So I could just do another third and then have the 20, but that'd be confusing. I know, yeah, that'd be confusing. So we'll just do OT. There we go. All right. How about that? How about that? We have playoff overtime hockey on the way once again. Second time this series, second time in a row. Carolina came out on top in game two, courtesy of Seth Jarvis and a power play winner in overtime. You don't see a lot of power play winners in overtime because you just don't see a lot of power plays in overtime. But Vegas is looking to repay the favor. If you're Vegas and you lose this game, that's absolutely embarrassing, man. I mean, 4-0 lead on home ice. Are you kidding me? And you lost in the third period. It wasn't like it was like, oh, they had a 4-0 lead in the first or second. Like they lost it in one period. I mean, Mitch Marner, the poor guy, had he an assist and it's a tie game. It's like he's back to his Toronto days. Great game, but his team's still not coming on top of the moment. It's like Marner's at 4 points. He could easily have more. He could easily have more than that in this game. He's had so many chances. But yeah, Vegas, dude. If you lose this game, well, 4-0 lead, and you lose at home ice in overtime, like I think Carolina. Yeah, I mean, this overtime. I mean, I know it's a 1-1 series, but dare I say, like whoever wins this overtime wins the series. Dare I say it? That might be a overreaction to this game, but like these cup finals are always momentum based. They're always momentum based. I could just see where Vegas loses this game and like they have a hard time getting it back. I could see that kind of killing their confidence. Oh, it is Vegas though. I mean, they have so many veterans in that team, and it's Tortorella. He's going to lay into them. So like they could still, if they lost this, they could still bounce back. Obviously, Game 4 is at home too, so they have a chance right away to make up for it. But yeah, I mean, Carolina, you come back 4-0 and take the win on the road. I mean, take the series lead, and that'd be two overtimes. That'd be two overtime wins as well if they make it happen, right? So yeah, this is a lot to play for, man. It really feels like this overtime is like the turning point of the series. Like whoever comes out in top here, like I think it's there to lose. Theirs to lose, in my opinion. But we'll see. What a game! What a series, man! It's been fun to watch. Okay, overtime predictions. Overtime predictions. I'll do one. Chat, give me one for Carolina. Give me one for Vegas. Okay, who I got? Who I got? Let me pull up. Okay, who we got here? I'd say Vegas. Vegas. I mean, I feel like it's too easy to pick this guy. I feel like it's way too easy to pick this guy. But like, who else with Mitch Marner? He already has 3 in this game. Like, 4 goals, overtime winner, puts team on his back, 5-point game. Like, oh, that's too easy though. That's way too easy, isn't it? It's too easy. I should have a more out of pocket one. Because I feel like these overtimes, it's normally out of pocket guy that you don't expect. It's normally some random depth guy, some random fourth liner, some third pair shutdown defenseman, that's some muffin, some bouncer, some shit. Hmm. Yeah, Marta's too easy. I'm not gonna say Mart. That's way too freaking. I'll give a better prediction, a more like out of pocket one that most people wouldn't pick. Who am I gonna pick? Uh this is tricky though. This is tricky. You know what? I'll stick with my first goal prediction. How about Brady McNabb slapper? Brady McNabb with the cage coming back in this game after leaving game 2 for an injury. I'll say he gets it for Vegas. Absolutely no one's going to pick that. But Brady McNabb for Vegas. Carolina, I will say. Who gets it for Carolina? I think it's got to be one of Aho especially called. This one, I would do a more dual prediction for this one. I'm not going to go out of pocket for this one. Aho and Svechnikov have been way too. I guess Svechnikov just scored. Who am I talking? Svechnikov just tied the game. What am I talking about? But what has Aho done? What has Aho done? I think Aho's been way too quiet, right? Is this he have one in this game? No, he doesn't. Aho, there we go. Aho for Carolina. He's been way too quiet. Aho is overdue. Svechnikov just has moment. Jarvis had his moment in game 2. He had the overtime winner. Svechnikov just has one time at the game. Aho is going to have his moment, get the overtime. Yeah, Sebastian Aho. That makes way too much. He's been way too quiet. He's too good of a player. Every top guy has had their moment kind of where they've broken through in the series so far. Like he's kind of waiting on his, right? I'll say he gets on the board for Carolina. Wins them the game. 5-4 Carolina. Sebastian Aho. But if Vegas does win, I was kind of doing it. I think it would be. He's been too good tonight. Mitch Marner's been way too fucking good. 4 goals for him. Aho or Marner, take it to the bank. But I am leaning Carolina. I mean, it's got to be Carolina, right? I mean, they're not going to come back 4-0, score 4 unanswered goals, and lose this in overtime. Like, they can't. You can't, like, is it almost worse if you lose this for Carolina? No matter how I think about it. Like, what's worse? What's worse? Like, I know the obvious answer is Vegas, like, blowing a 4-0 lead. It's worse for them on home ice. But, like, Carolina, imagine coming all the way back for 4 goals and you still lose. Like, that honestly might be worse. Like, for Vegas, it feels like you have to. I mean, you're on home ice. Like, you gotta. I mean, they both have to. Who am I kidding? Like, it equally matters for both. It's a tied series. Like, they both have to. Like, you know what I mean? Um, yeah, I'm gonna stand by that. I think Sebastian Aho needs to have his clutch moment here, and I think he breaks through here. That's my prediction. But we'll see. He had 1 power play goal. Was that not tonight though? Right? Wasn't it game 1 or 2? I think he did have something last game, but like not like he didn't have the winner. Tonight's been Svechnikov, Stahl, Hall, and Martinuk. Let me go back to the last game. Maybe he did have something. Maybe I forgot. How about game 2? Game 2 was Stankoven, Jankowski, Stahl, Jarvis. How about game 1? Did he do anything in game 1? I think maybe game 1 he did. Ehlers, Stahl, got the spare. No, Hall doesn't have a goal in this series. Unless I'm just reading it. I just checked each game. I don't think Aho has a goal in this series. I mean, this is the moment. I mean, now is the time. Now is the time. Stanley Cup final. Like, okay, bud. Like, here we go. Get that goal. That feels like the pick for me. That feels like the pick to kind of finish the deal. We'll see if it happens. I think the intermissions are a bit quicker for this, right? For overtime, a bit quicker. Normally they're 17, 18 minutes, not a bit faster for 15 minutes. I think. Maybe. I don't know. They got 6 minutes left, it looks like. It feels like it's going by faster, so I think I'm onto something there. Maybe. I don't know. Sorry, chat. Let me get back to the chat. That much. I win money either way. If Dorofeyev scores or if anyone Carolina scores. Either of those. I'd love to see Stankoven or Hall net the game winner. That period reminded me when San Jose came back against Vegas in Game 7. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that 2019. I think it was 2019, right? When yeah, like was it Vegas or San Jose that came back against Vegas, right? Or was it the other way around? Um, yeah, it was San Jose. Yeah, San Jose came back against Vegas in 2019, right? And they won that series, I believe, right? Because I think Vegas lost in the first round that year, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, San Jose won that one, and they went pretty far, right? Didn't they make it to the conference finals that year? Yeah, back when Portal was on the team. Now he's obviously in Vegas, but I think he played a big part in that. Pavelski, I remember he did something in that game, I think, but yeah, it feels a lot like that, right? It's a similar 3-4 goal comeback, something like that the last couple periods, I think. Yeah, I recall that. San Jose won that game in overtime, by the way. Yeah, so I think Carolina completes the comeback. Absolutely. They have to. Carolina cannot complete this comeback. Like, they can't. They have to finish the deal. It means literally nothing if you don't win. It means absolutely nothing if you don't win. It's a playoffs, man. There's no extra point here, I started watching hockey during the 24-25 season, watching the Blackhawks with my girlfriend. Good for you. I got to see Taylor Hall as a Hawk, so it's pretty cool seeing us some success with the Canes. Oh yeah, I've always liked Taylor Hall. I like that. I like to see that too. I wouldn't be upset with Taylor Hall overtime winner at all. He has won these playoffs. I can't remember which. I know Taylor Hall has an overtime winner in these playoffs. I can't remember what game it was, but I know he did at some point. He's been good, man. I mean, let me check the stats. He has what, 60? Anything in this game? What has Hall done in this game? I think before this game he had what, 16 points or something. Oh yeah, yeah, he has a goal. Am I talking about? Yeah, Hall scored the second goal. Yeah, shows you how good my short term memory is. Yeah, Hall has he has 6 goals in the playoffs. I think he has what, 11 assists. I think I'm right there. Okay, and to be fair to Aho, he does have a couple assists. Yeah, he did assist on the Taylor Hall goal, and he did have a secondary assist too. I mean, secondary assist in the power play, like who cares? But he did have the primary assist. He had that really nice play to Taylor Hall. Yeah, he did have that really nice that pass he made to Taylor Hall was really nice. Now that I'm recalling that. So to be fair, he does have 2 points. He's been good, but get in the score sheet. Get a goal. Get a big overtime winner. Yeah, it's been Bertle got the first one, then Marner got 3 for Vegas. Martinook, Hall, Stahl, Svechnikov. Those are your goal scorers so far. But yeah, no, I'm happy to see Taylor Hall having success there in Carolina. Um, I'd love to see him get a cup. I'd love to see it. I think he's a real likable guy. Based on the interviews I've seen too, like I watched his interview with Spin Chicklets last year, and he just seems like a really good guy. Good leader. I know Bedard was a big fan of him. I know he was really helpful for him coming into the league. One of my favorite moments, I think, watching the rookie year of Bedard Blackhawks, Connor Bedard scoring his first goal, and the reaction from Taylor Hall was just the most wholesome thing I've ever seen. Like he was just so happy for him because he can relate. Like he was the first overall pick too. He knows what it's like to have all that pressure as a first overall pick, playing for a big market team. He played for Edmonton originally, Bedard for Chicago, and just the pressure. And like obviously now it's a lot more like, and like Taylor Hall was a big time prospect. He wasn't, Bedard like prospect. So it's like it's a lot more now, especially with the social media age and yada yada. This generation. It's like it's hard today, man. Um, so yeah, like just the reaction Taylor Hall and Bedard had this first career goal against Boston. Um, just the way he got up for him was like, yeah, baby, let's go, baby. Like he was just so happy for him. It was just like, I don't know, I love that. Like, that was great. Obviously, you're gonna be happy for your team, but just like the reaction he had, like I've never seen a player look more like excited for his teammate, like any other boy. Like I thought it was so cool. Um, Unfortunately, he only lasted 10 games that year. He got injured and was out for the rest of the year. That really sucks. Like I always think about that. Like what happens if Paul was healthy that year? Maybe it could have been a piece here. Like maybe he and Bedard are developing a really nice chemistry. And it sucks, man. Because he's a very good player. He's always has been. He's went through a lot of ups and downs though. Like I remember Buffalo he had a tough time, and Arizona had a tough time. Yeah, he won a Hart Trophy. Like in 2018, he won a Hart Trophy. Taylor Hall with the Devils. It's crazy. One of the Hart Trophy winners of all time, Taylor Hall. He was insane. He had like 93 points, 76 games, carried them to the playoffs. But that injuries, man, like he's had so many injuries. Like that's kind of killed him. Not killed him, but like it's hurt him. But, like he's still been an effective second line guy who can still contribute, 50 points. These playoffs, man, like he's looking like his vintage self. Like he's looked as good as he's ever been. Good to see. Like he deserves it. Like I like that guy a lot. He just seems like a really good guy, good leader. Um, Probably the guy I want to see win the cup the most out of anybody in these playoffs, to be honest. Like who's left. Yeah, I love to see it. That's why he's on the thumbnail. That's why I picked Taylor Hall and Mitch Marner for the thumbnail. I think just both those guys are players. I think I don't want to see Vegas win, but I think Mitch Marner, like I just said, for everything that he's kind of went through in Toronto, and I kind of want to hear a story too. Like he mentioned something like, "Oh, if we win the cup, like you're going to hear about my dark times in Toronto." Like I kind of want to hear that. I want to hear the story. It's kind of a shame that like it's only if they win. Like I guess if they lose, we're not going to hear about it. So that's a little odd. But yeah, Mitch Marner's already dropping his trailer for, for the Toronto Maple Leafs documentary or something. I don't know, um, but no, I'd rather see Carolina win. I think Taylor Hall. If it's Carolina, Hall wins the Conn Smythe. If it's Vegas, I think Marner wins the Conn Smythe. Today, things could change, but right now, Hawks fan from California. Oh wow. Oh, good luck with that. You got to deal with all the Sharks fans over there. That must be a ton of fun. Oh boy. All right, about to start overtime. Man, that intermission really flew by. It must be a quicker intermission. That quick. Happy. Will this be now? Here's the question: will this be a long overtime? Will this be a short overtime? Will it take multiple overtimes? The first one was pretty quick, right? That happened pretty quick, I think. Is this going to end pretty quickly? It's been a high scoring game. 8 goals have been scored. Um, I can see this one ending pretty quickly. I think it's going to end pretty quickly. Yeah, I could see like the Aho line getting a chance early and ending it. Carolina's got all momentum on the side, especially after tying it late. The third period they had. But Tortorella, though, like you got to think that guy, like he must have been freaking throwing chairs and shit in the Vegas locker room. Like they should be pretty locked in now. Like if they weren't locked in the third, but they should be locked in now. I mean, because I think those guys will fear for their lives if they lose this game. I think Torts will be. Everyone will be every single Vegas Golden Knights player will have their doors locked tonight if they lose this game. Torts will not be happy. So, with that being said, Brendan Moore is pretty. Um, yeah, he's tough too. So I don't know. I still think it's Carolina's to lose here. I think they got this, but we'll see. All right, here we go. Overtime. Stall. You got Stall? Yeah. All right, overtime is underway. Carolina wins the draw. Carolina is 6-0 in the playoffs in overtime. Vegas is 3-1. Carolina looking to stay undefeated in overtime. Vegas was undefeated before the last game, game 2. Here we go. Here we go. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, I forgot the score bug. Jesus. Got the score. Match time. Oh, that's right. I just remembered. I got rid of the time because the overtime thing on this only has 5 minutes, doesn't have 20, so I'm not controlling the time. You know it's overtime. You can see the score for yourselves. You're watching the game. Yeah, we're good there. Don't have to match the clock, so that's goals. Goal maybe one more. All right. Vegas got possession. Mitch Marner turns over the puck. Vegas reassessing. Dump the puck in. Carolina dumps it in. Pressuring. Vegas come back the other way. All right. Bertle entering the zone. Marner. Nice pass there. Throw it on net. Outside the net. Didn't hit the net. Anderson thought about it. Cycles it down low. Bertle wins the board battle. Back to the point. Anderson goes back to Hertl. Hertl assessing his options. Drop pass. Turn the puck over. Carolina come back the other way. They'll get a change here. Dumping in, I imagine, Blake. Jackson Blake. He's been good for them. Son of Jason Blake. Good second line player there. He's been good with Stankoven and Hall. It's been a good line for them. That's been their top line. All right. Battle here. Chatfield looks like he's going to win the battle. Carolina gets it out. Oh, maybe not. Out. Here comes Jacob Slavin. The best defenseman in the league when it comes to defense. Best defensive defenseman in the league, Jacob Slavin. Vegas re-entering the zone. Yeah, I'm locked in. I'm locked in this game right now. I'm probably not going to be reading chat for a bit. I'm locked in the game right now. Oh, bad turnover there. Vegas had most possession so far. Shot from the point. Didn't reach the net. Carolina clears. And I'm nervous, man. I'm not even a fan of either of these teams. I'm nervous. I do like Carolina, though. Not like I wouldn't say I'm a fan of Carolina. I like Carolina. Carolina's probably like, top 5 team in terms of teams I like. I did a video on it. I did a YouTube video, ranking the teams, how much I like. Vegas, I think, I don't know if I have them last, but they were bottom 3. I think it was Vegas, Sharks, and Blues are bottom 3. Carolina was like top of, I think they were top 3, top 5, something like that. I've always liked Carolina. There's no reason to dislike Carolina. I'd much rather see them come away with it. Much more likable team, much more likable fan base, much more likable organization, and more likable players, in my opinion. Both franchises have won 1 cup. They're both looking for number 2. Carolina in 06, Vegas in 23. Both relatively new teams. Obviously, Vegas much more so. Both southernish markets. Here we go. Oh, thought Carolina looked there. Oh, here we go. Opportunity, net front. Oh, Hart, big stop. Thought that may have been it there. Carolina's putting the pressure on. First kind of good looks they've had in this overtime. Shot from the point. Vegas blocks. Come back the other way. They want to call. They won't get one. Carolina really started to get something going here. Good shift there. Looks like there's be icing, I'd imagine. Wave it off. All right. Guess not. All right. Carolina the breakout here. All right. Narrow shot. Just the net. The Taylor Hall line out there. Turnover. Vegas the other way. Mitch Marner looking for a pass there. Nail the convert. Andre Miller back the other way. Looking for Jordan Stahl. Board battle down low. Wins this board battle. Taylor Hall and Mitch Marner in the middle of it. Also Jordan Stahl. Lays on, I believe. Comes away with this. The long board battle, man. They've been down there forever. Well, whistle at this point, man. Taylor Hall wins it. Oh, it looks like the biggest going to have possession here. Another board battle. What it's all about, man. Board battle after board battle. We're in the trenches. Trench warfare. World War I style. All right, Vegas comes away with it. Going to try to clear here. They will. Carolina tries to dump it in. Vegas puts it back in the Carolina end. Ehlers lined out there for Carolina. Ehlers been a good ad there for Carolina. Winnipeg definitely missed him this past year. Another guy I was hoping the Hawks would target last year, but nope. I saw something from Scott Powers that said the Hawks apparently didn't target Ehlers and Marner last year over the offseason because they thought they weren't playoff performers. How's that going? How's that going? Both of them have been great for their respective teams, and they're both in the playoffs. The two top free agent, the top two free agents of last year, and they're both in the cup finals facing off against each other. Now, right, will be an ozone draw here for Carolina. Yeah, they had a good chance here. Svechnikov, they had a chance, but good stick there. I think it was Eichel got the stick on him. Had a secondary look there as well. Don't got out. Yeah, Jankowski. Yeah, Jankowski nearly put it in. He got some elevation on that. Yeah, Hart was able to get his pad in the right spot there. If he got some elevation on that, he probably has that. But as Max Verstappen always says, it's always if. Taco Grand Prix this weekend, by the way. Max Verstappen starting P2 tomorrow. Hope he takes the dub. Probably going to be a fifth Kimi Antonelli win in a row. He's been cooking George Russell. I don't know if there's any F1 fans in the chat, but someone asked me what my other interests are, and F1's probably my biggest interest. Motorsport's my biggest interest after hockey. I like watching all forms of racing. F1, NASCAR, Indy, IMSA, everything. Love motorsports. Love racing. Anyway, back to the game. Lock in. Yeah, Max Verstappen's my guy. Max Verstappen. Vegas down low. Carolina out. They clear. Vegas coming back in. Turn it over. I have neutral zone-ish play right now. No one's really getting any clear looks right now. Been pretty physical period so far. Not a lot of real estate out there. A lot of board battles. Not been a ton of great A's. Carolina's had a couple. Carolina's had like one good look. Vegas hasn't really had any so far. We're only 6 minutes in. Long way to go. Or is there? 26, 25 shots. Pretty even there. Slight edge for Carolina. 13:50 left in overtime. Looks like this will be an icing here. Vegas should get an ozone draw. Yes, they will. Back to the chat here. You set your sister a snap when it was 4-0. You a Canes fan? Probably pretty happy then. I don't have a sister because I don't have any siblings. Just me. Oh my God. Fun. Anyway, ozone draw for Vegas. Carolina wins it. Big win for them. Gotta win those D-zone draws. They do. They clear it. Icing. Offsides. Jesus. My brain has been rotted. Offsides, now icing. It's been a long game, chat. I love what the Hawks traded for that Nikishin kid. Yeah, he's a beast, man. That kid is a beast. I don't know if Alvaro Moore would like that. Fed him his lunch in January. I don't know how you feel about it. I think they had a good laugh about it afterwards. Nikishin said it was his first fight against Moore. I highly doubt that. The way he dropped him, I know Moore is smaller, but like it wasn't even a contest. I mean, he had him out in like a couple punches. Like Nikishin's definitely had some fights in Russia. KHL, that probably was Moore's first fight. I doubt Moore's been in it. Maybe. Out of water. Out of beverage. Nothing this bubbler. Gotta get those energy drinks consumed. Anyway, ozone draw for Jordan Stahl, one of the best face-off men in the league. Like he's facing against Eichel is pretty good too at this. Vegas wins the draw. They clear it. Bussy will play it. Bussy's got a shutout so far. He hasn't landed anything. Gotta stay that way for him. Definitely a good call by Brendan Moore to make the goalie change. Isn't much to do so far, though. Carolina's had most of the chances since the game. That much less action compared to Hart. All right, Vegas reassessing here. Got a turnover there. Carolina the other way. Aho on the ice. My prediction for the game winning goal. See if he comes through. Shot from the point. Well, oh, rebound. Not quite. Vegas gets it out. Vegas calms down the play. Break it out. More neutral zone action here. Here comes Carolina. Here comes Martinook. Tries to get shot on. Can't get one. Vegas gets a block. Carolina pressuring. Such a relentless forecheck. Carolina's got such a relentless forecheck. They're so good at that. Good at pressuring the Vegas defenders in a mistake. They've done a lot of that in this game. They forced Vegas into a lot of rough defensive plays, kinds of good turnovers. Unforced errors. That was the phrase I'm looking for. Unforced errors. Vegas defense. That's what Carolina does. They have that aggressive forecheck. Dump the puck in. Oh man, I was nearly cut out Hart there. He was out of position for a second there, playing the puck. Carolina nearly took advantage. Steelers almost caught napping there. Carolina just about keeps it in. Vegas trying to clear. Go in the neutral zone. I dump the puck in here. Yeah, he does. Carolina reassesses. Ghost behind the net in the Gretzky slot, breaking out the puck. Here comes Svechnikov. Got the speed. Got the zone. Touchdown, though. Vegas gets it out. Oh, fan the pass there. Got away with it. And puck's out of the zone. 10:45 left, almost halfway through this first overtime. I say first overtime because the way it's trending, maybe we'll get another one. There have been a lot of big time. There's been a couple. There's been a couple chances, but that one's pretty cool. Out from the point there from Walker. Nearly went in off of the Theodore. Nearly went off Theodore. Or just about. Was able to keep that out. But yeah, otherwise, yeah, it's been pretty. I don't want to say chill, but like it's not a ton of great A's for either team here. So I can see this going another overtime, but we'll see. Still half the frame left, so long way to go. Will we get a double? We'll see. 10 minutes ago. Mitch Marner, 8 shots in this game. He's got like a third of Vegas' shots. Steelers tried to pull off the dangle there. I think that was Steelers. Jarvis. One of the two. That was Jarvis. Oh, shot. Rebound. Oh. Got two there for Carolina. Looked like maybe a trip there, but they're not going to call anything in overtime. It's got to be a crime for our play in overtime playoffs. Especially in the Stanley Cup. Carolina or Vegas got possession now. Was on. Shot from the point. Oh. Damn, Vegas had some opportunities there. Had a rebound opportunity, missed the net. Thought that may have been net there. Really starting to open up now. Both teams are getting a lot more chances now, must be said. Sports looks pretty stressed. Yeah, 8 shots from Marner. I mean, got, Vegas team has 28, so definitely, drove the offense tonight, to say the least. Taylor Hall almost caught Hart napping there. Ooh, missed the opportunity chance. Vegas had a chance the other way too. Marner nearly again. And Barbashev, he's the guy who had the rebound chance there, but missed the net. Jabbed his stick there, couldn't quite connect. Yeah, no, I agree. I think Carolina's had the majority of chances here. They've been the better team in this overtime. Well, they've been the better team since the third period. It feels like they're getting most of the looks. It feels like the momentum's on their side. It feels like one's coming for them. With that being said, though, if you're the team that's getting most of the chances overtime, you're not finishing. That tends to come back to bite you. The other team gets one good look and they tend to deliver. So, but yeah, it does feel like it feels like it's Carolina's to lose. I mean, I don't want to jinx them, but like they've got most of the looks and they've been the more aggressive team here and they're forcing Vegas into more mistakes. Carolina's been more how do I put this, efficient in their game. Vegas has made a lot more errors, especially of late. The pressure's on them. The pressure's on Vegas right now. Pressure's absolutely on them. Pressure's not on Carolina. They've already, they haven't completed the comeback, but like they've sort of pulled it off here. This game probably shouldn't even be in overtime. I wrote it off. I was saying, oh, just have a solid third period and get some momentum for the next game. I wasn't even thinking this game was on the table for them in the third period. The fact we're even in this overtime is a win for them. Vegas, you lose this game, and all momentum's on Carolina's side. But if you win, if you're Vegas, you dodge a bullet. You dodge a bullet, And the day the comeback doesn't amount to anything, get away with it. But it does feel like more of the pressure is on Vegas as opposed to Carolina at the moment. Game 3 winner wins Stanley Cup 77% of the time. Carolina, let's get that 77%. Increase those odds. As you can tell, I'm not being very neutral right now. I have my bias, but at least I'm stating it. I'm rooting for Carolina. I don't care. To be honest, I think most people are. I don't think many people are rooting for Vegas. A low number of people, I'd imagine. I wonder what the number would be. Probably like what 90%. Honestly, NHL fans, what would it be? Like what would the ratio be? Probably like probably 90% Carolina. Maybe not that much, but there's no like who really dislikes Carolina? I feel like they're one of those teams that nobody really dislikes. Unless they're a team that you've like lost to a bunch of the playoffs. Like I don't know. I feel like there are not a lot of teams that really dislike Carolina. Like I feel like they only have a ton of like really big ticket like rivals. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong there. Whereas Vegas, everybody dislikes them. Nobody likes them. That's the way I see it. All right. Over halfway through this overtime, 9 minutes left. Both teams 28 shots apiece. Vegas deflects it in. Carolina on the breakout. All right, here we go. Speed in the zone here from Jarvis. Oh, turnover. Play there from that. Was that Howden? William Karlsson, one of the last remaining players from the original Golden Knights team. How many are left? It's William Karlsson. It's who else is left in that team? The original Vegas team. How many left? Yeah, wait a minute. Who else is it? Shea Theodore, right? Was it Shea Theodore? Isn't he? Hmm. I'm interested in that. Oh, big save there by Bussy. Yeah, Carlson, he was on the original Knights. Who else? I think Theodore was. Is that it? I feel like there's more. Maybe that's it. Am I missing somebody? Is that it? I think I got everybody. It was Howden? No, I don't think Howden was, right? I think that's it. I think there's only two remaining. Could be wrong though. I don't know. This series, yeah, it's good versus evil. It's the angel versus the devil. Carolina's like Switzerland, man. Like they're neutral. Vegas is the devil. They're Satan. They're just such a ruthless franchise, man. Like You could win there, you could be successful there. You have one bad season, one bad run, you're gone. There's no loyalty there. There's no nothing. It's all about winning right now. There's no like, they'll move on from you in a heartbeat. Which respect them. It's a business, and they found a way to make it work. And they've been a successful franchise. You gotta give them credit. But man, what they've treated some people pretty badly. Like, I remember Marc-Andre Fleury when he was traded to the Blackhawks. I believe he found out he was traded on Twitter. Like, there was no prior word or consultation or anything. Like, he was literally scrolling Twitter and found out he was traded to Chicago. Like, what? That's just one example. There's been plenty of examples of just sus ways they've sort of gone about things. Hey, they win. They win. And at the end of the day, that's really all that matters. At this, the NHL and pro sports. Obviously, there's more to life than winning, but it's an important part of it. But it's how you go about the matters too. You know? All right, Borbello down low. Shot for the point. Oh, just narrowly missed the net there. Gotta get their Carolina's gotta get this out. They do. Vegas finally starting to get some pressure of their own here. For what's mostly been a Carolina overtime. Oh, good look there. Quite reached the net. Carolina clears it. Vegas reassessing. Aho line on the ice for Carolina. Pay attention every time they're out there because I want to see Aho make me look good. He's due for a really big goal here, I feel like. But we'll see. Maybe Seth Jarvis does it again. Back-to-back Jarvis OT winners. I'd be down for it. I would be open to that. Aho rings it around. Vegas tries to get it out. Carolina keeps it in. It will change. Jack Eichel line out there for Vegas. How about Jack Eichel, man? I mean, he went from winning nothing in Buffalo to winning a cup with Vegas in 2023, winning a gold medal with the U.S. in 26. Could win multiple cups. Won a gold medal and cup before McDavid. No, just saying. That's a team player thing. McDavid's the best player in hockey. I'm not suggesting. But yeah, that's got to be tough for him. Seeing all these guys. And Mitch Marner, too. He could win a cup before McDavid. I mean, we'll see. Tough times. Vegas. Ozone possession here. Marner down low. Every time Marner's got the puck on his stick, you better watch out tonight. Got the hot stick. I feel like he could easily get number 4. The amount of chances he'd have in this game easily. Finds the point. Shot from the point. Theodore. Straightforward stop for Bussy there. Vegas tries to keep it in. They can't. Gonna have to reassess here and then dump it back in. Keep the forecheck going. Get it out. Here we go. That's Stankoven. Here we go. He's flying. How about Logan Stankoven, by the way? 5'8" player, and look at the way he's performed. Once again, putting those size myths to bed. Another small player getting it done. Love to see it. Yeah, you're still going to see teams like, oh, Theo Bjork, he's 5'8", we can't draft him either. Probably, a whole truth. Probably second best center in this draft. Will probably drop because he's 5'8", 5'9", whatever he is. You still see GMs like, oh, like they're below. It's like GMs are like women, man. It's like you're below 6 feet. It's like you're off limits. Like, I don't know. It's weird. Like that magical 6 feet barrier, man. It doesn't matter how good you are. GMs see you're below 6 feet. Oh no, he's too small. He's not gonna work out. He's gonna get bullied in the NHL. Not gonna adjust. Alex DeBrincat, Cole Caulfield, Martin St. Louis, Patrick Kane, Bedsy, go down the list. All these small young guns have gotten it done. Stankoven, another one to the table. The Hawks have a lot of small guys too. So like you see, that's why the argument pisses me off because like the Hawks have so many guys like that. But it's like I don't really think it matters today, man. I really like not to say you still need size, you still need grit, you still need dogs, but like have these teams like not shown that like there's multiple ways to go about things. There's multiple ways to construct a Stanley Cup winning team. Not one way to get it right. You know what I mean? Really caught hard napping there. What was that? Carolina wins the draw. Jarvis, possession. Kowski down low. He's been a good depth guy for them. They extended him recently from them during the playoffs. I feel like you don't see that very often. A player get extended during the playoffs. Oh, bad turnover there by Hurdle. Yeah, here comes Aho. Aho streaking in. Had to go past the ref there. Ref was in the way. Bieber, get out of the way. Vegas clears it. Or bow down low. Oh, the Vegas Carolina player just fell into the Vegas bench. I don't know why they're opening up the bench there. That's kind of dangerous. Frondell nearly got injured in the Worlds that way. Did you see that? Anton Frondell in the Worlds, like there was an Italian player who like didn't close the bench door, and Frondell like jabbed his finger in the bench, like very dangerous. Got away with it. He was fine, but like kind of what happened there. Bench isn't closed, and the Carolina player just falls in. I don't know who that was there. Just falls in. I don't know. Chatfield, yeah, I kind of got beat up there. Carolina wins the draw. 4 minutes left. 4 minutes left in this first overtime. See if somebody breaks through late here. If we get another one, double trouble. How long will we go tonight? How long will this stream go? I'll be here all night. I'll be here all night if I have to. Happily. Give me more hockey. Give me more. Give me Oliver more. I'll be here all night I'll be here all night. Anyway. I'm the funniest person I know. Ugh. Carolina clears it. That deflection. Will that be icing? Oh, will be. I thought he touched it. I guess not. All right. Ozone draw here. 337 here. John Walker has played a half hour in this game. Damn. Oh, we're in overtime. I shouldn't be surprised. But still, like of the defensemen, I wouldn't have thought he'd be the one who logged the most ice time. I would have thought it'd be Slavin. Shea Theodore's played 34 minutes. That one doesn't surprise me. Impressive too to be able to do it without Alex Pietrangelo too. I mean, Pietrangelo's career, and I thought that'd be a bigger loss for them, but found a way to. The defense has still been very good. I mean, they have Hannafin, they have Francis Addison, they have Shea Theodore, they have a lot of good defensemen back there. McNabb, probably shouldn't be surprised. That's holding up despite missing Pietrangelo. Oh, thought there was a look there for Jarvis. Yeah, he had a look there. Net front flexion. Carolina got good possession here. Not handle there. Puck leaves his own. They're gonna have to reassess. Ghost got the sphere, clears it, dumps it in. Jarvis pressures. Boar down another boar battle. There's been plenty of that in this one. Ghost walking the blue line. Finds Ehlers. Ehlers down low. Another boar battle. Second chow and just spam the button to hold the player to the boards. I just spam the poke check button. That's how I win all my games. This poke check is still OP in shell. I should do a Chell series on my YouTube. Yeah, like a Rebuilding the Hawks Chell series. That'd be fun. I haven't done any Chell content. Yeah, I should do that. For a Chell series of like that'd be fun too. Play some of you guys. That'd be fun. My strategy is outshoot the opposition 40-20 and I still lose. I feel like I'm like every game, like I outshoot my opponent, but like they get like one good look and like my goaltender folds and that's how I lose it. Luck's never been on my side when it comes to that stuff. Hurricanes have the edge, 17-9 OT shot attempts. That doesn't surprise me. It feels like they've had most of the possession in this overtime. Majority of the chances. Although Vegas has had a lot of blocks, that's why the shots are still even. Vegas is Carolina up in the clear here. Here we go. Here's a look here. Potentially 2-on-1. Here we go. Back in. Oh, on the back pass to no one. Vegas clears. 2 minutes left. 2 minutes left. Somebody break through late here. Or are we getting double trouble? We'll see. Good keep. Special shot from the point here? Nope. Aho. Back to Miller. Shot. No, missed the net. Aho gets it back to the point. Defenseman puts it down low. Martin Nook down low. Finds Taylor Hall. Give me a Taylor Hall overtime winner. Give me that. Martin Nook down low. Finds Miller. Shot. Good block by Vegas. Been good at that. They clear it. This should be icing. Will be icing. Yep. All right, 121. You got an ozone draw here for Carolina. Big one here. Got Vegas got him in there. They kept out there for a while. Got tired. Winless draw. You got minute 20 left to try to get something here. I feel like wasn't the game 2 overtime winner? Wasn't that pretty late in overtime too? I feel like that one was. Or was it early? Or was it early on? I don't remember. I feel like there was like 5 minutes left on that one. See if Vegas or Carolina could get one late here. They've been better on the draws. Jordan Stahl has always been good on the draws. Wave that one off. Big draw here. Just drop the puck. Or I hate it when these refs do this, man. Just drop the freaking puck. God, it drives me crazy. That ref waited 2 business days to drop that puck. Vegas gets it out. Good job being the ice in there. Polisar, yeah. Getting stir crazy here. Another board battle. Less than a minute left. Is there anything late here? Are we going to another one? Vegas gets it out. Carolina dumps it back in. Vegas clears. Marner. Oh, here we go. Here's a look. Big stop there by Bussy. Big stop. Looked like Vegas had one there. William Karlsson, a grade A look. Huge stop. He doesn't have much of doing this overtime either compared to Hart. Big save. Vegas had a late look late there. Looking to get another one here. Karlsson back in again. Hurricanes back out. Ehlers, maybe one more look here. One more look. Ehlers. Slot pass. Oh, good D there. Good D. Oh, here we go. Maybe a look here. No. One more shot. One more shot. Nope. And we're going to another overtime. Double overtime in game 3. No one has gotten the board so far. Barbashev looks shaken up. I'm not sure what happened to him. Yeah, Karlsson had a really look there late. That was easily the best chance in overtime. There weren't a ton. There were a few, but there weren't a ton of really. Yeah, that was probably the best look. I mean, he was 1-on-1 there at Bussy. Big save. Big save by Bussy. He was trying to go 5-0 there. He blocked it off pretty straightforward. Karlsson's been a very good good player throughout Vegas's run. Been there his whole time. While I was there in the 23 Cup team. There we go. 20 minutes wasn't enough. Or I should say 80 minutes hasn't been enough. We're going to another overtime. Double overtime. How long in the overtime? Probably 15. I imagine they're shorter. How about that? How long are we going tonight, boys? How long are we going? This giving Blackhawks Triple T vibes. Yeah, do you remember, what was it? Was it 2015? 2015 Western Conference Final against the Ducks? Wasn't it Antoine Vermette? Am I right there? I think it was Antoine Vermette. Yeah, or was it Marcus Kruger? I think it was somebody. I feel like it was either Kruger or Vermette who won a game in triple overtime during one of those runs. I think it was 2015. I think it was 2015. It was either Kruger or Vermette against the Ducks. I think. It was in Nashville. Vermette was double overtime against the Anaheim, and then Kruger, I think there was a triple overtime one in there. I think it was Kruger. It was somebody else. Plus, what was the one where Shaw had the headbutt? I think that was the one that went super long. I think that was the same game that Kruger had that. I think. Yeah, Shaw had the headbutt goal they called off. That was classic. Best goal that ever counted. It should have counted, man, just for the creativity. I mean, who the hell even thinks about that? Great moment. Another great goal that never counted was Nicholas Dhalmerson's against Detroit 2013. Had that slapper late in the game. Or was it overtime? I think it was late. I think it was late in regulation. Game should have gone to overtime. Then Brent Seabrook obviously had the dag 7. obviously it was an iconic goal on its own. But the Jorgensen one before that, though, he had the slapper and the crowd pop. I don't know if the UC have ever heard of that. That was a great one. Another great goal that didn't count. Patrick Kane, 2023, last game at the United Center. Um, the clock expiring, slap shot, the dagger with on Vegas. Apparently, the clock expired. I remember seeing zero point 0.1 on the clock, but apparently, the clock you see on TV isn't always the same as the clock that they actually use. There. So apparently, the time had expired. But if it was NBA rules, Patrick Kane did have the shot fired before the clock expired. Clock has to be in, not like the shot fire. It still counts even um, after the clock is expired. But yeah, that Patrick Kane, and having that overtime winner's last game that you see that would have been in the breakaway would have been pretty cool. What other great goals that didn't count? Been many. The Blackhawks especially has been plenty. Bedard's had a few. But I feel like Bedard's had so many disallowed goals, especially his first 3 years. Got a ton that's been called off. He had one against Boston early on his rookie year, and he did the Patrick Kane point celly. They had to call that one off. Like, really, he pulled off the Patrick Kane, and you're going to do that to him? Just for that celly, the goal should have stayed on the board. PK Subban, another interesting fit. PK Subban, man, like this guy pulls up and it's like every day is like he just thinks, what's the most absolutely extravagant outfit I could pull up in? Every day outdoes himself. Uh, I do prefer the TNT crew though. Like I no disrespect to the ESPN guys, but I prefer the TNT crew. It's a shame that it's ESPN doing the Cup final and not TNT. I find the TNT team to be much more entertaining, much more interesting. Um, Honestly, better breaking the game down too. They kind of complement each other well. Between Biz and Liam and Hank's been good. Gretzky sometimes there. Ace, Sanson Carter versus ESPN's Messier's Cam Dry, other guys, whatever. I don't mind. Subban's cool. Also the announcers too. I mean, ESPN's their announcers are kind of dry. TNT's got good announcers. Kenny Albert, Eddie Olczyk. They got a good crew. Panger. Um, yeah, I think overall TNT is a better presentation. They promote the game better. Stronger crew. Just all around, just a better product compared to hockey. ESPN still, like, even though they have hockey, don't do a good enough job promoting the game compared to other sports. I mean, the Cup final is going on. I think you still see more posts for sports not even going on right now. So, compared to NBC, just that's been downgrade, unfortunately. Since Larkin asked out of Detroit, you think KD should try to call up Eiserman to get the Brinket back? I love the Brinket. I got a cat jersey, and literally the Christmas before he was traded. I'm still salty about that. Yeah, fortunately, I don't know if he's quite going to make that trade worth. Although to be fair, like we trade him to the Senators, they only got a year of him, so like I think we probably still win the trade. What was the other piece? We got Korchinski and then Lubwinski. Yeah, Lubwinski, and I think he was injured pretty much the whole year last year. I don't think that's going to be a guy. Korchinski, we'll see if he could still be that guy. I have my doubts, but we'll see. Um, I guess considering we trade him to Ottawa and then he's signed Detroit, what he does in Detroit doesn't really back to the Hawks trade. But yeah, bottom line, I like to brink it. Sniper. He'd be good with Bedard. Bedard's playmaking ability to brink it on the wing because that's what this team needs. Like Blackhawks, we got center depth, especially since Bedard, Brundell, and Days are all going to be centers. Like apparently for some reason, we have center depth. We don't need centers. Defense, like we're pretty booked in terms of that young back end. Could use a veteran back there, but they got plenty of young pieces. Obviously, we don't have to talk about the goaltending. The weakness, the thing you look at is the wingers. Like we need someone up there, top six edition. I love the brink it, but like I have a hard time seeing Davidson bring back, guys. Guys remember the previous administration. I mean, he did bring back Teravainen. He did bring back Tabo. Yeah, I like the brink it, but like I don't know. I mean, I do think he likes in Detroit. Michigan boy. He's been a good fit there with the Red Wings. Although, I mean, with Larkin leaving though, I mean, if the Red Wings do opt, for another rebuild, which I do think if they do, that costs Eiserman his job. If the Red Wings enter another rebuild, Eiserman's gone. Like, he's not going to do that. But like, if they fire Eiserman and bring in somebody else, then That obviously they probably would enter a rebuild. But yeah, I think if they, in terms of the Larkin trade, they're probably gonna want another star in return. They're not gonna want probably young pieces. But in terms of DeBrincat, I still think it's more likely he probably stays there. I think he likes it there. He and Kane obviously have that dynamic. Depends. I guess if Kane though, I will say if Kane doesn't extend, he doesn't have Kane too. He might want out. I wouldn't be opposed to it, but like I think there are probably other targets that probably ahead of DeBrincat in terms of players that Davidson would target. I just have a hard time seeing him trade back for a guy he dealt just 4 years ago. Um, I have a hard time seeing him do that. Um, he probably wants somebody for fresh slate who wasn't connected to the past, Blackhawks era. That's probably what Davidson would be thinking. Um, oh yeah, we'll see. No, can't DeBrincat. No. DeBrincat's a great player, man. He was fantastic this past year. I mean, he was the best player on that team. Leaving Lemon production. Not just a power play. I mean, he does get a lot of his production in the power play. He's got that elite one timer. I mean, hey, I think the Hawks could probably use a guy like that. I mean, they could use it. I mean, you see the Hawks power play last year? I think they could use a guy who could score the power play. I wouldn't be opposed to it. Like, there are probably other guys that target ahead of him though. Like even though like, I like to break a lot, nostalgia. He wouldn't be number one in terms of players at target, but like, he'd be up there. But I just don't think Davidson. I don't think Davidson's gonna. I don't think he's a guy that's on Davidson's list. So that's why I just don't think it would happen. That could be wrong. I don't know if he really fits like how the Davidson mold of like players he's looking for. Um, he definitely has his type. I don't know if Brinket's really like a type because he is like very offensively gifted, but like all around can be questionable and speed. Yeah, I mean it's really that just the fact that he's connected to the old management. Like it seems very clear that Davidson in this regime like are doing everything they can to avoid anybody associated or Blackhawks. I mean, they did bring back Tavo, I guess, but um, got a different situation. Um, plus, that's a free agent thing. DeBrincat would be required to be a trade. So yeah, I just don't think for that reason that he would do it. I like Davidson, but like that's one thing about him. Like I don't love that. How do I put this? It does feel like he's insisted having a team that's like entirely built by him in terms of like the draft and everything. Um, like he, not really willing to like how do I put this? How do I explain this? I don't know if it's like a bit of an ego or whatever, but it's like, yeah, he just doesn't want anything to do with the past Blackhawks era. I get it. Like you want sort of a new era here in terms of leadership. You want this to be Bedard's team. You want to be this young group's team. I get that. I understand it, but I'm still convinced there was a way to make it work with Kaner. Like, I mean, he was playing injured in 22, 23. He got the hip resurfacing surgery over the off season. If we were so worried about the tank and getting Bedard, like they could have put him on IR. They could have shut him down that season, put him on IR to where, he's ready to go to start the next season. He's playing a Bedard. Like, I don't think, I think there was a way to make it work where Kane could have still been a Blackhawk. I really think there was a way. And honestly, I think he would have really complimented Bedard's game. I think it would have helped him out too. To have a guy like that, has that Stanley Cup winning pedigree, a leader to kind of work under your first years in the league. Because Bedard, he had a tough time of it. His rookie year, he had virtually no one. And like maybe in the long run that ends up being good for him because it's going to get a lot easier for him. Like as team around gets better, and he kind of had to figure out how to do it on his own without that help around him. But I think having a guy like Kaner there to kind of, you know, just mentor him his first few years and like the dynamic that could have been. Also, the Kaner passing the torch to him as well, and I think it could have worked. I think it could have worked. That would have been a lot of fun to watch, man. I mean, you look at. I mean, Crosby's still there in Pittsburgh. I mean, yeah, I mean, different situation. They haven't entered a rebuild, and um, but yeah, like I think they could have made it work, man. I think they could have made it work, but it is what it is. It is what it is. And Kaner, like he would have been down to staying. People were saying that Kane wanted out, and he didn't. Kane would have been open to staying. He was forced out, and I don't love that, to be honest with you. I get it. You want a new era, I understand, but I don't think you have to completely tear down the old one if the new one. I think he would have been helpful for Bedsy, but whatever. Could be ownership too. I think there could be other reasons too. I'm not gonna get into it too much, but the Blackhawks. You know that. The reason why Davidson took over in the first place, right? I mean, Bowman was fired. I mean, thank God Bowman was fired. He was a disaster, but it was because of 2010 stuff coming up, and you know, I don't think Kane had anything to do with it. I don't think those guys really, Kane Tays. I think they got way too much blame for it. I don't think they really had anything to do with it. But still, I think it's more. It could be a PR thing too, where it's just you don't want anything associated with that 2010 team, and could be something there. Voice crack there. I think the Blackhawks, yeah, they probably just want to do everything they can, sort of this new ownership group and whatnot. The organization they can't really afford anymore. How do I put this? Can't afford any baggage. I guess that's the way to put it. They're definitely very concerned about their PR image. I get it, but I think trucking teams based off of winning should be more important versus looking good in the public eye. But um, also, yeah, it's just Patrick Kane. He's the guy that got me into this game. Like I wouldn't be doing all this if not for him. Like he's always gonna be my favorite player. Like I love Bedsy, but like Patrick Kane will always be my favorite hockey player. Like until the day I die. Like he was the guy that got me into this game. I'll never forget 2010, 7-year-old me. Seeing him score that goal against Philly and made me a fan for life of this game, of this team, and everything. And so it's like obviously I have a lot of emotional attachment to that guy. Um, there are logical reasons why not to bring Kane back. Like I get them. The emotional part of me wishes we could have seen it because it was special to watch our play together. But you can't have everything. Anyway, that's about it. Intermission's up here. We are heading into double overtime. I stand by my prediction. I still think it's going to be Aho for Canes. I haven't changed that. Can't go back on that. I still think it's Carolina's to win here. Although more time has passed, though, you would think maybe some of that baggage from the third period is worn off by now for Vegas. The fact they kind of got through that overtime in one piece could be a win for them. They've had more time to kind of get back into their games. So that could be an edge for them versus maybe the momentum for Carolina's died down now. Maybe it's died down a bit for them. So we'll see. Vegas did have some looks there late too. Like Carolina had most of the looks the first part overtime. I thought Vegas had most of the looks in the second part. So yeah, I think it's still anyone's game here. I think it's 50-50. I could go either way, but I still give Carolina the slight edge in my opinion. Oh shit. No signal? Fuck. Problem with my camera. I'm gonna fix it, chat. Sorry, I don't know what's going on here. Oh shit. I'm working this fix, chat. I don't know what happened to my camera here. This just happens sometimes where I just randomly lose signal. I will get this fixed. Don't worry. God damn it. I will get this camera back on. I don't know why it lost signal again. Why it just randomly shuts off sometimes. Great timing too. There we go. It's back on. Got it back fixed. All right. There we go. Jesus. Louis, right as second overtime starts, the camera decides that's a good time to lose signal ramp. I've got it back on, so nothing happened. We didn't miss anything. Hopefully guys didn't all leave. Oh, we're back. All right, we're good. We're back. We're all good. Trevor, you're the only one complaining about the microphone. I think you just need to raise the volume, brother. I see nobody else complaining about the mic volume, so I'm going to assume that that's not an issue. Turn up the volume. Yeah. I always listen to stuff on full volume anyway. Maybe my hearing just isn't like, I don't know. All right. Ozone draw here for Carolina. If OV retires, you think the Caps would be open to moving Chitrin? I'm not sure how OV retiring affects that. I think I'm not sure how that would affect Chitrin. I mean, I think it's more like if Ovi retires, I think Washington needs to make a top six addition to their forward core. Because if Ovi's gone, like there's a massive hole there, next year. I don't know if it's going to impact the defense at all. Maybe you would have to move him to acquire a guy like that. I think maybe that's what you're at. Yeah, I wonder what happens with Ovi. I think he can still play, but like I honestly surprised he still played this past year though. Like I thought once he broke the goal record, he kind of just call it then. I know he still had a year left in his contract. But I kind of thought after he got the goal record, he could still play, but like I wouldn't be surprised if he's like, you know what, 20 plus years, I've won a cup, I've won everything there's have the goals record. Like there's really nothing else to play for him. Maybe go back to Russia, closer to family, play in the KHL for a few more years and call it. Unless he wants to get to 1,000 goals. Unless he wants to get to 1,000. And you might have to play a few years to make that happen. I don't know. Just keep standing top of the circle in the power play and get 30 goals every year. Probably take him 2, 3 years to get there. I think he could do it. Russian machine don't break. Anyway, back to the game. Oh, Brett Howard nearly the deke there. We're in overtime 2 now. Let me change that. Double overtime. There's no overtime 3 option, so this overtime better end now, or else I won't have one for the next one. Go back to overtime. Then go one if it goes another one. If it goes triple. Right. Can't believe we're still going here, chat. I thought this would be a quick one. I did not think this would be a long overtime. Based on the fact it's been such a high scoring game, I didn't think this would go so long. Not that I'm complaining. Happy to watch more hockey. And also spend more time with you fine people. Very happy for that. Well, then you need to get some hearing aids, Trevor. Carolina dumps it in. Or not. Turn it over. Jack Eichel throws it on net. Bussy will cover. Got to get a drink in their mission. I'm getting kind of thirsty here. Too late now. I haven't taken 8 breaks either. Who needs a break? Brett Howard, 13 goals, man. He has more goals in the playoffs. He had the regular season. He had 12 goals in the regular season, 13 in the playoffs. That's insane. That's crazy. All right, ozone draw for Vegas. Eichel loses the draw. Those stone pressures here. Carolina will get it out. Wave off the icing. Vegas clears. Oh, thanks. I have acquired a water. All right. Carolina man the point. Cycling the puck. Vegas tries to get it out. Early wake up tomorrow too. Monaco Grand Prix at 8. So hope it doesn't go too long. I'll be up at 8 o'clock sharp to see the Max Verstappen victory tomorrow. I hope so. Manifest destiny. Vegas breaking the puck out. Bussy covers. Shots 33-33. Turdy twee, as Pat Foley would say. Tweed, turdy, tweed, left in the turd. I miss Pat Foley. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love it's not a great announcing crew. Rick Ball, Darren Pang, it's a great crew. But nothing beats Pat Foley and Eddie Olczyk. Nothing beats those two. Oh, you young hockey player. Ozone drop for Vegas. Jack Eichel down low. Nice puck control by Eichel there. Very nice. Goes on net. Trying to look for a net front deflection there or something. Oh, good block there. I don't know who was it blocked that. That was a good look. Vegas really putting the pressure on now. They've had most of the looks here in the second overtime so far. Plus, he's been locked in. Nothing's going past him in this game. All Carolina's goals conceded by Anderson. Freddie Anderson, not he's not how do I put this? He's not being the no big saves allegation. Plus, he's been good. Hasn't played much in these playoffs. Hardly to play at all. He was good in the regular season. Michael looking to win another draw. He's going to get kicked out of the draw. I thought he was. Guess not. All right. Ozone draw for Eichel. Looking more and more like Harry from Home Alone by the day. Carolina gets the puck out. Rich Marner once again got the puck on his stick. Seen a lot of that tonight. Dumps it in. Chasing. Retrieving the puck like a golden retriever. Jack Eichel loses the puck. Gets it back, though. Elite commentary, I know. A very elite commentary by yours truly. I think I really have a future in NHL commentary. I'd be a color guy. I would not be a play-by-play. I'd be the color guy. Or maybe I'd do what Ping does, like be the guy behind the glass. Your McGuire position. I wouldn't be the color. That's only for the guy who's like not like doesn't quite have that same level of hockey IQ. Only the color guys, the analysts. You don't necessarily have to know a ton about hockey to color guy. Or the play-by-play guy. See Chris Foster's. But he's gone. Don't miss him. Rick Ball is such an upgrade over roster. It's not even funny. That'll be icing. Shout out to those viewers still here. It's been a long stream. Wait, how long is this? I mean, we're approaching, 4 hours now? 11. Yeah, I think so. If my math is correct. Yeah. 4 hours. How much longer will we go? Shout out to those of you who've been here, for a chunk of it. I really appreciate the support. Vegas putting the pressure on. Yeah, shout out to you, Trevor. You've been here. You're the one guy. You've been here the whole time. Yeah. Shout out to you. I always love seeing the picture of Jonathan Toews lifting the cup there. Good stuff. Top of the point. Oh, Vegas! God damn it, who was it? Vegas, a double overtime, takes the win. Fuck. God damn it. All that comeback for nothing. Carolina fails to complete the comeback. Vegas takes game 3, 5-4 at home. They take the 2-1 series lead. I still don't know who got the overtime winner. Who was it? Shot from the point. Somebody deflected it. I'm going to check the NHL out because I'm not seeing it. I don't have the sound. Shea Theodore. I thought somebody deflected. I guess not. Shea Theodore from Brady McNabb, Brett Howden. 5-4 win for Vegas in double overtime. 14-24. Yeah. Yeah, Carolina, man. You 4 unanswered goals, 4-goal third period comeback, and you still take the L. God damn. That's tough, man. Tough. Yeah. Vegas takes the 2-1 series lead in game 4 Tuesday. Still at home. Can't take a 3-1 lead at home. Oh, man. What an unlucky deflection. You look at that? The puck hit the end boards and then deflects in off of Bussy. Oh, that's just unlucky. That's just a brutal bounce. That's a brutal bounce there. Oh, you got to feel for Bussy. Nothing you can do about that. I guess he could have sealed the post. I guess there was something could have done about it, but that's just a tough bounce. That's just a tough bounce. Oh, his skate deflected it. Yeah, it wasn't even going to go in. His skate deflected it as he was trying to recover. He put it in his own net. Oh, he kicked in his own net. Oh, that's tough. Horner's a happy camper. God damn it. Why Vegas? Why Vegas, man? Vegas is going to win another cup, aren't they? Vegas is going to win another cup for GTA 6. Oh. Carolina. Damn. Carolina edged us. They narrowly edged us. All those comeback efforts for nothing. Chance the rapper, sorry, Chance the Vegas mascot there is leading the post game. Jay Theodore at the post game interview. Emily Kaplan doing the interview. Or fine, might I say. 6 goals for Theodore. Very nice for a defenseman. Very nice. He's out there for 39 minutes. Damn. 40 minutes. Impressive endurance. Carolina Hurricanes' first playoff loss in the road. Shit. Yeah, it's right, because like game 1 of the series was at Carolina, and then game 1 of the East Conference Finals was there was home ice too. So that's nuts. It took until the Cup final to lose their first game on the road. That's tough. Damn it, man. Damn it. Well, anyway, that'll do. That'll do for this live stream. First ever Bioc Memes live stream. Thank you all so much for joining me today. This has been a great game to cover. I think I'm going to try to do the rest of the finals. I'm going to try to do the rest of the finals as well. Maybe I'll do some Blackhawks games of this as well in the future. I'll try to do some more live streams in the future in general. You know, do more Q&A, hangout type stuff. It's been a good time. So I really appreciate you all for joining me tonight. Hope everybody has a great Saturday night. We will see you all, I believe, on Tuesday, Game 4, Vegas, Carolina. We will be back. Thank you all so much for watching. If you like the content, feel free to like, subscribe to the Bioc Memes YouTube channel if you haven't already. All right, that's all I got for this one. Justin Lynch, Bioc Memes out. Good night, everybody. And we'll see you all in the next one. Bye-bye. Boop. Absolute